Chapter 48. Another round of desperate entanglement ensued. As she watched Yi Hongyi greedily take from her body, a faint ripple appeared in Yao Mo Wan's heart. How much Yi Hongyi cared about her depended on how much of her words he actually listened to. The next day, Yao Moan sat on the chaise longue with Fluffy in her arms and stroked her snow-white fur pensively. When she saw Lu Xing walk in, she handed Fluffy to Tingyu. "How is it?" Replying Nyang Nyang, "That palace maid probably can't be saved. She's talking nonsense right now. From what this servant can see, she probably won't make it past the night," reported Lu Xing in a low voice. "It's good that she's dead. Living in such humiliation is probably worse than death." Yao Moan's eyes darkened slightly as she sighed. "Nyang Nyang, who was it that was so vicious to injure the palace maid like that?" Lu Xing couldn't hide the anger on his face when he recalled the bloodstains all over the palace maid's body. "And Bingshan." Yao Moan bit out these 3 words. "It's him. Relying on His Majesty's favor, he's truly lawless," said Lu Xing hatefully as he clenched his fists. Ben Gong also relied on His Majesty's favor to push Consort Qin into the water unscrupulously. Yao Moan glanced towards Lu Xing as she spoke each word firmly. "Nyang Nyang." Lu Xing seemed to sense Yao Moan's anger and immediately restrained his emotions to respectfully wait. "Ben Gong wants to tell you that this is the truth. Whoever obtains His Majesty's favor can be lawless. Lu Xing, Ben Gong knows that you're loyal, but in the Imperial Palace, this is a great taboo. And Bingshan is His Majesty's favorite. Not to mention palace maids and eunuchs, even concubines and officials have to bow respectfully when they see him. No matter how dissatisfied you are, you have to endure in front of him. Understood?" Yao Moan's expression was grave as she spoke cautiously. "Lu Xing understands. And accompany Ben Gong for a stroll." Yao Moan put away her solemn expression and lazily got up to walk out of Guan Osprey Palace. "Nyang Nyang, where are we going?" asked Tingyu carefully. "Even if I die, I have to die with value," Yao Moan muttered as she walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Tingyu and Lu Xing looked at each other. Although they didn't understand their master's words, they didn't dare to ask any more questions and followed him out. The Imperial Kitchen occupied the entire northwest corner of the Imperial Palace. As far as the eye could see, there were at least a dozen of them, and it was a majestic sight to behold. The ingredient hall before them was the largest of them all. Every day, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the palace maids would come here to order food. Then, the corresponding little eunuchs would send the ingredients on the menu to the different small kitchens. In the entire Imperial Palace, besides the Emperor, Imperial Guifei, and Pin, who had their own small kitchens, the nobles, talents, and beauties below the rank of Pin would have their meals arranged by the main kitchens. They didn't have the right to order food. At this time, Yao Moan was currently walking on the path from Pure Flower's palace to the Imperial Kitchen. "Nyang Nyang, Kai Ying is here." When Lu Xing saw Kai Ying's figure, he hurriedly ran back to report. "Tingyu, where do you think Big Sister hid that thing? Could it be that such an important thing was hidden in her residence? How about we go look for it?" Yao Moan saw Kai Ying's figure out of the corner of her eyes and immediately raised her voice. Chapter 49. Lu Xing, did you see it clearly? Kai Ying really returned to Pure Flower's palace. Yao Mo Wan's eyes flickered as she raised her brows. Replying Nyang Nyang, this servant saw it clearly. Lu Xing nodded fiercely. Lu Xing, lead in Bingshan to the shack. Do you know what to say? Yao Mo Wan's cherry lips lifted slightly as a light shot out of her eyes. Nyang Nyang, don't worry, this servant understands. Lu Xing accepted the order confidently and turned to leave. Seeing that Lu Xing had walked far away, Tingyu hugged Fluffy and moved to Yao Wan's side. Nyang Nyang is wise as expected, said Tingyu in admiration. How wise? Yao Wan took Fluffy from Tingyu's hands and looked towards Tingyu with interest. If An Bingshan saw Imperial Gui Fei in the shack, he would definitely think that Imperial Gui Fei had saved that palace maid. According to common sense, Imperial Gui Fei saved the person An Bingshan wanted to kill, not to threaten him, but to slander him in front of His Majesty. No matter what An Bingshan thinks, he and Imperial Gui Fei will definitely have a grudge. This servant finally understands what Nyang Nyang said just now. Even if you die, you have to die with value. Since that palace maid couldn't be saved, Nyang Nyang should let her die a worthy death. Tingyu analyzed carefully. Girl, you're getting smarter and smarter. Then do you know why Ben Gong wants to deal with Imperial Gui Fei? Asked Yao Wan. It was her and Big Madam who killed Second Madam. Nyang Nyang wants to take revenge for Second Madam, replied Tingyu firmly. Yao Wan didn't say anything but nodded with a smile in her eyes. Other than mother, she also wanted to take revenge for herself, Zhong'er, and her younger sister. She would let Yao Wan experience all the pain in the world before sending her to hell. Nyang Nyang, then what should we do now? Tingyu looked towards Yao Wan excitedly. Now. Go to the imperial kitchen and order lunch. Esteemed prince hasn't eaten anything since morning. Yao Wan smiled knowingly when she thought of that immortal-like handsome face. Tingyu received the order and happily headed towards the imperial kitchen. Pure Flowers Palace. Yao Wan's jade fingers gripped the embroidered handkerchief. Her long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a sinister chill. That idiot really said that. Yao Wan looked towards Kai Ying suspiciously. This servant heard very clearly. She said that Empress Nyang left her something very valuable. When this servant returned, Yao Wan had already left for Changle Palace. Kai Ying reported what she heard to Yao Wan. What could it be? Could it be? Kai Ying, accompany Ben Gong to Eternal Music Palace. Yao Wan's beautiful eyes widened and she immediately got up to leave Pure Flowers Palace. She secretly guessed that the treasure Yao Wan was talking about was very likely related to her. Yao Axayan had quite a bit of information that could be used against her when she was alive. If that evidence fell into His Majesty's hands, whether or not she could keep the title of Imperial Gui Fei was a small matter. Whether or not she could keep her life was also unknown. Nyang Nyang, Changle Palace is a forbidden area. Without His Majesty's decree, we... Kai Ying cautiously reminded. What's there to be afraid of? At that time, we'll just say that we went to look for that fool. Even if someone is guilty, that fool is the one who is guilty. Hurry up and go. Yao Wan urged and rushed toward Changle Palace. When she returned to Guan Osprey Palace, the moment Yao Wan stepped through the palace doors, she saw Yi Junqing sitting there dressed in white. Moan thought that Prince had ascended to become an immortal. Yao Wan was slightly startled, then she walked in with Fluffy in her arms. Ben Wang wants to eat cat meat. Yi Junqing harumphed coldly as he glanced coldly at Fluffy in Yao Wan's arms. Fluffy seemed to have intelligence and jumped out of Yao Wan's arms to hide far away. Prince, there's no need to be anxious. Tingyu has already gone to deliver lunch. Also, why does Prince have to make life difficult for a cat? It's truly ungraceful. Yao Wan ignored him and sat down in front of Yi Junqing. Ben Wang hates the house and its crow. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Wan disdainfully. He was still brooding over Ben Lei's betrayal. So it was Wan who implicated Fluffy. Yao Mo didn't care about Yi Juanqing's unfriendliness and wasn't angry at his inaction. Chapter 50. Don't be complacent, Ben Wang will be able to see through your true colors very soon. Yi Juanqing's eyes were filled with confidence. Alright, Moen is also looking forward to it. I just don't know how you'll react then. Yao Moen smiled lightly as she cursed inwardly. It was very rare for Yao Moen to see Yi Juanqing eat so quickly. If he wasn't mindful of his appearance, his chopsticks would sweep through the food on the table in an instant. Then he would put down his chopsticks and leave with large strides. Yao Moen didn't even have time to eat before finishing the lunch. Nyang nyang, this servant sees that Wang Yi is really hungry. Should this servant prepare some more for you? Ting Yu looked at the mess on the table and walked over to Yao Moen's side. Being able to eat is a good thing. There's no need. Ben Gong doesn't feel hungry anymore after seeing him eat. In the future, keep an eye on Fluffy. Who knows, she might be stewed by him one day. Yao Moen got up in a good mood and walked into the inner room to rest. Outside Changle Palace, Yao Sulwan walked around a few times but couldn't find Yao Moen. Nyang nyang, this servant searched the two side rooms but didn't see them. Kai Ying came out of the side room and quickly returned to Yao Sulwan's side to report. You're sure they came to the main hall? Yao Sulwan looked towards Kai Ying suspiciously. This servant only heard them say they were coming to Changle Palace to look for treasures. Perhaps they've returned, guessed Kai Ying. Returned? To Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Sulwan frowned. Just as she stepped out of Changle Palace, she coincidentally bumped into Consort Qin who was walking over. TSK. Ever since Consort Li became the imperial noble consort, isn't she becoming a bit too arrogant and disregarding His Majesty's words more and more? If Ben Gong remembers correctly, Changle Palace is a forbidden area. Without His Majesty's decree, no one is allowed to enter. Huan Kaier walked over to Yao Sulwan with a slight tilt of her delicate chin in a provocative manner. Since Consort Chen knows that my master is the imperial noble consort, then you should salute and kowtow to my master. Kai Ying stepped forward to remind her. Ben Gong kowtowed to her. Even the empress back then, Ben Gong never bowed to her in private. Your Yao family is really good. First, you have an empress, and then you have an imperial noble consort. Now, even a fool has become an imperial noble consort. However, there is a saying that when you stand high, you fall hard. You better keep a close eye on that idiotic younger sister of yours. In any case, she's still a Guifei. Don't crawl into a dog hole. Huan Kaier snorted coldly. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, Yao Sulwan stopped her. You saw Consort Yao. Yao Sulwan's eyes turned slightly cold as she asked solemnly. Zi Shuang, do you think Ben Gong should tell the imperial noble consort that the fool is in the shack behind Changle Palace? Ha! Huan Kaier smiled and glanced at Yao Sulwan, then walked away with Zi Shuang's support. Looking at Huan Kaier's arrogant and despotic back, Yao Sulwan's expression froze. Your ladyship, this consort Chen has always looked down on you, and now she's even more arrogant. We should have drowned her back then. Kai Ying cursed fiercely. Don't worry about her. To the shack. Yao Sulwan didn't seem to hear Kai Ying's complaints and walked quickly towards the shack. Hiding important things in unexpected places seemed to be Yao Moshin's style. Huan Kaier, who had only walked a few steps, saw Yao Sulwan walk towards the shack and the corners of her lips hooked up in an extremely deep smile. Your ladyship, the person we just saw was clearly Unicorn. Why did you tell the imperial noble consort it was that idiot? Asked Zi Shuang, who was next to Huan Kaier in confusion. Chapter 51. Ben Gong would be afraid of her. Humph. Huan Kaier glared at the direction Yao Sulwan disappeared in before leaving. In front of the shack, Yao Sulwan vaguely heard movement inside and thought that Yao Mo Wan was definitely looking for something. She immediately pushed open the door and rushed in. The scene in front of her made her pale with fright. She saw that Bingshan's hands were gripping the palace maid's neck. That palace maid's hair was a mess, her eyes were bulging, and her body was covered in bloody marks. Blood flowed from the corner of her lips. She was in a terrible state and was probably already dead. Eunuch. Yao Sulwan never dreamed that she would see such a frightening scene. She had heard that Bingshan had a hobby of playing with palace maids, but she never thought that it would be so outrageous. What gave her a headache was that she actually saw this scene with her own eyes. Cough cough. This old servant kowtows in salute to Imperial Gui Fei. Why would Imperial Gui Fei lower herself to enter this kind of place? Bingshan was also stunned for a moment, but in the next second, he released the palace maid's neck as if nothing had happened and respectfully walked in front of Yao Sulwan to salute humbly. Ben Gong. Ben Gong came to look for Yao Fei. Did eunuch see Yao Fei when you came? Yao Sulwan felt her head buzzing. As an Imperial Gui Fei, there was no need to fear a eunuch. However, this Bingshan was extremely trusted by His Majesty and was His Majesty's favorite. At that time, an imperial concubine had been dragged out by His Majesty to be beaten to death because she had insulted Bingshan. Yao Sulwan wasn't afraid of losing her life. In the end, she was the Prime Minister's daughter, so she didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Bingshan. It had to be known that it was better to offend a gentleman than to offend a villain, especially a villain among villains like Bingshan. Imperial Gui Fei is teasing this servant. How long has Yao Fei entered the palace? How could she find this kind of place? When this old servant came, I only saw a palace maid that was on the verge of death. This old servant was thinking of moving her to the Imperial Hospital to see if there were any doctors. Just as I reached out, Nyang, you came. Bingshan said this seriously as a trace of coldness flashed through his heart. It seemed that the note was real. Yao Sulwan had really saved this palace maid and was preparing to confront him in front of His Majesty. Yao Sulwan, you want to fight with Zajia before you even have a firm footing. Zajia will remember this debt for you. Sooner or later, you will pay. Since Consort Yao isn't here, this consort will be leaving. Yao Sulwan really didn't want to stay in this room for even a moment longer, especially in front of a dead person and Bingshan who was even more disgusting than a dead person. Your Highness, you can't leave. You're the Imperial Noble Consort right now, so you're the most powerful person in the inner palace. Now that this palace maid's death is unclear, I'll have to trouble Your Highness to investigate. Since Your Highness has taken over, this old servant will take his leave. After Bingshan cleared himself, he walked out of the room without looking back. Now that there was no evidence, he reckoned that Yao Sulwan wouldn't go looking for trouble. Seeing Bingshan leave, Kai Ying immediately walked to the side of the palace maid and after extending her hand, she shook her head towards Yao Sulwan. Damned Huan Kaier! How dare you be so treacherous! Looking at the dead palace maid, Yao Sulwan gnashed her teeth and roared. On the side, Kai Ying hurriedly walked over. Nyang, how should we deal with this palace maid? Kai Ying nervously looked towards her mistress. Chapter 52. This consort was just thinking about how this consort would explain if Yao Sulwan came to ask. It seems that Huan Kaier has helped this consort greatly. Give Fluffy to me. You guys must be tired, so there's no need for you to serve here. Go and rest. Yao Moan's lips curved slightly as she took Fluffy from Ting Yu's hands. Fluffy seemed to have intelligence. As soon as she entered Yao Moan's embrace, she rubbed against her affectionately. Right after Lu Xing and Ting Yu left, Yi Junqing walked in elegantly. Warner didn't know that Prince had the hobby of eavesdropping. In truth, if Prince wants to know anything, you can ask Moen directly. Moen will definitely tell you everything she knows without holding anything back. Yao Moen stroked the cat gently without looking at Yi Junqing. The door was wide open, it would be hard for this prince not to listen. Yi Junqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Moen. He just wanted to know what Yao Moen didn't want to say. That was Moen's negligence. Yao Moen smiled silently and indicated for Yi Junqing to sit down and eat. Isn't it because of your negligence? That. This prince hasn't been standing outside for long, so how did you know? You know martial arts. Yi Junqing half admitted it out of curiosity. Moen's nose is very sensitive, I smelled it out. Yao Moen wasn't lying. She had known Yi Junqing for many years, so she naturally knew that the jade pendant on his waist was called the Bodhi jade. The jade was transparent and sparkled like amber. It also had a fragrance similar to sandalwood, but lighter. Over time, Yi Junqing's body would also be stained with this scent. Although it wasn't strong, it was enough for Yao Moen to notice. Only a ghost would believe that. Yao Moen smiled when she saw that Yi Junqing had no intention of eating at all. Since Prince has a friend here, why don't you invite him down to eat with you? That way, we won't neglect this friend. The moment Yao Moen said this, Yi Junqing jumped up as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened. And you said you don't know martial arts. How did you know there was someone in the room? Yi Junqing gritted his teeth. He had been with this woman for so long, yet he hadn't noticed at all. Before Yao Moen could open her mouth, she felt a gust of wind and the palace doors closed with a bang. There was a person standing in front of her. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. That was a flawless face. Every time Yao Moen recalled it, she was still amazed. He had a flawless, handsome face like white jade. His facial features were like fragmented jade, and his skin was smooth and creamy, even more beautiful than a woman's. His long and narrow eyes were filled with a demonic charm, and as he looked around, he had the power to turn all living things upside down. Under his tall nose bridge, his thin lips arched into an arc as if he was holding a pearl in his mouth. The magnificent red robe he wore was as red as fire, and it served as a foil to the man's flirtatious charm. His jet-black long hair was like a waterfall, and the combination of red and black presented a bewitching effect. Even if all the women in the world fell into the abyss, they would still gladly endure it. Even Moen feels ashamed of her own inferiority in front of Gongzi's beauty. Yao Moen left her seat. Because she was carrying Fluffy, she only bowed slightly. I can't get enough of compliments. Why don't you say more? The man walked elegantly to the side of the table. His red robe fluttered even though there was no wind, making him seem even more ethereal like an immortal. However, the demonic charm he exuded when he frowned and smiled was more suitable to be described as devilish. Yan Nanxing, you idiot. She's calling you more of a woman than a woman. Can't you tell? Yi Junqing didn't hesitate to roll his eyes at the man. Yao Moen couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time she'd seen Yi Junqing so unconcerned about his image. Or perhaps, Yi Junqing had been enduring silently in front of Yao Moxin. Her heart suddenly ached, and it was like ink had been soaked in a pond, gradually melting away. Are you swearing at me? Nanxing feels like it's very useful. Yan Nanxing shrugged as he looked towards Yao Moen. Moen is a genuine compliment. Yao Moen nodded sincerely. A pair of idiots. Yi Junqing was extremely speechless. His mind cleared up and he returned to the previous question. You still haven't said anything. How did you know he was on the roof? Don't say you guessed it or heard it. This prince doesn't believe it. Chapter 53. Such a smart girl. It's a pity to keep her in the Imperial Palace. If Miss is willing, you can follow me back to Phoenix Feather Manor. Nanxing will give you the position of Manor Lord's wife. Yan Nanxing smiled enchantingly like the first bloom of the moon. His beautiful peach blossom eyes shone with a brilliant light that could move one's soul. I've already heard this hundreds of times. Aren't you afraid that your Phoenix Feather Manor will be overcrowded? Yi Junqing suddenly had the urge to cover his face and run away. How did he know this love-struck fool? Moen is truly lacking in manners. So you're the Martial Alliance head. However, Moen feels that this Guan Osprey Palace isn't bad. If one day I get tired of it, there's no harm in following young master around. Young master, please sit. When Yao Moen first heard the name Yan Nanxing, she found it somewhat familiar. Only when she heard Phoenix Feather Manor did she realize that the person in front of her was the senior brother that Yi Junqing had mentioned, the current Martial Alliance head. As for Wind Feather Manor, it was like an imperial palace in the forest, its prestige inviolable. Then it's settled. Nanxing will remember this. Yan Nanxing couldn't help but smile enchantingly. With a flick of his sleeves, he sat down between Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Would young master mind sharing a table with Fluffy? Asked Yao Moen respectfully with a smile in her eyes. I mind, said Yi Junqing hatefully. He seriously doubted whether Yan Nanxing had any integrity at all. Then please overcome it, Prince. Young Master Yan, please. Yao Moen's gentle eyes looked towards Yan Nanxing, completely ignoring Yi Junqing's already flushed face. Miss doesn't need to be so polite with me. Just call me Nanxing. Otherwise, calling me Xing isn't bad either. Yan Nanxing narrowed his eyes slightly and his beautiful lips hooked up into a charming smile. Nanxing also doesn't need to be so distant with Mississippi, call me Moen or Warner. Yao Moen withdrew the sharpness in her eyes and replaced it with a trace of warmth. That's enough. Do you think I'm dead? Yan Nanxing, this prince didn't send you here to flirt with other women. I came here for you to tell her who she is. Also, what's going on with Meng Yuan? Yi Junqing couldn't help but fly into a rage. He had Yan Nanxing secretly investigate Yao Moen. Tonight, he had wanted to take Yao Moen down a notch and suppress her arrogance. However, Yan Nanxing's performance really made him lose a lot of face. Prince has been with Moen for so long, could it be that you don't know who Moen is? As for the business in Meng Yuan, eldest sister had taken pity on Moen's naivety a few years ago, so she had privately left it for Moen to rely on. Prince can actually just ask Warner. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing, her clear eyes sparkling with a faint light. Yes, she's right. Yan Nanxing placed his hand on his perfectly curved jaw and nodded solemnly. When Yan Nanxing saw how furious Yi Junqing was, a trace of comfort flashed through his heart. When he had found out about Yao Moxin's death, Yi Junqing had been completely dumbfounded. No matter what he said, no matter what he did, he didn't respond. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart, so that was how it should be. It was rare for someone to be able to pique his interest. This junior brother of his, had finally become lively. My ass. This king wants you to speak. Yi Junqing looked towards Yan Nanxing furiously. He didn't believe a single word Yao Moen said. It's the same if I say it. However, Nanxing really wants to know, Warner, have you always been this shrewd, or did you only become this wise after leaving Joyous Spring Brothel? As the head of the Martial Arts Alliance, Yan Nanxing naturally had a way to investigate Yao Moen thoroughly. This matter concerned his junior brother's safety, so he naturally put in a lot of effort. Chapter 54. Nanxing and Moen are truly like-minded people. Yao Moen smiled. At the side, Yi Junqing caught the table in time to make sure that he didn't fall over in his anger. What like-minded people? You're just birds of the same feather. Humph. Yi Junqing abruptly got up and stormed off. Only when he was sure that Yi Junqing had left did Yan Nanqing restrain the ridicule in his eyes and look towards Yao Moen solemnly. If you can make Ben Lei submit, then Miss definitely won't harm Junqing. However, Nanqing still wants to ask, what is Mrs. True intentions? Yan Nanqing's tone was calm but it was extremely dignified. It was hard to lie under his gaze. Alliance Head only needs to know that Moen won't harm the esteemed prince. As for my intentions, Moen will tell you the truth one day. However, now is not the time, so I hope Alliance Head can forgive me, replied Yao Moen calmly. Once Yan Nanqing left, Yao Moen slowly let go of Fluffy and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. When she didn't find Yi Junqing in the East Wing, she knew where he had gone. As she walked under the moonlight, her heart gradually calmed down. In the willow forest outside Changle Palace, she saw that familiar figure standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. Yi Junqing's side profile seemed to be covered in a layer of silver in the moonlight, making him look even more elegant and handsome. The night wind blew his long, ink-like hair, making him seem like an immortal general who had arrived on the moon and wind, untainted by a speck of dust. His figure was as steady as ever. Yi Junqing like this could attract the adoration and respect of countless noble young ladies with just a casual stand, but there was only one person in his eyes. Her heart ached for no reason. If she had chosen Yi Junqing back then instead of Yi Hongyi, what would the result have been? However, in this world, the cheapest things were what-ifs, and the most useless things were also what-ifs. This willow forest is a part of Changle Palace. It can also be considered a restricted area. Yao Moen walked towards Yi Junqing gracefully, the threat in her voice far less than concern. This prince had thought that you'd be drinking 300 cups with that love-struck fool in Guan Osprey Palace. Yi Junqing snorted coldly, but his gaze never left Changle Palace. How could Mo Wan's appearance enter the eyes of that great figure? Those are just jokes, why does Prince care? Yao Moen slowly walked over to Yi Junqing's side and followed his gaze towards Changle Palace. This was the place where she had spent the first half of her life, but now all that was left was disgust. This prince doesn't care about you. Yi Junqing suddenly felt that his words weren't right and immediately tried to explain himself. In his heart, there was only Ma Xin. There was no room for any other woman. Even if she was as intelligent as Ma Xin, even if she was as beautiful as Ma Xin, even if she was Ma Xin's younger sister, she was still not Ma Xin. Prince, don't worry. Moen knows her own limits. Yao Moen's expression was mournful as she replied sorrowfully. Her eyes gradually became watery as she gazed at Changle Palace. If there was anything worth remembering in that place, it would be the 10 months she spent with Zhong'er. Every time she placed her hand on her abdomen, she felt as if a vigorous little life was growing strong and healthy. In the next second, the scene in the cold palace suddenly appeared in front of Yao Moen's eyes. She felt a sharp pain in her chest and her vision was suddenly shrouded in blood. Right after that, Yao Moen's vision went pitch black and she heard an urgent call by her ear. Chapter 55. After becoming Imperial Gui Fei, the number of times Yi Hongyi went to Pure Flower's palace had decreased. This gave Yao Sulwan a headache. Now that the position was empty, other than her, the 4 great Gui Fei were also eager to try. If she was the slightest bit careless, someone else would beat her to it. At this moment, Yao Sulwan was rubbing her forehead in thought. Nyang Nyang, eldest madam has come to see you. Kai Ying walked lightly to Yao Sulwan's side and murmured quietly. Hurry and announce it. Yao Sulwan sighed and temporarily threw away her worries. When Do Xianglan came in, Yao Sulwan was stunned. Mother. What happened to you? Did father do it? Seeing the finger marks on both sides of Do Xianglan's face, Yao Sulwan's gaze turned cold and she questioned angrily. Daughter. Mother. Mother has suffered. The moment Do Xianglan saw Yao Sulwan, she suddenly threw herself at her with tears pouring out. She wailed like a pig being slaughtered. Yu Ji. Tell me, what's going on? You. What happened to your leg? Yao Sulwan saw her mother crying her heart out and immediately looked at Yu Ji who had accompanied her. She found that Yu Ji was limping when she walked. Replying Imperial Gui Fei, Yu Ji's leg was crippled by that little bastard Yao Yu with a pearl hairpin. Also, this morning, eldest madam received an imperial edict as soon as she woke up. Not only did it strip eldest madam of her title of second-rank madam, it also ordered eldest madam to slap herself 30 times and have An Bingshan supervise the punishment. That An Bingshan also didn't know why, even though eldest madam had clearly used a lot of strength. He said he didn't hear anything and forced eldest madam to slap herself 20 more times. 50 slaps, how could eldest madam endure it? Yu Ji wiped her tears and mournfully explained. Imperial edict. How could it be like this? Yao Sulwan supported Do Xianglan to sit on the Gui Fei chair in disbelief and turned to order Kai Ying to get some ointment for her face. Daughter. How did you provoke His Majesty? Why would His Majesty give that imperial edict? Mother, getting beaten is a small matter, but if you can't keep your title of Imperial Gui Fei, then our future days will be difficult. Do Xianglan recalled Yao Zhenting's disdainful gaze when she received the imperial edict and her heart turned cold. If he didn't have Yao Sulwan, this protective talisman, at best, he would be kicked out of court, at worst, he would lose his life. How could your daughter have the chance to provoke the emperor? Ever since that idiot was conferred the title, His Majesty practically stayed at Guan Osprey Palace every night. Even if he didn't go for 2 or 3 days, he would still go to Consort Qin and the other noble consorts' places. I won't hide it from Mother, His Majesty hasn't stepped into daughter's Pure Flowers Palace for half a month. Yao Sulwan furrowed her brows. Compared to when she was consortly, it was as if she had been banished to the cold palace. For a moment, Yao Sulwan even felt that the reason His Majesty pampered her so much before was because he wanted to use her to get rid of Yao Moshin. Now that Yao Moshin was dead, she no longer had any value. It's that Yao Mo one again. She must have said bad things about me to the emperor, so the emperor sent an imperial edict to help prevent her anger. But I just don't understand. She's an idiot, why does the emperor like her? Also, ever since that Yao Yu came back from the imperial palace, he's become more and more outrageous. All day long, he holds an embroidery needle and stands guard by Su Muzi's side. Whoever dares to bully that lowly woman, he'll use the embroidery needle to stab them. Yesterday, a servant girl was chased all over the courtyard by him and was stabbed so miserably. This was definitely also taught by Yao Mo Wan. Normally, I see that she's silly, but I didn't expect that she actually has such a bad heart. Do Xianglan slapped her thigh and said hatefully. Father doesn't care. Yao Sulwan endured her anger and took the ointment from Kai Ying's hands, carefully applying it to Do Xianglan's face. Chapter 56. It's all this old one's fault for trusting Gao Momo. Otherwise, that idiot would have gone to hell long ago. Daughter, what should we do now? Do Xianglan looked towards Yao Sulwan nervously. Mother, don't be impatient. Isn't it just an idiot? It's not a problem for Ben Gong. Go back first. Try not to provoke Su Muzi and Yao Yu for the next 2 days. Yao Sulwan's eyes turned cold. That's fine, then you have to be careful. Do Xianglan pulled her daughter with heartache. And, don't worry. Daughter will soon let father know who it is that is carrying the glory of Yao family's ancestors. Yao Sulwan narrowed her eyes as her heart filled with hatred. The inner room of Guan Osprey Palace was completely silent. On the soft couch, the brocade bedding in Yao Mo Wan's hands was already crumpled out of shape. Her limpid eyes stared straight at the top of the bed. In order to hide the cause of his death, Yi Hongyi didn't hesitate to kill everyone who knew and even set fire to the cold palace, not leaving a single trace. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of others, he definitely would have destroyed Changle Palace as well. But what to do? I'm alive again. Yi Hongyi, this is probably something you couldn't even dream of, right? Nyang Nyang, you woke up. You scared this servant to death. As Yao Mo Wan was deep in thought, the room door creaked open. When Ting Yu saw that Yao Mo Wan had moved, she immediately walked over with the basin. Did I sleep for a long time? Yao Mo Wan sighed inwardly and got up. It's already been noon since the esteemed prince carried you back last night. Ting Yu supported Yao Mo Wan to the dressing table, then turned to hand Yao Mo Wan a towel dipped in warm water. Last night, it was the esteemed prince who carried Ben Gong back. Yao Mo Wan's lips curved into a faint smile as she recalled that figure that seemed to be riding the wind under the moonlight. But the esteemed prince's complexion was extremely bad last night. Ting Yu didn't dare to describe how the esteemed prince had forcefully thrown her master onto the couch. It was as if her master was a god of plague that wanted to get rid of him. Yao Mo Wan smiled lightly. Even if Ting Yu didn't say it, she could imagine what kind of icy expression Yi Junqing had last night. Just then, Lu Xing ran in from outside. Reporting to Your Highness, news has arrived from the Prime Minister residence. It says that First Madam received an imperial edict this morning. Not only was she stripped of her title as a second-rank madam, she was also ordered to slap herself 30 times. Moreover, because An Bingshan deliberately made things difficult for her, she was slapped 20 times more. After De Furen was punished, she entered the imperial palace. When this servant came, De Furen had already left Pure Flower's palace. Soon after, the imperial Gui Fei left the palace for the imperial study. Lu Xing reported all the information he had obtained. Is that so? It's rare for your majesty to care so much about the words of a fool. Yao Mo Wan's lips curved into a smile, the disdain in her eyes clear. How satisfying. Nyang Nyang, then what should we do now? Ting Yu looked towards Yao Moan excitedly. She knew that this matter definitely had something to do with her master. Of course it's to prepare lunch. Although this consort isn't hungry, this consort mustn't neglect the esteemed prince. Yao Moan got up gracefully and walked out of the bedroom. At the side, Ting Yu and Lu Xing looked at each other in confusion. They knew that their masters must have their own plans, so they didn't say anything more. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi sat upright on the dragon throne, his brush occasionally sweeping across the memorials on the table. In front of the table, Yao Sulwan had already waited for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. If the imperial Gui Fei has come to plead for leniency on behalf of the Prime Minister Residence's madam, then leave. We don't want to hear it, said Yi Hongyi coldly when he saw that Yao Sulwan wasn't speaking. Chapter 57. Other than thanking Your Majesty, Sulwan also has another matter to report to Your Majesty. Yao Sulwan's expression turned serious. Sit down and talk. Yi Hongyi lowered his gaze again, not noticing the change in Yao Sulwan's expression as he continued to read the memorials. 2 days ago, this concubine found out from Yao Fei that the Empress had left something very important for Yao Fei. Yao Sulwan said quietly as she stared at Yi Hongyi's expression. As expected, when he heard the word Empress, Yi Hongyi's hand suddenly stopped moving, but he still didn't look at Yao Sulwan. Seeing that Yi Hongyi didn't say anything, Yao Sulwan continued. This concubine guessed that the Empress already knew of your Majesty's intentions and left behind some sort of heaven-defying evidence. Now that the esteemed prince and Yao Fei are both living in Guan Osprey Palace, if that important thing falls into the esteemed prince's hands, Imperial Gui Fei also thinks that Jin's intelligence is inferior to the Empress. The sinister voice sounded like a death knell from hell. Yao Suwan was shocked when she heard it. She had unknowingly touched His Majesty's reverse scale. Your Majesty, please forgive me, this concubine didn't mean that. This concubine was afraid that the paper wouldn't cover the fire. If Yao Fei obtained that important thing, the consequences would be unthinkable. Your Majesty is wise, this concubine definitely didn't have any other intentions. Yao Suwan knelt on the ground with a thud, her body trembling. Everyone in the Imperial Palace who knew about that matter has already gone to hell, except Jin, and you, beloved concubine. Yi Hongyi emphasized each word, his dark brown pupils suddenly contracting. Your Majesty, please forgive me, this concubine was just worried that if, then don't let that happen. With a crack, the red brush broke in the middle, leaving a long smear of red on the memorial. Yi Hongyi abruptly swung his hand and the broken brush fell in front of Yao Suwan. This concubine knows. This concubine promises to bury this matter in my heart forever, no no no. This concubine already doesn't know what happened. Yao Suwan swore incoherently and kowtowed like a chicken pecking at rice. Leave! Yi Hongyi roared. Yao Suwan crawled out of the imperial study as if she had been pardoned. When he saw that the door was tightly shut, Yi Hongyi tightly gripped the memorial in his hands. In the next second, he abruptly tore the memorial in his hands into shreds and threw it out. The entire imperial study seemed to be thrown into the air. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Junqing couldn't help but sneer as he watched Yao Moan continue to feed herself. Some people really don't know how heavy they are. It was very difficult for Yi Junqing to compare the current Yao Moan, who was full of vigor and vitality, to the pale-faced lovely person who had fallen into his arms last night. Moan always thought that Prince hated Moan. If Moan died, it's very likely that Prince would decorate the place with lanterns and banners and music. Now it seems that Moan was the one who had gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty person. Yao Moan didn't care about Yi Junqing's ridicule and lifted her brows as she looked towards him with clear eyes. Regarding this point, this prince wants to explain. Consort Yao has always been right. If Consort Yao had fainted last night in the wilderness infested with wild wolves, this prince would definitely have left on my own and wouldn't have stopped to rest, said Yi Junqing seriously. Yao Moan's lips twitched. She never knew that Yi Junqing had such a venomous tongue. These words really made her blush with shame. Chapter 58. Yao Moan couldn't help but smile when she saw Yi Junqing's tall figure disappear from her line of sight. Your Highness, this servant feels that this esteemed prince seems to be targeting Your Highness. Your Highness should be more careful in the future. Tingyu moved closer to Yao Moan with Fluffy in her arms. Tingyu, remember, he's the one we need to be least wary of in the entire inner palace. Yao Moan put away the warmth in her eyes and turned to look towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing, have you found the person I asked you to find? Replying Your Highness, I've found her. Nurse Chen from the Prime Minister residence has been doing rough chores like chopping firewood and fetching water in the outer kitchen. This Nurse Chen's daughter was originally serving Big Madam, but due to a small matter, Big Madam beat her into a cripple. Later on, because the wound worsened, she didn't receive treatment in time and lost her life. Looking at it, this Nurse Chen and Big Madam have an irreconcilable grudge, replied Lu Xing solemnly. I really don't know how many blood debts Do Madam has stained her hands these past few years. Since Nurse Chen is trustworthy, let her do it. As Yao Moan spoke, she handed the paper bag in her sleeve to Lu Xing. Yes, Lu Xing will do it right away. Lu Xing took the paper bag and respectfully retreated. That night, when Yi Hongyi walked into Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was in a daze as she caressed Fluffy. What happened to Jin's baby? Outside the palace, Tingyu originally wanted to report but was stopped by Yi Hongyi. Yao Moen didn't even get to speak before tears began to flow. Warner, what happened? Who bullied you? Tell Jin will help you. Yi Hongyi hurriedly walked to Yao Moen's side and held up that extremely aggrieved little face. His heart ached to the extreme. Your Majesty. Is Warner an idiot? Isn't she? Yao Moen cried so heartbroken that her tears rolled down like they were free. What happened? Yi Hongyi's eyes instantly turned cold as he continuously wiped away the moisture in the corners of Yao Moen's eyes. Its eldest sister's soul sand tree. Yao Moen choked out as she looked towards Yi Hongyi with glistening eyes. You went to Soul Sand Garden. The hand Yi Hongyi used to support Yao Moen's face couldn't help but tremble. As the name suggested, the Soul Sand Garden was planted with a type of tree known as the Soul Sand. The trees were covered with snow-white flowers that bloomed day and night, regardless of the 4 seasons. Even now, Yi Hongyi still didn't know where Yao Moxin had gotten these tree seeds from. He only knew that every night, she would go to Soul Sand Garden. According to Yao Moxin, these soul sand trees corresponded to the stars in the sky. For example, the soul sand tree directly north of the garden represented Crepe Myrtle Star, the sovereign of all stars in the sky. It was also his fate. As long as the flowers on that tree were dazzling and didn't wither, it meant that his position as emperor would forever be stable. Ever since the construction of the Soul Sand Garden, most of the other soul sand trees in the garden had dimmed and withered. Only the tree that represented his birth chart had not withered in any of the 4 seasons and had never withered. Chapter 59. Really? Your Majesty is the best. Yao Moen suddenly stopped crying and smiled like a flower. Her tearful smile bewitched Yi Hongyi's mind like a curse. Does Wana really know how to observe the stars at night? Ever since Yao Moxin died, he had the imperial astronomer go to Soul Sand Garden, but it was to no avail. Of course I know, but Warner has never told anyone else. Eldest sister doesn't allow it. Yao Moen nodded seriously and looked around. Jin isn't anyone else, right? In the future, can Warner tell Jin what you see in the sky? Yi Hongyi hooked Yao Moen's nose and said dotingly. All right. Yao Moen suddenly wanted to laugh. Bullshit night observation. Back then, she had only used Soul Sand Garden to get rid of quite a few treacherous officials for Yi Hongyi, but now... There's still time, Moen will definitely let you see the beauty of Soul Sand Garden. Looking at Yao Mo1's clear and pure beautiful eyes, Yi Hongyi carried Yao Mo1 horizontally in his arms as if he was holding the world's most precious treasure and walked towards the inner room with large strides. The view on the bed was boundless and the 2 bodies were entangled together. However, there was only one person's heart that was excited. As soon as the time passed, Yi Hongyi got up and brushed his lips against Yao Mo1's cheek. Then, he hastily put on his dragon robe and left. Only when the nauseating smell dispersed did Yao Mo1 open her eyes. There was a deep and cold light in the depths of her eyes. She couldn't remember exactly when En Bingshan had been favored, but ever since En Bingshan had been favored, Yi Hongyi would get up and leave every day. Whether it was in Chang'e Palace before, Guan Osprey Palace now, or even other palaces, this habit never changed. Yao Moen knew that there was something fishy about this, but she wasn't in a hurry to investigate. Right now, she had more important things to do. It was still early, so Yao Mo1 was just about to close her eyes and go back to sleep when a chill suddenly assaulted her. Yao Mo Wand abruptly opened her eyes and saw a woman dressed in black night clothes standing in front of her bed. Her face was as white as snow and her facial features were exquisite and exquisite. Her appearance was so beautiful that it could captivate fishes and birds. Who are you? Yao Moan straightened her body and looked at the woman in front of her with a stern expression. Her gaze was as firm as a blade and didn't contain any fear or timidity. Subordinate Yin Schwab greets master. The woman clenched her fists and suddenly knelt on the ground as she spoke respectfully. Her voice was sweet like an oriole, yet it carried an indescribable murderous intent. What did you call me? Yao Moan looked towards the woman in astonishment. This subordinate obeys the orders of Phoenix Feather Villa's young master. From now on, Consort Yao will be my master. Whatever master wants this subordinate to do, this subordinate swears to obey with my life. Yin Shui knelt on one knee and spoke word by word in a sonorous and forceful manner. You're Yan Nanqing's man. Yao Mo Wan's shapely brows knit together tightly as the image of that curvy red dress suddenly appeared in her mind. Especially that peerless beauty that was set off by that red dress, it was very hard to forget. From now on, this subordinate belongs to Consort Yao. Yin Shui's voice was elegant, but it was full of dominance. And this consort wants you to disappear immediately. Yao Moan only wanted to test the waters, but unexpectedly, just as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past and there was nothing left in front of her. Ha! Seriously? Yao Mo Wan laughed involuntarily, then immediately fell asleep. She was truly too tired. During breakfast, Yao Moan thought back to what happened in the morning and felt like she was dreaming. While she was in a daze, Fluffy suddenly scurried onto the table and boldly licked the ginseng porridge on the table. Chapter 60. You didn't leave. Yao Moan was shocked that in the blink of an eye, she hadn't even seen how Yin Shui had appeared. Fluffy was already in her arms. This subordinate has always been by Master's side. As long as Master says the word, this subordinate will naturally appear, replied Yin Shui respectfully. Yin Shui. Why are you here? Why are you calling her Master? When Yi Junqing saw the person who had attacked, he was shocked. Yin Shui acted as if she hadn't heard Yi Junqing's question and continued to stand respectfully by Yao Moan's side. Although it was a bit hard to believe, Yao Moan was very happy with Yan Nanqing's gift. You can leave after unsealing his acupuncture point. Yao Moan lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. In practically the blink of an eye, only Yao Moan and Yi Junqing remained in the main hall. Just what is your relationship with Yan Nanqing? How could he bear to give Yin Shui to you? What a waste of a heavenly gift. Yi Junqing felt like he was being thrown into disarray by the wind. Everything had changed. It was as if his heart had already died, but every time he saw Yao Moan, his heart would beat incomparably fiercely. This woman, with just the slightest curve of her lips, was enough to anger him to death. Doesn't Prince feel that protecting this consort is Yin Shui's honor? It's as if eating with this consort is Prince's good fortune from several lifetimes. Yao Moan stroked Fluffy arrogantly as she looked towards Yi Junqing proudly. You really think highly of yourself. Based on the fact that you've never heard of the illustrious Yin clan of the Jianghu. Anyone fortunate enough to have a descendant of the Yin clan as a hidden guard will be able to live a carefree life and die of old age. In this generation, there are only two descendants of the Yin clan, Yin Xiong and Yin Shui. Yin Xiong is currently the hidden guard of Great Shu's crown prince, Chu Maobei, while Yin Shui is protecting Phoenix Feather Manor's Yan Nanqing. Yi Junqing's words truly shocked Yao Moan. She had never expected Yan Nanqing to be so generous. However, when she thought about it, her smile deepened. Having a senior brother like this was truly Yi Junqing's good fortune. Is that so? Prince, can I trouble you to look up and see if there's a halo above Moen's head? Otherwise, why does everyone like Moen so much? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing happily. Who said that? This king doesn't like it. The thing that Yi Junqing hated the most about Yao Moen was that no matter how arrogant she was, it was impossible for him to hate her. Then Prince is not a human. Yao Moen put away the mischievous expression on her face and hugged Fluffy as she resentfully walked past Yi Junqing and out of Guan Osprey Palace. What did you say? Yi Junqing's voice reverberated through Guan Osprey Palace. At the side, Tingyu carefully walked to Yao Moen's side. Nyang Nyang, did you make the esteemed prince angry again? After a few rounds of fighting, Tingyu suddenly felt some sympathy for Yi Junqing. For better or for worse, he was a dignified prince, but now he was being bullied by his master to the point where he was losing his cool. It's a good thing that you're angry. Yao Moen pursed her cherry lips, her smile deep. Now that he had Yin Shui, some things would be much easier to handle. Look at Nyang Nyang, it's as if Prince never got angry in the past. Muttered Tingyu. Yao Moen didn't say anything. She thought about it carefully and realized that Yi Junqing had never gotten angry in front of her. No matter how excessive her request was, he would only stay silent for a moment before agreeing without hesitation, just like Yi Yilangchuan. Nyang Nyang, where are we going now? Asked Tingyu as she jogged to catch up to Yao Moen. Chapter 61. What a beautiful garden. Nyang Nyang, what kind of tree is this? Tingyu exclaimed in shock at the scenery in front of her. The Seoul sand trees in the garden were blooming with snow-colored flowers. As far as the eye could see, it was as if snow had fallen on the branches. Seoul sand trees, flowers that bloom throughout the 4 seasons. The flower fragrance is light and elegant, the petals are as white as cotton. Yao Mo released Fluffy Z and slowly walked into the Seoul sand garden. Nyang Nyang, does this garden really correspond to the stars in the sky? Asked Tingyu curiously when she heard Yao Mo-wan's explanation last night. What do you think? Yao Mo-wan smiled slightly. Her gaze landed on the Seoul sand tree that represented Yi Hongyi's fate in the north. Tingyu can't guess. Tingyu hurried to catch up to Yao Mo-wan. However, since Yao Mo-wan didn't say anything, she stopped asking. Actually, what the Seoul sand tree represented didn't have much to do with her as a servant. All she had to do was protect her master, thought Tingyu. When she arrived in front of the Seoul sand tree in the north, Yao Mo-wan couldn't help but touch the tree trunk. The fine texture was like a woman's skin, flawless and smooth to the touch. Back then, she had spent a lot of effort in order for this tree to grow strong and lush, but now, Yao Mo-wan took out a silver needle from her sleeve and stabbed it into the Seoul sand tree trunk. She repeated the needle about 10 times before putting it away. Nyang Nyang, what are you doing? Asked Tingyu in confusion at Yao Mo-wan's strange actions. You'll know in 2 days. Yao Moen's lips curled up slightly. Then she walked over to the nearby Seoul sand tree and sprinkled the powder she had prepared in her sleeves onto the tree. Tingyu was confused but didn't ask further. Master had her own reasons for doing things. That night, Yao Mo-wan called Yin Shui out and gave her a few instructions. Then she left Tingyu and Lu Xing in the palace and went to Pure Flower's palace alone. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Kai-ying looked at the mess on the ground and didn't dare to go forward. Damn Jiao Mo-xin. She's already dead and she even implicated Ben Gong by His Majesty. She's really haunting me. Whenever she thought of Yi Hongyi's cold expression in the imperial study, Ao Sulwan felt her blood rush to her head. At that time, His Majesty had clearly hinted that once Yao Mo-xin died, she would be the only choice to become the empress. But now, not only did she not become the empress, but she was also neglected. she really couldn't accept it. Your Highness, don't be angry. Perhaps His Majesty is still angry. From this servant's point of view, His Majesty still cares about Nyang Nyang, otherwise, he wouldn't have granted Nyang Nyang the title of Imperial Gui Fei. Now that the middle palace is empty, Nyang Nyang is the person in charge of the inner palace. It's enough to see how much importance His Majesty places on Nyang Nyang. Kai Ying carefully comforted. Humph. He only cared about that idiot Yao Mo Wan. Every time that idiot causes trouble, he always indulges her to the heavens. This time, it was also that Yao Moan who mentioned Yamoshin. This consort only reminded His Majesty, yet His Majesty pushed the blame onto this consort. I really don't know what's so good about that fool. His Majesty seems to have lost his mind. Yao Sulwan threw away the teacup in her hand, her eyes filled with anger. This servant also doesn't understand. Although Consort Yao's appearance is a bit elegant, she's still a fool. Why does His Majesty fall in love with her? Kai Ying shook her head and asked doubtfully. Pa. What Consort Yao? She's just an idiot. Yao Sulwan clenched her teeth and cursed. Right at this time, Yao Mo Wan walked into Pure Flower's palace dressed in splendid attire. What is second older sister saying? Mo Wan seems to have heard her own name. Yao Mo Wan looked towards Yao Sulwan with her usual innocence, her eyes smiling. Ah. You. Why did you come? Yao Sulwan glanced at Yao Mo Wan in shock and said resentfully. Naturally it's to miss second older sister. What? Second older sister doesn't like Mo Wan. Yao Mo Wan couldn't help but sneer when she saw the iciness on Yao Sulwan's face. You can't keep pretending now. Of course not. Where's Tingyu, that servant girl? She didn't follow. Yao Sulwan subconsciously looked behind Yao Mo Wan. Seeing that no one had followed in, she relaxed. Yao Mo Wan's ears weren't good, but that didn't mean that the ears of those two lowly servants serving her weren't good. Mo Wan wanted to chat with second older sister and didn't want them to nag, so she told them not to follow. Chapter 62. What's wrong with second older sister? Who made you angry? Warner will go tell His Majesty right now and have His Majesty vent for second older sister. Yao Moan knew that Yao Sulwan had only come back to throw a tantrum because of Yi Hongyi. Don't. Cough cough. It was Ben Gong who accidentally broke it. Didn't you want to talk to Ben Gong? Let's go to the Imperial Garden. Kai Ying, stay here and tidy up this place. Yao Sulwan immediately stopped Yao Moan and pretended to be calm. Sure. Yao Moan's lips curved into a smile, then she pulled Yao Sulwan out of Pure Flower's palace. When Yao Sulwan saw the small hand wrapped around her arm, she immediately flung it off. However, things were different now, so she could only endure it. The jade rabbit rose from the east and the twilight gradually deepened. Yao Mo Wan deliberately pulled Yao Sulwan, who had a heavy heart, to the side of Jade Lake, which was the most remote place in the Imperial Garden. Moan Ah, second older sister heard that eldest sister left you some treasure. What was it? Yao Sulwan wanted to get the relevant evidence. Based on her understanding of Yao Moshin, if it wasn't something extremely important, Yao Moshin definitely wouldn't be so mysterious. How did second older sister know? Eldest sister only told Moan. Yao Moan blinked and looked towards Yao Sulwan. When she saw Yao Sulwan's anxious expression, a trace of coldness flashed through her heart. Ben Gong. Ben Gong naturally knows that eldest sister also left something for Ben Gong. So Ben Gong wants to see whether the thing eldest sister left for you is better or the thing she left for Ben Gong is better. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Moan seriously. How come Ben Gong doesn't remember leaving something for a despicable person like you? If there was, then it would be endless hatred. The cold voice came out of Yao Moan's mouth like a ghost. At this moment, Yao Moan suddenly narrowed her eyes. Her expression was as calm as water and her clear eyes flashed with a dark green light. You! What nonsense are you saying? Yao Sulwan choked and looked towards Yao Moan in disbelief. She instinctively retreated. She couldn't look directly into Yao Moan's eyes. Heaven's evil can be forgiven, but one's own evil cannot be forgiven. Yao Sulwan, you owe Ben Gong more than just one life. How are you going to return it? The dark voice was indistinct as if it came from the distant underworld. Yao Moan walked towards Yao Sulwan step by step, the light in her eyes brightening. You're Yao Machine. Impossible. Impossible. Yao Moan. You idiot. What the hell are they doing? Just as Yao Sulwan gathered her courage and charged forward, Yao Moan's body suddenly floated into the air. Her gorgeous clothes fluttered in the wind, fluttering as if she was a ghost. Ah! How could this be? You! Who are you? Large beads of cold sweat appeared on Yao Sulwan's forehead. She stumbled backwards and suddenly tripped on a rock. Her entire body fell to the ground. The moonlight shone on her face, making it as pale as paper. It's obvious, isn't it? Yao Sulwan, this consort won't let you off. He would not let Do Xianglan off. He definitely wouldn't let Yi Hongyi off. For every person that has harmed Ben Gong will make them slowly suffer in pain until they die. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yao Mo Wan's cold gaze shot towards Yao Sulwan like a sharp blade. Following her hand gesture, Yao Mo Wan's body landed steadily on the ground and she continued to walk towards Yao Sulwan step by step. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Ah, just as Yao Sulwan was about to turn around and run, her body suddenly floated in the air. Immediately after, there was the sound of someone falling into the water. Help! Help! Ah! There's a ghost. Yao Mo Wan only signaled for Yin Shui, who was hiding in the dark, to get her out when she saw that Yao Sulwan had enough of flopping around in the water. Second older sister. What happened to you? Mo Wan was just dozing off. How did you fall into the lake? Yao Mo Wan recovered her innocent appearance and reached out to help Yao Sulwan up. However, Yao Sulwan pushed her away as if she had seen a plague. Go away. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. You shouldn't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for showing off. It's His Majesty who can't tolerate you. If you want someone to pay with their life, you should look for His Majesty. Don't touch me. Yao Sulwan trembled like a drowned rat. Her feet kept kicking in Yao Mo Wan's direction and her hands flailed about as if she was afraid of being touched by Yao Mo Wan. Second older sister, what are you saying? You're already this wet, Mo Wan will send you back. The moment Yao Mo Wan's fingertips touched Yao Sulwan, she saw Yao Sulwan wave her hand fiercely. Then she staggered up and ran in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. When Yao Mo Wan saw Yao Sulwan's sorry figure, her lips curved into a cold smile. That kind of forbearance was still seen as showing off one's ability. Then Ben Gong should really let you all properly experience what it means to show off one's ability. Chapter 63. Under the moonlight, the enchanting face of the man in front of him seemed to be plated with a layer of silver, emitting a faint halo of light. His exquisite facial features were fair and flawless, causing all the women in the world to blush with shame. His black hair flowed down to his waist, and when the wind blew, it drew a beautiful arc. Especially his long and narrow eyes, with just a glance, it was as if his soul had been sucked out, causing him to suffocate. How could you have fainted from fright? You should have fainted because of my appearance, right? Yan Nanqing's feet touched the ground lightly. You really aren't modest at all. Even if Yao Moen believed that Yan Nanqing had the qualifications to be arrogant, he should still be more low-key, right? Nanqing wants to be humble, but there's really no reason for me to be humble. Yan Nanqing walked slowly to stand in front of Yao Moen. His demonic eyes seemed to contain light smoke as they glowed resplendently. Tisk. Yao Moen very calmly rolled her eyes at Yan Nanqing. She finally understood just how confident Yan Nanqing was in his own beauty. Furthermore, this confidence came from the bottom of his heart and had already reached an indestructible level. What kind of attitude is that? In any case, I still gave you a big gift, so you should be thanking me. When Yan Nanqing saw that Yao Moen was about to turn and leave, he immediately chased after her. Thank you. Moen is still waiting for you to thank me. Yao Moen looked at Yan Nanqing in a matter-of-fact manner. What? What a joke. Yin Shui is the secret guard I am most proud of. Now that Nanqing has given her to you, you want me to thank you. Is there any justice in this world? Yan Nanqing's eyes widened as she looked at Yao Moen, who had her arms crossed in front of her chest. It's fine if you don't want to thank me. Just directly bring Yin Shui to Yi Junqing and see if he wants it or not. What do you mean? Yan Nanqing lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Moen. If Yi Junqing is willing to accept your good intentions, then Moen doesn't think that such a large piece of meat pie will fall into my lap. Now that Moen has reluctantly accepted Yin Shui, it means that she has agreed to protect Yi Junqing. This is such a big favor, you better think about returning it. Yao Moen looked towards Yan Nanqing with a serious expression and saw that his expression had already changed slightly. You're distorting the truth. Yan Nanqing was flustered. He had originally come to ask for a favor, so how did he end up owing her a favor? Justice is in the hearts of the people, replied Yao Moen concisely. Ahem. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Just a moment ago, with just a few words, they were able to find the cause of Yao Moxin's death. Nanqing had been investigating for a long time, but he still couldn't find a single clue. However, even if Yao Sulwan personally admits it, there's still no evidence. Yan Nanqing exclaimed with heartfelt admiration, but at the same time, he revealed a troubled expression. Why do you need evidence? Yao Moen's heart trembled slightly as she asked suspiciously. There's no evidence, but that brat Junqing doesn't believe it. Yan Nanqing looked towards Yao Moen as if it was a matter of course. Why should I make him believe me? Yao Moen suddenly stopped and looked towards Yan Nanqing. If he believed that Yao Moxin was killed by Yi Hongyi, he wouldn't be sitting and waiting for death like this. He would definitely be able to pull himself together. Chapter 64. And then, let the esteemed prince carry the infamy of regicide for the rest of his life. You want the great hero in the eyes of the world to be a coward for the rest of his life, only able to hide in your phoenix feather manor. Moreover, what would a person do when all hope was turned to dust? Can you really guarantee that the esteemed prince won't follow Yao Moxin? Yao Moen's every word was as cold as ice. Every word was like a heavy bell ringing in Yan Nanqing's heart. He actually hadn't thought of this. Cough cough. I was just saying, what are you so anxious about? Seeing Yao Moen's phoenix eyes like bells, Yan Nanqing couldn't help but shrug and speak resentfully. I can't even think about it. Yao Moen said resentfully. Even though Yao Moen knew that Yan Nanqing was confused out of concern, she still couldn't help but scold him. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Yan Nanqing told Yi Junqing the truth as he had just thought. Whatever you say is right, that's fine, right? But then again, I didn't think that Yao Machine would have a younger sister who's so good at hiding her strength and biding her time. You've been acting dumb for so many years, how did you manage to persevere? Yan Nanxing asked sincerely. Yin Shui. Throw this bastard into the lake. Yao Moan had just finished speaking when she heard a splash behind her. Yao Moan was startled. When she looked back, Yan Nanxing had already fallen into the lake. His red dress floated on the surface of the water like a blooming red flower. It was too beautiful to behold. He really was your former master. Yao Moan was shocked and looked towards Yin Shui in astonishment. Yes. Yin Shui didn't say much. Cough cough. You can leave now. Yao Mo Wan cursed silently in her heart. In this lifetime, even if she was beaten to death, she would never give Yin Shui away. Definitely. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Kai Ying walked out of the palace gate with a gown in her hand. She just happened to see a figure stumbling over. Empress. Nyang Nyang, what happened to you? Kai Ying was shocked and hastily supported Yao Suwan. Ghost. It's Yao Machine. She had come to lock his soul. Kai Ying. Help me. Save me. Yao Suwan was still in a state of shock as she dragged her wet body and staggered into Pure Flower's palace. Kai Ying knew that it was a taboo in the palace and immediately turned her hand to close the palace doors tightly. She then helped Yao Suwan to sit on the chaise lounge. Your Highness. Didn't you go out with Consort Yao? How did it become like this? Is Consort Yao alright? Kai Ying anxiously asked. She knew in her heart that His Majesty cared about Yao Mo Wan. If something happened to Yao Mo Wan, it would definitely alarm His Majesty. Her family's Nyang was currently speaking without restraint, so she definitely couldn't see His Majesty. Yao Mo Wan, don't look for me. After hearing the 3 words Yao Mo Wan, Yao Su Wan became even more agitated. She swung her hand and shoved Kai Ying to the ground, then got up and ran into the inner room. Kai Ying naturally did not dare to delay and hurriedly got up to chase after him. The next day, Yao Sulwan caught a cold as expected and her mind was in a daze. Seeing the imperial physician remove his hand from Yao Sulwan's wrist, Kai Ying hurriedly steps forward. Imperial physician Jing, is Her Highness all right? On the bed, Yao Sulwan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. She placed her hand on her forehead as she thought back to last night's events. Was her eyesight playing tricks on her? Or was Yao Mo Wan really possessed by a ghost? Congratulations, Your Ladyship. Your Ladyship has been pregnant for more than a month. Imperial physician Jing took 2 steps back and bowed respectfully. You. What did you say? My master is pregnant. Kai Ying shouted excitedly without waiting for Yao Sulwan to react. According to the pulse, there is absolutely no mistake. Imperial physician Jing firmly nodded his head. That's great. Oh right, then will the cold on my master's body affect the dragon seed? Kai Ying happily and excitedly walked to the side of the bed. She helped Yao Sulwan who was half leaning on the bed up. Your Ladyship, don't worry, this subject will naturally prepare some mild medicine that won't affect the dragon seed. Imperial physician Jing received the reward after reporting and then retreated. Your Ladyship, you've waited for so long, you're finally pregnant with the dragon seed. Kai Ying looked towards Yao Sulwan excitedly. Chapter 65. Naturally I'll tell this news to His Majesty. Yao Sulwan temporarily threw last night's matter to the back of her mind and was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. There were countless concubines in the harem, but very few of them gave birth to children. There was not a single male baby. If she gave birth to a boy, the position of empress would definitely be hers. Nyang Nyang, you're a person with a body right now, you should rest properly. It's better for this servant to help you report. Kai Ying wanted to pull Yao Sulwan back but was stopped by Yao Sulwan. This consort must personally tell His Majesty about this matter. Give this consort a cloak, insisted Yao Sulwan before walking out of Pure Flower's palace. Yao Sulwan believed that a mother's status depended on her son. With this child, His Majesty would definitely look at her in a new light. When she arrived at Guan Osprey Palace and saw Yi Hongyi, she finally realized that the child in her womb wasn't even as precious as the animal in Yao Moen's arms. Wan don't cry. With us here, nothing will happen to Fluffy. Why isn't the imperial physician here yet? Yi Hongyi took Fluffy from Yao Moen's embrace and caressed her as if she was spoiling Yao Moen. What did second sister just say? Wan only cared about Fluffy and didn't hear clearly. At this moment, Yao Moen finally raised her teary eyes, looking very pitiful. The imperial physician has diagnosed that this consort has been pregnant with His Majesty's dragon seed for over a month. When she saw that Yi Hongyi didn't seem to care at all, Yao Sulwan forced down the grievance and unwillingness in her heart as she spoke clearly and forcefully. Your Majesty, what's a dragon seed? Yao Moen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then turned to look towards Yi Hongyi as she asked this. What a little fool. A dragon is my child. When are you going to get pregnant for Jin? Yi Hongyi looked at Yao Moen dotingly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Wan is still a child. I don't want to get pregnant. It's not fun being pregnant. Yao Moen lowered her eyes and hugged Fluffy back. A dark light flashed in the depths of her eyes as her mind was filled with the scene of Zhong tragic death. Her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Your Majesty, the imperial physician is here. Just as Yao Sulwan was about to speak again, and Bing Shan walked in from outside with imperial physician Jing following behind him. You came just in time. Quickly let us and consort Yao's Fluffy take a look. Although imperial physician Jing wasn't willing, he didn't dare to tarry. He immediately placed his hand on Fluffy's paw. On the surface, imperial physician Jing appeared to be focused, but he was secretly complaining incessantly. After all, he was an imperial physician of the imperial hospital, yet he was reduced to treating a cat. How is it? Yao Moen restrained the sharpness in her eyes and looked towards imperial physician Jing anxiously. Replying to Your Majesty, Fluffy is fine. She's just pregnant. Imperial physician Jing carefully stepped back and respectfully saluted. Pregnant? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Hongyi suspiciously. Little fool. Fluffy was pregnant. Before long, we will be able to give birth to a bunch of kittens for our Wanner. Yi Hongyi raised his eyes excitedly with a smile in his eyes. However, in Yao Sulwan's eyes, that smile seemed so mocking. He couldn't even compare to a beast. Really? Then Wanner must take good care of Fluffy and feed her good food and drink. Don't let that iceberg face bully Fluffy again. Yao Moen pressed her face against Fluffy's snow-white fur, the raging waves in her heart gradually calming down. When she first heard that Yao Sulwan was pregnant with dragon seed, she was inwardly shocked. However, Yi Hongyi's reaction told her that Yi Hongyi most likely wouldn't be able to tolerate the child in Yao Sulwan's stomach. This was Yi Hongyi's most selfish aspect. Any woman he didn't approve of would have children that were bastards. Iceberg face. Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Moen in astonishment. That's right, esteemed prince. He always acts like he's about to die. I don't know who he's showing it to, but in any case, Wanner doesn't like it, Fluffy doesn't like it, everyone in Guan Osprey Palace doesn't like it. Yao Moen shouted in an extremely exaggerated manner, causing Yi Hongyi to laugh. Junqing. You heard it all, there's finally someone in Great Chu who doesn't like that face of yours. Ha, interesting. Interesting. When Yi Hongyi glanced to the side, he happened to see Yi Junqing who had just walked in. Consort Yao isn't willing to see Junqing, so how would we know that Junqing would be willing to see Consort Yao? It's just that the two of them dislike each other. Your Majesty, it's best to change this subject brother's location as soon as possible so that Consort Yao won't be able to eat when she sees Junqing. Yi Junqing glared at Yao Moen. She pretended to be cute and silly on the surface, but in reality, she was two-faced and vicious. He really didn't know how the kind and understanding Ma Xin could have this kind of younger sister. Wana was just joking, Junqing doesn't have to be so serious. It's already time for lunch, right? Fluffy is pregnant, Zhen is happy. And Bing Shan, go tell the Imperial Kitchen, Zhen will be having lunch at Guan Osprey Palace, said Yi Hongyi with a bright smile. At the side, Yao Sulwan was ignored like air. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from rushing over to Yao Moen and strangling her to death. At this moment, she had already forgotten about the frightening scene from last night. Your Majesty, then this subject consort will take her leave. Yao Sulwan bowed in greeting. And, you know that you shouldn't walk around randomly now that you're pregnant. Go back and recuperate properly, said Yi Hongyi calmly. From start to finish, his eyes hadn't even glanced at Yao Sulwan. Chapter 66. Shut up. Are you blind? Can't you see that His Majesty doesn't care about this child at all? Since he doesn't care, what use is there for Ben Gong to keep him? Yao Sulwan was furious and reached out to hit her lower abdomen. And Bingshan's voice suddenly came from behind her. This old servant advises Nyang Nyang not to make a ruckus here. If His Majesty hears this, perhaps he really will help Nyang Nyang and send this child to reincarnate. And Bingshan's shrill voice was filled with ridicule and ridicule. Yao Sulwan didn't say anything else. She took a large step forward, raised her hand, and slapped him. And Bingshan never expected that Yao Sulwan would look down on him like this. He raised his hand and hit her, his face burning with pain. Dog servant, who do you think you are? You're just a eunuch, a eunuch. You actually dare to point your fingers in front of Ben Gong. And Bingshan, don't think that Ben Gong doesn't know about your good deeds. Bumping into you that day is bumping into you. Ben Gong gave you face and didn't report the matter to His Majesty, but not only are you not grateful, you're actually using your position to take revenge and make things difficult for the Prime Minister's wife. Since you don't want face, Ben Gong doesn't need to hide it for you. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame Ben Gong for being heartless. Scram! Yao Sulwan was furious as she roared. The corner of An Bingshan's lips twitched. A faint light flickered in his sharp eyes as he looked towards Yao Sulwan with gritted teeth. Nyang Nyang. Don't get angry and harm your body. This servant will help you back to the palace. Kai Ying had been in the imperial palace for many years, so she naturally knew of An Bingshan's position in the palace. In order to prevent her master from doing anything drastic, Kai Ying immediately went forward to help Yao Sulwan back to the palace. What are you looking at? Did you not understand Ben Gong's words? This consort is telling you to scram. Yao Sulwan flung Kai Ying aside as her eyes glared at him. This servant will leave. And Bingshan bit out each word as he stiffly bowed and left. Kai Ying only dared to go forward when An Bingshan faded out of Yao Sulwan's line of sight. Nyang Nyang, this servant knows that you're not in a good mood, but there's no need to make things difficult for An Bingshan. He's a favored person in front of His Majesty. Last time, the matter in Changle Palace's shack was just a misunderstanding. Now that you're insulting him so mercilessly, I'm afraid that the matter last time will be confirmed and it'll be hard to explain in the future. Kai Ying looked towards Yao Sulwan worriedly. Even if I didn't scold him, do you think he would believe my explanation? Furthermore, he might not even give this consort a chance to explain. Otherwise, mother wouldn't have suffered those 20 slaps. Rather than swallowing the insult, it's better to curse to our heart's content. Now that Ben Gong and In Bingshan have become enemies, we must be on guard against that vile person. Keep an eye out in secret and find evidence of In Bingshan molesting a palace maid, just in case. Yao Sulwan sighed fiercely before coldly warning Ting Yu. This servant understands. Don't worry, Your Highness. That's right, when you were in Guan Osprey Palace just now, did you notice anything different about Yao Moen? After Yao Sulwan calmed down, she suddenly recalled the scene from last night and a chill ran down her spine. This servant didn't notice. She's even dumber than before, not even understanding the meaning of dragon seed and having a child. Kai Ying only picked the things that Yao Sulwan liked to hear. Could it be? How long has it been since Yamoshin died? Asked Yao Sulwan in a low voice. Replying Your Highness, in another 5 days, it will be her Chi-Chi. Kai Ying didn't know why her master would suddenly mention Yamoshin, so she carefully looked around before replying. Ever since the Empress died, all topics related to the Empress had been classified as taboo. Thankfully, we didn't miss Chi-Chi. Kai Ying, help this consort find a Daoist priest with profound Daoist skills. Remember, don't let anyone see it, ordered Yao Sulwan coldly. This servant understands. Although Kai Ying didn't know what her master's intentions were, she still nodded in obedience. Chapter 67. Did Yao Sulwan really say that? Replying Your Highness, this servant heard everything clearly from the shadows. Imperial Gui Fei found out that Empress Chi-Chi was in 5 days, so she personally told Kai Ying to find a profound Daoist priest, reported Lu Xing. She really is considerate. Since she wants to find a Daoist priest, do you know what to do? Yao Moen's brows lifted slightly as her lips curved into a smile. He hadn't expected that Yao Sulwan's willpower would be so strong that she hadn't been scared last night. But that was also good. If she had collapsed just like that, it wouldn't have been enough to vent her anger. Lu Xing understands. Lu Xing understood his master's intentions and nodded heavily. Has there been any movement in the Prime Minister residence these past 2 days? Wet Nurse Chen has been acting according to plan. Big Madam's body is clearly in a dispirited state, so she naturally doesn't have the strength to cause trouble for Su Muzi and Yao Yu. On the other hand, the method master taught Yao Yu has been extremely effective. Right now, no one in the residence dares to provoke Su Muzi and her son, reported Lu Xing. That brat is very clever. He can hear the essence of things even when he's obedient. Yao Moen laughed in disappointment. At this time, Ting Yu had already finished preparing dinner. You and Ting Yu can withdraw. There's no need for you to serve here. When Yao Moen smelled that familiar scent, she waved her hand lightly and Lu Xing and Ting Yu respectfully withdrew. The first thing Yi Junqing did when he entered was glare fiercely at Yao Moen before sitting down at the table. Prince seems to hold a grudge against Moen. For once, Yao Moen didn't carry Fluffy to the table. Instead, she obediently lay down on the chaise lounge. That's why you should reflect on yourself, said Yi Junqing in annoyance as he picked up his bowl to eat. And Moen also wants to reflect on herself. Yao Moen's sincere tone attracted Yi Junqing's attention. But Moen thought about it and decided to forget about it. If Prince falls in love with Moen again after reflecting on yourself, it would be troublesome. Pfft, Yi Junqing hadn't expected Yao Moen to say something so shocking. He spat out a mouthful of ginseng porridge and then started coughing violently. Moen said, "What Prince is thinking?" Yao Moen blinked innocently as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Yao Moan looked at the man in front of her with a face full of black lines. She suddenly missed his affectionate appearance in the past. Regarding this, you can rest assured. This king will only love one woman in this life. Also, that woman definitely isn't you. Yi Junqing wiped his lips with a handkerchief, then sat upright and still as he spoke righteously. Don't be so sure. Yao Moan smiled knowingly when she saw how confident Yi Junqing was. She picked up a mushroom and placed it in Yi Junqing's bowl. You! Why are you picking food for this prince? This prince doesn't want it. Yi Junqing acted as if he was trying to avoid it as much as possible as he returned the mushroom back to Yao Moan. This is the first time prince has picked food for Moan. Moan is overwhelmed by the favor. Yao Moan happily put the shiitake mushroom into her mouth. It was fragrant and sweet. You're so smart, so you should know who the woman this prince loves is. In order to prevent Yao Moan from misunderstanding, Yi Junqing was silent for a moment before replying solemnly. Eldest sister, it's not just Moan, the entire Great Chu probably knows that the esteemed prince has feelings for the current empress. That day at the esteemed prince residence, Moan also saw it. Prince's painting skills aren't bad. However, eldest sister is already dead, Ma Xin isn't dead. At least she's still here with this prince. Before Yao Moan could finish speaking, Yi Junqing abruptly stood up and placed a hand on his chest. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left. As Yao Moan watched Yi Junqing's figure disappear into the distance, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Although they had been separated by a lifetime, it was as breathtaking as the first time they had seen each other. The next day, when Yi Hongyi walked into Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan went to greet him happily. Warner, why are you so happy? Yi Hongyi very naturally pulled Yao Moan over and pulled her into his embrace. At the time, he had only been in the mood, but he hadn't expected that Yao Moan seemed to have been brewing it for years. She couldn't bear to quit after tasting it. Chapter 68. Oh. Then Zhen wants to hear what Zhen Warner has discovered. Yi Hongyi had originally been skeptical about Yao Moan's ability to look at the sky at night. He had only said those words perfunctorily to Yao Moan and also to encourage her. Then Your Majesty, accompany Warner to Soul Sand Garden. Is that all right? Yao Moan pulled Yi Hongyi with both hands and forcefully pulled him up from the chaise lounge. All right. Yi Hongyi also wanted to walk around, so he did as Yao Moan wanted. The wind blew and the fragrance of Soul Sand Garden filled the air. The fragrance was pure and elegant, relaxing and relaxing. Yao Moan pulled Yi Hongyi into Soul Sand Garden and pointed at the large patch of soul sand trees on the left. Your Majesty, this patch of soul sand trees corresponds to the 7 mansions of the vermilion bird in the sky. The one on the right corresponds to the 7 mansions of the black tortoise. Your Majesty, come quickly, the one in front is the 7 mansions of the azure dragon and this one is the 7 mansions of the white tiger. The soul sand trees here are divided into 4 areas, each corresponding to the stars in the sky. This one is the crepe myrtle star in the sky, the 4 mansions are all centered around it. Yao Moan pulled Yi Hongyi around Soul Sand Garden and finally pulled him to the soul sand tree on the north side. Warner knows so much. Yi Hongyi was shocked by the constellations Yao Moan mentioned and exclaimed. Warner has only learned this one and wants to learn it well. Otherwise, they'll really think Warner is an idiot. Even if Warner is an idiot, it's only Your Majesty's idiot. Once Warner truly learns the art of stargazing, let's see who still dares to call Warner an idiot. Yao Moan deliberately beat around the bush to divert Yi Hongyi's attention. That's right. You belong to Jin alone. Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Moan into his arms. When he looked up, his body shook. The left petal of the soul sand tree in front of him had withered and was showing signs of withering. He remembered that this had never happened before. This soul sand tree that represented his fate had always been full of flowers and flourished with each passing day. Why is it like this? Warner, don't you think there's something wrong with this tree? Yi Hongyi's voice gradually deepened as an unconcealable worry appeared on his face. There definitely won't be as many flowers on this tree as there were before. Yao Moen's eyes turned cold when she finally took the bait. Then, she said innocently. Why? Yi Hongyi lowered his gaze to look towards Yao Moen. It's because the crepe myrtle star in the sky isn't as bright as before, but the Kuei star in the white tiger constellation is much brighter, so that tree is definitely more luxuriant than before. As Yao Moen spoke, she pointed at the soul sand tree not too far away. After fertilizing it, it naturally grew better. That's right. Yi Hongyi walked slowly towards the soul sand tree that Yao Mo was pointing at, his eyes gradually turning cold. White tiger is a general star. Now that the general star is flourishing and the emperor star is dim, could it be that there are generals in the court who are disloyal? Who could it be? The first person that popped into Yi Hongyi's mind was Yi Junqing. However, he quickly rejected it. Yi Junqing was no longer a military general. Among all the generals in the court, the one with the most troops should be general of the left, Huan Heng. Could it be him? Your Majesty, could it be that you don't believe Warner's words? Yao Moen gave Yi Hongyi enough time to think before taking a few steps forward. She knew all too well how difficult it had been for Yi Hongyi to obtain the throne, so he naturally wouldn't let go of anyone that could threaten his imperial authority. Based on her understanding of Yi Hongyi, someone was going to be out of luck. Yao Moen laughed inwardly. Ah. No. Warner said it very well, really. It seems that Zhen was right to bestow Soul Sand Garden to Warner. Warner, in the future, you have to promise Zhen to carefully look at these trees. You have to tell Zhen if there's any abnormality, alright? Because of Yao Moxin, Yi Hongyi firmly believed in astronomical phenomena. And Yao Moen knew that this would be the result. At that time, the astronomical phenomena she spoke of had never been inaccurate. Kai Ying used 3 days of time to finally find a Daoist priest of virtue and prestige. At this time, Yao Sulwan was currently examining the Daoist priest in front of her. He had white beard and silver hair. He had the bearing of an immortal. White brow kowtows in salute to Imperial Gui Fei. The Daoist priest called White Brow lightly swept his horsetail whisk and clasped his hands together as he spoke respectfully. Great Master is too courteous. Kai Ying, sit. Yao Sulwan nodded slightly, then ordered Kai Ying to bring a chair over. Then this humble Daoist will respectfully obey. May I ask why Imperial Gui Fei has called this humble Daoist over? White Brow slowly sat down, his gaze as sharp as a blade. To tell the truth, Ben Gong has encountered some very strange things recently, so Ben Gong wants to ask Daoist, do people really have ghosts after they die? Yao Sulwan still felt uneasy when she recalled what happened that night. If one wishes to connect with the gods, one must split the form of metal and water. When the form is split, one will naturally see the 3 souls and 7 spirits within the body. The 3 souls are called one birthlight, pure yang qi. The Daoist priest was rambling on when he was interrupted by Yao Sulwan. Cough. Can Daoist priest explain it more simply? Ben Gong is a bit confused. Yao Sulwan patiently said. Oh, then that's easy. After people die, they naturally have ghosts. White Brow let out a sigh and nodded. Ah. Isn't this a bit too simple? Ben Gong wants to know if there's such a thing as malicious spirits possessing the body. Also, If it's a ghost that was wrongfully killed, would it come back to seek revenge? Yao Sulwan pointed out the main point. Chapter 69. This humble Taoist is good at exorcising ghosts. Naturally there's a way. Bai Mei raised his brows as if he had a card up his sleeve. May I know how Taoist priest needs this consort to help with exorcising ghosts? Yao Sulwan asked impatiently as light flickered in her eyes. Imperial Gui Fei only needs to write down that person's birth date and 8 characters for this humble Taoist. This humble Taoist will naturally return to prepare the incantation. May I ask how long has it been since the person Imperial Gui Fei mentioned died? And where does Imperial Gui Fei want to place the ghost? Bai Mei asked seriously. In another 2 days, it'll be that person's chi-chi. Kai Ying, go get a pen and paper. If Taoist priest can make that ghost soul scatter and disappear, this consort will naturally thank you heavily, said Yao Sulwan fiercely with excitement in her eyes. Within chi-chi. That soul definitely hasn't gone far. If this humble Taoist can perform the incantation at the place where this person died, then this humble Taoist has some confidence, said Bai Mei meaningfully. Alright then, Taoist priest should return to prepare. 2 days later, this consort will naturally prepare a place for Taoist priest to perform the incantation. Yao Sulwan casually handed the paper she had just written to Bai Mei and turned to look towards Kai Ying. At her side, Kai Ying had already prepared the banknotes and handed them to Bai Mei before sending him off. When Kai Ying returned, Yao Sulwan was still immersed in excitement. She suddenly couldn't wait to see the scene of Yao Moshin disappearing. Just thinking about it made her feel extremely satisfied. Nyang Nyang, are you really planning on letting that Taoist priest perform the incantation at the former site of the Cold Palace? If someone sees it, it won't be a joke. Kai Ying worriedly walked to Yao Sulwan's side and reminded her carefully. That place is remote, who would go there for no reason? Also, the incantation will be performed at night, so even less people will go there. Don't worry, this consort knows what to do. Yao Sulwan had already made up her mind. Kai Ying knew that it was useless to say more, so she didn't say anything else. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui repeated everything she had heard to Yao Moen without missing a single word. Ha, even though you're pregnant, you still don't know how to accumulate some good karma for yourself. Go tell Bai Mei to listen to orders and he won't be lacking in benefits. Yao Moen caressed Fluffy in her arms. Her round and smooth cardamom-colored nails and fluffy snow-colored fur contrasted beautifully. Yin Shui obeys. That's right, where has the esteemed prince been these past 2 days? Although Yi Hongyi hadn't left behind any clues, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Given Yi Junqing's intelligence, he would naturally notice something was off after staying in the imperial palace for a long time. Replying Master, the esteemed prince strolls around the imperial garden during the day and enters Changle Palace after midnight. He stays there until the hour of the yin before coming out, reported Yin Shui truthfully. Got it. You can leave now. Yao Moen's eyes darkened and the hand she was using to stroke Fluffy paused. Yi Junqing was far more sentimental than she had imagined. But Junqing, you still don't understand Moshin. After Yin Shui withdrew, Tingyu jogged into the main hall. Nyang Nyang, this servant ran into the esteemed prince outside earlier. He told this servant to bring the meals to his room starting from today. From now on, he doesn't want to eat at the same table as Nyang Nyang. Tingyu repeated Yi Junqing's words to Yao Moen. Are you his palace maid? Yao Moen asked calmly. No. Tingyu shook her head. Then who cares what he says? Help Ben Gong out for a walk. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Tingyu, then got up to leave Guan Osprey Palace. Ever since she saw Yi Hongyi in Guan Osprey Palace that day, Ao Sulwan finally saw Yi Hongyi step into Pure Flower's palace again. This concubine kowtows in salute to your majesty. Yao Sulwan was extremely happy as she waited at the palace gates, a trace of anticipation flashing through her eyes. Beloved concubine is pregnant with the dragon seed, so how could you be so careless? In the future, let's dispense with all these unnecessary formalities. Jin's child is the most important. Yi Hongyi took a step forward and placed Yao Sulwan's hand in his palm. His eyes were filled with affection. Yao Sulwan was overwhelmed by this favor and looked towards Yi Hongyi in disbelief. At the side, and Bingshan followed behind resentfully and didn't say anything. It's rare for your majesty to care about this concubine so much. This concubine can't thank you enough. Yao Sulwan was so moved that hot tears welled up in her eyes. Jin knows that Jin made you suffer in the past 2 days. It was Jin's negligence. Beloved consort, don't take it to heart. Jin was also annoyed in the past 2 days. Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Sulwan to the table and lightly patted the back of Yao Sulwan's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. This concubine wouldn't dare. However, if your majesty has something on your mind, there's no harm in telling this concubine. It's not good to keep it bottled up inside, said Yao Sulwan in a gentle voice. It's all because of those matters in court. Although the esteemed prince has handed over the military power, Lieutenant General Huan Heng still holds a large number of troops. Jin can't do nothing. However, Huan Heng has always been cautious. If Jin seized his military power for no reason, it would be hard to hide it from the public. It's really a headache. Yi Hongyi frowned and shook his head with a sigh. Your Majesty suspects Huan Heng. Yao Sulwan's heart trembled slightly. If she remembered correctly, before Yi Junqing had handed over the military power, Yi Hongyi had relied on Huan Heng quite a bit. This was also the root of Huan Kai's arrogance. Although Yao Sulwan didn't understand why Yi Hongyi would suddenly suspect Huan Heng, this was a good thing for her. Chapter 70. It's more than just difficult. This is a great worry in Jin's heart. In the entire imperial court and inner palace, there probably isn't anyone who can help Jin resolve this problem. Yi Hongyi's black eyes swept over Yao Sulwan as he sighed. Your Majesty, Nyang Nyang, dinner is ready, said Tingyuth carefully. This matter will be resolved eventually. This concubine will accompany you to eat first. Yao Sulwan was just about to announce the dishes when Yi Hongyi stopped her. Jin doesn't have an appetite but was worried, so I came to see you. And Bingshan, set up the carriage to the imperial study. Before Yao Sulwan could urge him to stay, Yi Hongyi had already left Pure Flower's palace. This concubine respectfully sends off your majesty. Yao Sulwan's joyful expression instantly turned gloomy and gloomy. She felt a bit unwilling. Nyang Nyang, his majesty has left. Tingyu reached out to help Yao Sulwan back to the table. Nyang Nyang, his majesty seemed to be implying something. Do you think Ben Gong didn't hear it? His majesty just wants to borrow Ben Gong's hand to give consort Qin a groundless crime and use that as a reason to strip Huan Heng of his military power. Yao Sulwan picked up a teacup and smiled coldly. Since Nyang Nyang already knew, why didn't you agree to his majesty? Tingyu looked towards her master in confusion. What kind of person is Huan Heng? To put it nicely, he's cautious, but to put it bluntly, he's scheming. Ben Gong doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Furthermore, father doesn't like mother anymore. If Ben Gong wins, there might not be the Empress throne, but if I lose, the consequences are unimaginable. Yao Sulwan swirled the lid of the teacup in her hand and brushed aside a few tender leaves floating on top of the tea before taking a sip. The full moon rose in the east and the twilight gradually deepened. Yao Moen stretched lazily on the chaise lounge, then dismissed Tingyu and Lu Xing. Just as she was about to return to the inner chambers to rest, she saw Yi Junqing walk in with a dark expression. When Tingyu saw this, she very consciously retreated behind Yao Moen. Yao Sulwan, Ben Gong is looking for you. The clear voice was indescribably cold. Yi Junqing stood in front of Yao Sulwan with his hands clasped behind his back. It's just a meal. Prince isn't going to kill me, right? Yao Sulwan knew that Yi Junqing was angry that Tingyu didn't bring him food. All of you, back off. Yi Junqing ignored Yao Moen's teasing and lowered his voice. When Yao Moen saw his serious expression, she restrained the ridicule in her eyes and waved her hand to dismiss Tingyu and Lu Xing. Now that Yin Shui was secretly protecting them, they weren't afraid that their master would be bullied. They all obeyed and left, closing the palace doors tightly behind them. Why are you trying to sow discord between His Majesty and General of the Left? Yi Junqing got straight to the point. Moen doesn't know what Prince is talking about. Yao Moen was startled for a moment before she slowly replied. His Majesty gifted you Soul Sand Garden and this is how you repay His Majesty. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen was about to leave, he immediately blocked Yao Moen's path. His eyes were as cold as ice. Your Highness, are you expressing your loyalty now? However, Prince has chosen the wrong target. You should go to His Majesty and tell him that Moen is a big swindler. The biggest liar in the world. Her clear voice was as cold as ice. Yao Moen's beautiful eyes were as deep as a lake and the light in them seemed to have the power to freeze everything. The temperature in the main hall instantly dropped to freezing point. At this moment, an indescribable hatred welled up from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know how she had poisoned Yi Junqing to the point that he would still speak up for Yi Hongyi after suffering so much. When she saw the anger on Yi Junqing's face, she hated herself to the extreme. I was just asking, there's no need to get so agitated, right? When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen's eyes were about to overflow with tears, he couldn't help but choke. You can't even ask. If you have the ability, go investigate it yourself. If you don't, then don't make a fuss here. Moen is tired, go away. Yao Moen retorted harshly, then walked back into the bedroom without looking back. Hey, I still haven't eaten yet. Yi Junqing shouted from behind her. Then fend for yourselves. Accompanied by this sentence was a loud sound of a door being slammed. Yi Junqing's lips twitched as he turned to stone. How did you offend her? A gentle but not sinister voice rang out. Yan Nanxing gracefully appeared behind Yi Junqing. He had originally come to get revenge on Yao Moen, but after seeing what had just happened, Yan Nanxing felt that he could endure it a little longer. You stepped on her tail. Go away, don't block this prince's way. Yi Junqing turned around angrily and glared at Yan Nanxing with boundless resentment in his heart. Can't you be a little nicer every time you see me? I didn't step on your tail. Hey! Don't walk so fast, wait for me. As Yan Nanxing complained, Yi Junqing had already stepped out of Guan Osprey Palace. Chapter 71. Why stay here and suffer? Come back to Phoenix Feather Manor with me. Yan Nanxing repeated this many times. Say something that's possible. His pitch-black eyes were as deep as the boundless ocean as he looked at the twinkling stars in the sky. The 28 constellations revolved rhythmically. He remembered that Mo Axian had said that the moon waxed and waned, and the constellations also brightened and darkened. This was the law of nature. The so-called stargazing at night was just a story made up by those who had the intention. That girl's really angry. Why don't you go apologize to her? Yan Nanxing's eyes flickered devilishly. This is even more impossible than the previous one. Yi Junqing furrowed his brows as the anger in Yao Mowen's eyes appeared in his mind. Then I'll just shut up. In any case, that's what you're thinking. Yan Nanxing decided to just lie down on the glazed tiles on the roof with his hands behind his head. His clothes were spread out like a red lotus, making him look devilishly beautiful. This prince really doesn't understand why Yao Mowen would do this. Yi Hongyi treats her even better than Mo Axayan, so well that even this prince can't stand it. Yet she's trying to sow discord between Yi Hongyi and the left general, shaking the foundations of Great Chu. Why? Do you think? Could it be related to Mo Axayan? Yi Junqing couldn't understand and turned to look towards Yan Nanxing. Cough cough. Your head is filled with Yao Mowen. I think you've been poisoned. Could it be that Yao Xinting and Huan Heng had a conflict? Yan Nanxing immediately led Yi Junqing's thoughts to the other extreme. If he really guessed something, the consequences would be unthinkable. Yao Mowen's warning was still ringing in his ears. Perhaps, but do you think? Should I warn Yi Hongyi? Yi Junqing knew what Yao Mowen cared about the most in this life. If you dare tell Yi Hongyi, I'll break off all relations with you. Yao Mowen won't let you off even if she becomes a ghost. Humph. Stay here and enjoy the cold wind, I'm not going to wait on you. Yan Nanxing's eyes were abnormally cold as he suddenly sat up and glared at Yi Junqing angrily. Then he got up and soared into the air to leave. Even after Yan Nanxing's figure disappeared into the night, Yi Junqing could still feel the chill he left behind. I'm just saying, there's no need to get so worked up. The moment Yi Junqing finished speaking, he heard someone say from the distant horizon, you can't even say. Yi Junqing felt a chill run through his body and he immediately turned around to return to his room. It was too strange. Within Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Mowen was sitting at the table. Her clear eyes were focused on the surface of the table, but it seemed as if she could see even further through it. On the 7th day of the 7th month, my son, rest in peace. Mother, sister, don't worry, I will remember this blood feud in my heart. I won't have to wait too long, I swear. Empress, this is what you wanted. When Tingyu walked in, Yao Mowen quickly restrained the sorrow in her eyes and her abyss-like eyes gradually calmed down. During the dinner, Yi Junqing tried several times to find an opportunity to speak with Yao Mowen, but each time, he was blocked by that icy expression of hers. Even after the dinner ended, Yi Junqing still hadn't managed to speak with Yao Mowen. Fluffy seems pretty well behaved today. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Mowen was about to get up to leave, he immediately reached out to Fluffy and praised her against his will. Tingyu, it's rare for the esteemed prince to like Fluffy. Just hold Fluffy and keep Prince company. This consort is tired. Yao Mowen didn't even look at Yi Junqing, so she handed Fluffy to Tingyu and turned to leave. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? If it wasn't for... Yi Junqing didn't finish his sentence. If it wasn't for the fact that today was Mo Axayan's Chi-Chi, he wouldn't have coaxed her. He really didn't know how to explain things to Mo Axayan later. Besides Yi Hongyi, Mo Axayan cared about this younger sister the most. The cold moonlight poured down like water, enveloping the entire imperial palace. The wind picked up and the tree branches swayed. The moonlight shone through the branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows. A simple and crude wing had been built in the former location of the cold palace. Yao Mowen pushed open the door and entered. Every step she took seemed to exhaust all of her strength. Tears streamed down her face. Her Zhong-er had died so miserably. Just thinking about it made her heart feel like it had been stabbed by a curved knife. Master, it's ready. Yin Shui lit the white candles and returned to Yao Mowen's side. Yao Mowen didn't say anything. She slowly knelt on the ground and raised the paper one by one. As the flames flickered, Yao Moan's face seemed like a supreme existence from hell. After about 15 minutes, Yin Shui slowly walked forward and leaned over to Yao Moan's ear. "Master, they're here." When Yao Moan heard this, she raised the last piece of paper and got up. Her cold eyes stared at the bluestone path outside the door. Yin Shui put away the white candles and waved her hand, scattering the ashes. "Act according to the plan," said Yao Moan coldly. Then with a gust of wind, Yao Moan and Yin Shui disappeared at the same time. Almost at the same time, Yao Sulwan led Daoist priest Bai Mei into the side room. Behind them, Kai Ying carried a pile of magic tools and followed cautiously. "It's here?" asked Bai Mei suspiciously as he raised his eyes and looked around. "That's right, that ghost died here when it was alive. That was the happiest day of her life. Yao Sulwan naturally wouldn't forget it." "That's good, this humble Daoist will cast the spell here. Imperial Gui Fei, please move back." Bai Mei turned around and took the magic tools from Kai Ying's hands. He placed them on the north side, then raised his horsetail whisk and muttered to himself. Behind him, Yao Sulwan subconsciously held Kai Ying's hand. Her beautiful eyes looked around from time to time, and there was more or less some fear in her heart. The wind gradually picked up, making the side room chilly. Bai Mei fiercely raised his horsetail whisk. Suddenly, the candles on both sides of the magic tools went out, and the entire side room instantly became pitch black. Daoist priest. How could this be? Yao Sulwan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and the hand holding Kai Ying's hand tightened. This ghost's resentment is too heavy. "Don't worry, Imperial Gui Fei, this humble Daoist naturally has a way to subdue it," said Bai Mei. He lit the candles, waved his horsetail whisk again, and muttered. Just at this time, a whirlwind blew in the room. The ashes on the ground rose with the wind, slowly forming a whirlpool. Chapter 72. Nyang Nyang, shouldn't we leave? Kai Ying's little face was deathly pale as she stuck closely to Yao Sulwan's side. "Dao Zhang, stay here and cast the spell. Once you're done, this consort will come back to pick you up. Kai Ying, help this consort leave." Yao Sulwan felt a chill run down her spine and her legs trembled as she walked. "You want to leave? Yao Sulwan, give me back my life, give me back my life." In the darkness, Yao Mo Wan softly called out. "Ah, Kai Ying. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?" It was her. It was Yao Moshin. Taoist priest. "Help." Yao Sulwan hugged Kai Ying, her complexion deathly pale and bloodless. When she looked back, blood had already seeped out from the corners of her white brows and lips. "Taoist master. What do we do now?" Yao Sulwan screamed mournfully as if the person who died was her. At this time, the ashes in the room suddenly gathered together and rushed towards Yao Sulwan's lower abdomen. In almost an instant, everything returned to normal. Yao Sulwan stood there in shock, speechless. "Your Highness. Are you all right?" Kai Ying resisted the fear in her heart and supported Yao Sulwan with both hands. "Daoist priest." Yao Sulwan trembled as she turned to look at Bai Mei. This humble Daoist is ashamed to have failed Nyang Nyang Nyang's trust. "Nyang Nyang, don't worry, that ghost has already reincarnated, it's just that." White Brow looked at Yao Sulwan's abdomen meaningfully, hesitating to speak. "But what? Hurry up and say it. Could it be that you want Ben Gong to die of anxiety?" When she heard that Yao Moshin had reincarnated, Yao Sulwan instantly became a bit more spirited. It's just that the malicious spirit's resentment is too deep. In this life, it still wants to be entangled with the imperial noble consort, so just now, the ghost has already reincarnated into the fetus in the Empress's womb. Bai Mei revealed a troubled expression and said in a low voice. What did you say? Yao Ma Xin, reincarnated into this emperor's stomach. How could this be? How could this be? Come out. Come out. Bai Mei's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck Yao Sulwan's mind. At this moment, her mind was completely blank. Her hands continuously patted her stomach as if she had gone insane. Nyang Nyang, don't be impatient. After reincarnating, she won't be her anymore. Actually, Nyang Nyang doesn't need to take it to heart. White Brow did his best to pacify her, but all he received was a barrage of curses from Yao Sulwan. Fraud. Demon Dao. Didn't you say that you could turn her into ashes? How could this be? You bastard. Ben Gong is going to kill you. Yao Sulwan fiercely charged towards Bai Mei but was stopped by Kai Ying. Daoist priest, you should remember the way you came. You should leave first. Kai Ying said anxiously. Imperial Gui Fei, don't panic. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. This is also a good thing. Before Bai Mei left, he didn't forget to provoke Yao Sulwan. Scram! Yao Sulwan roared with all her might. In the shadows, Yao Moan looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly, a trace of coldness flashing through her eyes. Yao Sulwan, this is only the beginning. This consort is going to give you a great gift now. I believe you'll definitely like it. On the way back to the palace, Yao Moan suddenly saw flames flickering in Changle Palace. Yin Shui, go take a look. Yao Moan's beautiful eyes froze. She had already guessed who it was. As expected, when Yin Shui led Yao Moan into Changle Palace, Yi Juanqing's cold and lonely figure appeared in front of them. Master? Yin Shui asked. Yao Moan waved her hand and respectfully withdrew. Ma Xin, are you doing well up in the sky? You truly are heartless, leaving just like that, not even willing to see Junqing one last time. That night at Rippling Waves Pavilion, didn't you say that you liked listening to Junqing's flute? Junqing even promised you that the next family banquet, he would definitely play another tune for you. Why didn't you wait for Junqing? It's already been 49 days. Do you know how Junqing has been passing these days? It's truly more painful than death. Ma Xin, don't worry, Junqing won't harm the people you care about even in death. It's just, is he really worth it? I almost forgot, your younger sister really is a headache-inducing fellow. She clearly isn't stupid, but she's better at pretending than anyone else. She probably even fooled you. Junqing really suspects that the two of you were born from the same mother, that temperament. The grand esteemed Prince of Great Chu is actually speaking ill of others behind their backs. Prince's personality isn't necessarily any better than Moan's. Yao Moan suddenly interrupted Yi Juanqing's words and walked forward leisurely. Why are you here? When Yi Juanqing heard this, his expression abruptly changed. That's why not having martial arts isn't important, what's important is having a good hidden guard. Yin Shui, don't you agree? Yao Moan ignored Yi Juanqing's murderous gaze and lifted her chin slightly. Thank you, Master, for your praise. Yin Shui's voice drifted out, but it was impossible to tell where it came from. That damned Yan Nanxing. Yi Juanqing suddenly really wanted to drag Yan Nanxing out and give him a good beating. Right at this time, Yao Moan had already kicked away the underworld paper in front of Yi Juanqing with an indifferent expression. What are you doing? Yi Juanqing abruptly pushed Yao Moan away and picked up a fire. Chapter 73. How can you insult Ma Xin like this? She's your older sister. Yi Juanqing's ruthless eyes were like those of a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. Yao Moan could clearly see the sparkling light in those eyes. This is the result of Prince lighting the hell paper. Prince should think about it carefully. Yao Moan's expression didn't change as she turned to leave. Her slender figure seemed especially lonely. Yi Junqing would never know that the moment Yao Moan turned to leave, tears soaked her cheeks and her heart shattered into ice. As he watched Yao Moan silently leave, Yi Junqing felt incredibly stifled. Only when Yao Moan's figure faded out of his sight did he lower his eyes to look at his own palm. Why did he slap her? Why did he slap her? Yi Junqing was endlessly vexed. The next day, Yao Moan called Lu Xing after breakfast. Nyang, what instructions do you have? Lu Xing stood respectfully at Yao Moan's side. Tell Nurse Chen that it's time. Also inform Yao Xiangfu that this consort will be returning today, said Yao Moan indifferently. When she lowered her eyes, she caressed Fluffy. Yi Junqing's slap had incited her anger, so someone had to extinguish it. Yes. Lu Xing accepted the order and left. Tingyu, in a moment, go to the Imperial Kitchen and bring some food to the East Wing. From today onwards, if the esteemed prince doesn't eat in the main hall, prepare a separate portion for him. Yao Moan caressed Fluffy without a trace of emotion in her eyes. This servant will do as you bid. Tingyu nodded. Although Yao Moan's face was expressionless, Tingyu could feel that master was very angry today. The consequences would be severe. Someone was probably going to be unlucky. When Yao Moan appeared in the imperial study, Yi Hongyi was extremely surprised. Warner. Why are you here? Perhaps it was because of his inner demons, but no matter how much Yi Hongyi doted on Yao Moan, he didn't dare take half a step into Guan Osprey Palace after Yao Moan's death yesterday. From what Yi Hongyi knew, the ghosts that returned to the Soul Night were most likely looking for their relatives. Warner wants to ask your majesty for a favor. Yao Moan bounced into Yi Hongyi's embrace and pressed her cheek against his chest. An indecipherable light flashed through her eyes. One day, she would personally witness the moment his heart stopped beating. Say it, Jin will agree no matter what it is, even if you want the stars in the sky. Yi Hongyi wrapped his arm around Yao Moan's slender waist as usual and placed her body between his knees. Warner wants to go back to Prime Minister Fu. I want to go see little brother, all right? Yao Moan looked towards Yi Hongyi in a spoiled manner. I thought it was something important. Of course, Jin will order the esteemed prince to accompany you in a moment. Yi Hongyi lightly scratched Yao Moan's nose as he laughed heartily. No. Warner doesn't like his company. Warner has Tingyu and Lu Xing. Yao Moan pouted her peach-red little mouth, her expression displeased. It seems like Jin's Warner really hates the esteemed prince. All right. Then let Jin's have Jin's imperial bodyguards escort him. Jin doesn't wish for Jin's little darling to suffer even the slightest mishap. Yi Hongyi agreed very straightforwardly. Thus, under the escort of Yi Hongyi's personal bodyguards, Yao Moan returned to Yao Xiangfu. Older sister Warner. The moment they entered Prime Minister Fu, Yao Yu ran over like a monkey and grabbed Yao Moan's hand, extremely happy. Yao Moan also liked this little brother from the bottom of her heart. This old servant kowtows in salute to Consort Yao. Consort Yao doesn't know, but little young master has been waiting at the door ever since he got the news. He's been waiting for almost 4 hours. Yao Tu looked at Yao Yu dotingly with a kind expression. This subject kowtows in salute to Consort Yao. Yao Zhenting arrived late from behind. Father, quickly get up, this daughter can't accept this. Yao Moan's cold gaze swept over Yao Zhenting and she immediately went forward to help him up. You are now His Majesty's consort, a monarch, so you naturally can accept this father's salute. Alright, let's not talk anymore. Father still has important matters to attend to, so let Yao Tu accompany you. After Yao Zhenting gave Yao Tu a few instructions, he turned and went to the study. Steward Yao, why don't I see Di Mother? Yao Moan swept her gaze over the people who had come to receive her but didn't see Do Xianglan's figure. Consort Yao doesn't know, but eldest madam caught a cold a few days ago. Although the doctor has prescribed medicine, she hasn't gotten any better. These past 2 days, she's been so weak that she can't even get out of bed, reported Yao Tu truthfully with a slightly sorrowful expression. Is that so? This consort wants to go take a look. Yao Moan knew that Yao Tu knew everything, yet he didn't expose this matter, nor did he stop it. He even reported it to her father. She would remember this kindness. Older sister, Yuer doesn't like eldest madam. Yuer can bring you to see Nyangqin, alright? Nyangqin really wants to see older sister Waner. When Do Xianglan was mentioned, Yao Yu's face was filled with undisguised disgust. Chapter 74. This old servant kowtows in salute to consort Yao. When wet nurse Chen saw Yao Mo Wan, she naturally bowed respectfully. Then when she saw Lu Xing behind Yao Mo Wan, she nodded firmly. Get up, Waner hates it when people kneel. Yao Mo Wan took a step forward and supported wet nurse Chen with both hands. Her eyes shone with a profound light. Unfortunately, wet nurse Chen didn't understand the gratitude in Yao Mo Wan's eyes because from start to finish, wet nurse Chen had thought that everything was Lu Xing's idea. This old servant will leave. Wet nurse Chen's fingers were slightly flustered. Once wet nurse Chen left, Yao Mo Wan reflexively glanced at Lu Xing. Lu Xing understood and silently left Bamboo Wish Pavilion. When the door opened, Yu Ji, who had been guarding the bed, couldn't help but turn around to see Yao Mo Wan walk in. Yao Mo Wan. How did you get in? Yu Ji looked at Yao Mo Wan in realization and couldn't help but look behind her. When she saw that Yi Junqing hadn't followed her, her heart calmed down a bit. Yu Ji, you're too brazen. How could you directly call Guifei by her name? Hurry and greet her. Yao Tu immediately reprimanded Yu Ji for being disrespectful. There's no need. Steward Yao, Waner is a little hungry. Can you let Yu Ji help Waner make her signature sweet and sour fish? Yao Moan blinked as she looked towards Yao Tu, acting coquettishly. Yu Ji, didn't you hear consort Yao's orders? Hurry and go. Yao Tu sternly berated Yu Ji. But eldest madam still hasn't woken up. Yu Ji looked towards Do Xianglan who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Yu Ji must be afraid that no one will give Di Mother water after she wakes up. Then Waner will stay. Yu Ji, hurry and go, Waner's really hungry. As Yao Mo Wan spoke, she walked to the side of the bed and pushed Yu Ji to the door. Although Yu Ji was unwilling, when she saw Yao Tu's dark expression, she could only leave Bamboo Wish Pavilion. The moment the door closed, Yao Mo Wan slowly turned around. The innocence and gentleness in her eyes had been replaced by coldness. Looking at Do Xianglan who was sleeping soundly on the bed, Yao Mo Wan lazily leaned against the railing of the bed and the corners of her lips slightly curved. Yu Ji. Yu Ji. Water. Do Xianglan called out to Yu Ji in a trance. She raised her skinny and withered hand blankly until she took the teacup that was still warm. Yu Ji, in a bit, go to the Imperial Palace and tell Sulwan to come back. I don't know why, but I've been dreaming about her these past 2 days. Do Xianglan drank the water with difficulty and handed the teacup back to the person beside her. Di Mother and Wan really have a telepathic connection. Wan has been dreaming about Di Mother these days. Today, she came to see Di Mother early in the morning. Isn't Wan more filial than second sister? Yao Mo Wan's charming eyes looked towards Do Xianglan with a smile on her lips. How could it be you? Who let you in? When Do Xianglan heard this, she was shocked to see that Yao Mo Wan was sitting next to her. Yao Mo Wan was still holding the teacup she had just handed over. Of course it was Wanner who came in. The mother has forgotten, Wanner is now Yao Fei. How could Yu Ji dare to block Wanner? Yao Moan slowly got up and walked over, placing the teacup on the table. Get out. I don't want to see you. Do Xianglan glared at Yao Moan. Her expression was fierce and her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Even with the identity of Yao Fei, Do Xianglan was still so domineering. It wasn't hard for Yao Moan to imagine how much her younger sister had suffered. Yao Moan was speechless. Yao Moan pursed her lips and walked back to the bed. While Do Xianglan was completely unprepared, she fiercely slapped her. You actually dared to hit me. Do Xianglan covered her burning face and glared at Yao Moan. That's right, Wanner did hit me. His Majesty said that Wanner is not the same as before. His Majesty said that Wanner is not the same as before. His status is respected and if anyone dares to be disrespectful to Wanner, they should be hit. Yao Moan said lightly, the light in her eyes harmless. Yu Ji. Someone come. Cough cough cough. Do Xianglan was so angry that she wanted to call Yu Ji to chase Yao Moan out. However, she only managed to call out twice before she felt her chest tighten and started coughing. Why is the mother so angry? Wanner is just an idiot. Could it be that he would eat you? Yao Moan got closer and closer to Do Xianglan, the smile on her lips growing. Go away. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Do Xianglan coughed more and more until she coughed up blood. Looking at the small pool of blood on her palm, Do Xianglan's eyes were filled with shock. She had just caught a cold, how could it be so serious? The mother's illness isn't light. Wanner has heard that when one coughs up blood, it means that they don't have long to live. But the mother, don't worry, Wanner's mother, older sister, and nephew are all waiting down there. The mother definitely won't be lonely down there. Yao Moan wore an innocent face, but her smile was dark and sinister. You! What nonsense are you spouting? Quickly get out. Yu Ji. Do Xianglan wanted to get off the bed but was pushed back by Yao Moan. The mother is already this sick. If you have anything to say, just tell Wanner. Why do you have to get off the bed yourself? Yao Moan's clear eyes flickered, like the sparkling surface of a lake in autumn, dazzling people. What are you doing? Don't think that just because you're Yao Fei you can act tyrannically. Your second sister is the Imperial Gui Fei. Get out right now. Otherwise. Cough cough cough. Do Xianglan didn't know that the angrier she got, the faster she would die. Imperial Gui Fei. Ha! Wanner only knows that His Majesty dotes on Wanner. Even if Wanner deliberately used the cat to scratch second sister's hand and deliberately pushed the responsibility of pushing Qin Fei into the water onto second sister, His Majesty still dotes on Wanner. It really makes people feel extremely helpless. Yao Moan laughed heartlessly, her eyes bursting with an unbridled cold light. You did it on purpose. Aren't you stupid? Do Xianglan looked at Yao Moan in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. The person standing in front of her was clearly that idiot, but why did it seem like a completely different person? Chapter 75. Dear Mother, please don't get angry. Otherwise, the poison will attack your heart and you might die at any moment. If you don't see your precious daughter one last time, would you really bear to close your eyes? Yao Mo Wan smiled sinisterly. Not so long ago, she never knew that she had such a sinister side. It turns out that people really can't be forced. Poison. You. Poison. Do Xianglan stared at Yao Mo and roared angrily, but her voice gradually became weaker. Why is the mother so shocked? Wan is just giving you a taste of your own medicine. How did you instruct Gao Momo to poison my mother's food? When you found out that eldest sister had died, how did you put mother to death? Have you forgotten? That shouldn't be. How long has it been? Yao Mo coldly sneered at the deathly pale Do Xianglan on the bed. After so long, she finally felt a trace of comfort in her heart. You're such a vicious bastard. Cough cough. Sulwan. My Sulwan. Do Xianglan desperately coughed as if she wanted to cough out her heart and lungs. Ha, in your eyes, besides Yao Sulwan, everyone else is a bastard. Then do you know that in father's eyes, isn't your daughter also a bastard? If one day she falls from the position of imperial Gui Fei, do you believe that father would feel disgusted just by looking at her? Do you know why? Because she has a shameless mother. That day at Yundalu, when you and Lu Yusin were in ecstasy, father was standing outside, a dignified prime minister. Seeing his own wife fooling around with other people, he didn't even have the courage to charge in. Tell me, isn't it very painful for him? Yao Mo raised her lips and smiled, her eyes shooting out an undisguised light. It's you, you're the one who told. Do Xianglan's face was deathly white and her body couldn't stop trembling from anger. Yao Mo ignored Do Xianglan's question and continued, as for being vicious, compared to you mother and daughter, Waner is still inferior. Now that I think about it, letting Gao Momo die was too easy. Yao Mo shook her head in annoyance. Gao Momo, you wrongly accused her. Do Xianglan felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on her chest. She desperately sucked in air, but it still wasn't enough. Wrongly accused. Humph. Compared to the heartless thing she did, it's already her good fortune to be able to die so easily. Yao Moen snorted disdainfully. Yao Mo. I will kill you. Kill you. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. Do Xianglan was so agitated that she wanted to reach out to strangle Yao Mo-wan's neck, but Yao Mo-wan grabbed her wrist and fiercely slammed it against the side of the bed. The force was so strong that the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Do Xianglan. You hate Ben Gong now, don't you? You wish for nothing more than to hack me into pieces. Then you should know how much hatred I felt when I saw my mother being poisoned to death by you. This empress is truly unwilling to poison you to death like this. But it doesn't matter, don't you still have a daughter? Yao Moen's cold eyes were bloodshot as she took a deep breath and revealed an extremely harmless smile. You. What do you want? You're not allowed to harm Sulwan. Cough cough. The poison attacked her heart and Do Xianglan's mouth was full of blood. She looked towards Yao Mo-wan in fear. At this moment, she finally saw clearly that the Yao Mo-wan in front of her was no longer that idiot that she could casually scold. The light that shot out of those eyes was incomparably sharp and seemed familiar. Yao Mo-axian. You. Who exactly are you? Do Xianglan was overwhelmed by her own discovery. Her body trembled even more violently and blood flowed out of her mouth. Gao Momo also asked Ben Gong this question before she died. Don't worry, as long as you go to hell, Gao Momo will naturally tell you. When Yao Mo-wan felt Do Xianglan's body spasm, she let out a light breath and released Do Xianglan's wrist. She slowly straightened her body. You. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Cough cough cough. Do Xianglan's pupils constricted and she covered her mouth with both hands. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed through the gaps between her fingers and onto the brocade quilt, soaking it. This sentence is so familiar. Mother, don't worry. Not long later, Ben Gong will naturally send second older sister to reunite with you. Yao Imo Wan's cherry lips curled up. The smile on her face was like a dark flower that bloomed in hell, beautiful and dazzling. Do Xianglan finally stopped breathing in endless hatred. Yao Imo Wan only smiled disdainfully when she saw those eyes that were as wide as copper bells, then turned and left indifferently. When Yao Imo Wan walked into quiet snow pavilion, Su Muzi was playing with the pastries on the table. She wouldn't even let Yao Yu eat a piece if he wanted to. This is prepared for your older sister Wan Er. You're not allowed to touch it. When Yao Imo Wan saw Su Muzi pat Yao Yu's little hand, she finally couldn't help but step forward. Just let Yu Er eat a piece. How could Wan Er eat so much? As Yao Imo Wan spoke, she took a piece of pastry from the table and handed it to Yao Yu. This commoner woman kowtows in salute to Consort Yao Nyang Nyang. Consort Yao Nyang Nyang is blessed with good fortune and peace. When Su Muzi saw Yao Moan walk in, she immediately knelt on both knees and saluted respectfully. What is Third Nyang doing? Hurry and get up. Wan Er really doesn't like you guys kneeling here and there. In the future, if you continue to kneel when you see Wan Er, then Wan Er won't come anymore. Yao Imo Wan bent down to help Su Muzi up. At the side, Yao Yu also helped his mother up. Mother, older sister Wan Er is the best. Older sister Wan Er was the one who told Yu Er those methods to deal with bad people. Mother, Yu Er wants to take out the snow honey that uncle gave us and give it to Yu Er. Su Muzi abruptly stopped Yao Yu's words, but it also caused Yao Imo Wan to tremble. Su Muzi was so nervous that she clearly didn't want Yu Er to continue speaking. Moreover, Yu Er seemed to have mentioned the word uncle just now. This pastry is made with snow honey. Consort Yao, have a taste. It's fresh and sweet. Su Muzi realized that she had lost her composure, so she immediately changed the topic and invited Yao Imo Wan to sit. Chapter 76. Just as the three of them were chatting, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Following that, the door to the room opened and Yuya, who was serving Su Muzi, rushed in without even knocking. Madam, this is great. First Madam is dead. Yuya was so excited that she didn't notice Yao Imo Wan sitting on the side. Shut up. What nonsense are you saying? Su Muzi abruptly stood up and angrily rebuked Yuya. At this moment, Yuya finally noticed that there was an extra person in the room and her mood instantly changed. Replying Madam. It's bad, First Madam passed away. Even though she knew Yao Imo Wan's intelligence wasn't like a normal person's, Yuya still regretted being too rash. If what she said just now reached Master's mouth, it would probably cause trouble for Third Madam again. It was better when I went to pay my respects this morning. How come? Does Master know? Su Muzi furrowed her brows and asked worriedly. Seeing the worry on Su Muzi's face, Yao Imo Wan couldn't help but sigh. This person lived too cautiously, so cautiously that it made one's heart ache. Such a despicable person should be cheering loudly when she died. Master has already gone to Bamboo Wish Pavilion. I heard that Imperial Gue Fei is also on the way back and should be here soon. Yuya said truthfully. Quickly bring me some plain clothes. When she heard the three words Imperial Gue Fei, Su Muzi's face clearly became more nervous. Yao Imo Wan stood up and walked towards Yuya. Mother really died. Yao Imo Wan looked towards Yuya suspiciously. Replying Consort Yao Nyang Nyang, the doctor said that First Madam has passed away. Yuya understood the etiquette between master and servant. Moreover, the person in front of her was a Gui Fei, so she couldn't neglect it. The mother treats Wanner so well, Wanner has to go see her. Yao Mo Wan found an excuse and walked out of Quiet Snow Pavilion first. Seeing Yao Mo Wan's departing figure, Yuya couldn't help but sigh. Back then, First Madam frequently locked Third Miss in the firewood room, beating and scolding her. It's rare that Third Miss doesn't hold a grudge. What nonsense are you saying? Quickly help me change my clothes. If I'm late, I'm afraid it'll attract criticism. Su Muzi urged on the side. Yuya immediately turned and walked towards her master. Outside Quiet Snow Pavilion, Lu Xingting and Marquis Yu immediately went up when she saw Yao Mo Wan. Where is wet nurse Chin? Replying, Master, this servant has already given her 1,000 taels of silver and sent someone to escort her out of the city. Now, it is time for her to leave the imperial city. Don't worry, Your Highness. Lu Xing said in a low voice. How are things at Bamboo Wish Pavilion? Yao Moan turned to look towards Ting Yu. Not even 5 minutes after her ladyship left, Yu Ji returned to Bamboo Wish Pavilion. Perhaps because she saw First Madam's abnormality, she ran out in a panic to find a physician. At this time, Master has already gone to Bamboo Wish Pavilion and sent someone to inform the Imperial Gui Fei. In a little while, the Imperial Gui Fei will arrive, Ting Yu reported truthfully. I'm going to Bamboo Wish Cottage to send her off one last time. Her ghost probably wants to see me. She walked towards Bamboo Wish Pavilion. Lu Xingting and Yu looked at each other in dismay before following. Before entering Bamboo Wish Pavilion, Yao Moan could already hear Yu Ji's uncontrollable sobbing. She had to admit that even though everyone in the residence hated Do Xianglan, she still handed Yu Ji over. Steward Yao, the mother, is she really dead? Yao Moan paused in front of the arched door before walking in anxiously. Replying consort Yao Nyang Nyang, First Madam has unfortunately passed away. Please don't be too sad, otherwise it might harm your phoenix body, consoled Yao Tu sorrowfully. Yao Moan suddenly realized that Yao Tu's acting skills were not inferior to hers. Wanner wants to go take a look. When Yao Moan heard this, she walked over. When she stepped into the room, she saw Yao Zhenting sitting solemnly by the table with a grave expression. Yu Ji was kneeling by the side of the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the main character was lying on the bed like a corpse in a sorry state. The corners of her lips, inner garments, embroidered blankets, and satin mattress were all stained with blood. Yao Moan was shocked that Yao Zhenting hadn't dealt with it. However, this was just as she had hoped. She believed that Yao Sulwan would definitely like this great gift she had prepared for her. Father, the mother, so terrifying. Yao Moan gathered her emotions and then jogged over to Yao Zhenting's side. She looked towards Do Xianglan apprehensively. When Yu Ji heard this, she abruptly turned and glared fiercely at Yao Moan with her eyes that were swollen from crying. Yao Moan was thinking that if it wasn't because of her identity, she would definitely pounce on her and strangle her to death. And this person she called father beside her might not even make a sound. At this moment, Yao Moan finally understood why Yi Hongyi longed for imperial power, longed for the throne. It was because the feeling of having power and influence was truly indescribably good. Mother! Mother! Right at this time, Yao Sulwan rushed in without any warning. When she saw Do Xianglan's miserable death, tears gushed out. She immediately threw herself in front of the bed and hugged Do Xianglan's body with both hands as she wailed hysterically. Mother! How could it be like this? How could you leave your daughter alone? Yao Sulwan wailed in grief, tears rolling down her cheeks. Behind her, Kai Ying wiped her tears and walked forward to carefully support Yao Sulwan. Nyang Nyang, your health is important. You're pregnant with dragon seed. Advised Kai Ying worriedly. At the side, Yao Moen clearly felt Yao Zhenting's body shake. "So the dead can't come back to life. No matter how sad you are, Xianglan won't be able to come back to life." Yao Zhenting choked with sobs as he looked towards Yao Sulwan sorrowfully. Yao Moen suddenly really wanted to laugh. This was his father. She really didn't know how he managed to hold himself back from vomiting when he said the two words Xianglan. "Yu Ji. What exactly happened? Ben Gong hasn't seen mother for a few days, how could she? How could she be this ill?" Yao Sulwan abruptly stood up and looked towards Yu Ji furiously. Her scarlet eyes looked like they wanted to eat someone. Chapter 77. Audacious servant, that's not what you said earlier. Yao Zhenting hadn't expected Yu Ji to say something so shocking. When he had entered, she had thought that Do Xianglan had coughed up blood and died. Everyone shut up. "Yu Ji, speak." Yao Sulwan's sharp eyes suddenly shot towards Yao Zhenting. Replying Imperial Gui Fei, First Madam caught a cold. Although her body was weak, she wouldn't cough up blood. Today, Consort Yao suddenly barged in and sent this servant away. When this servant returned, First Madam was all ready. It was Consort Yao. Consort Yao must have hated First Madam, that's why she poisoned First Madam to death. Yu Ji glared at Yao Moen angrily. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on Yao Moen. "Yu Ji, you need evidence to speak. You're saying that my master poisoned First Madam, but do you have evidence?" Ting Yu immediately stepped forward to refute. When First Madam met with the accident, only Consort Yao was present. "If it wasn't her, who else could it be?" questioned Yu Ji sternly. "Yao Moen." Yao Sulwan's eyes were bloodthirsty as she pursed her lips and rushed over. Without saying anything, she slapped Yao Moen's face. "Nyang nyang. Imperial Gui Fei, the matter hasn't been cleared up yet, how could you attack?" At the side, Lu Xing hadn't expected Yao Sulwan to be so tyrannical. Caught off guard, his master suffered a loss. In reality, if Yao Moen hadn't been willing, Yao Sulwan wouldn't have had this chance. "Yu Ji. Tell Ben Gong, was mother alone with this bastard before she died?" The veins on Yao Sulwan's forehead bulged as she spoke through gritted teeth. "Yu Ji dares to guarantee with my life that First Madam was definitely harmed by Consort Yao," said Yu Ji resolutely. Yao Moen couldn't help but want to laugh when she saw this. She didn't care about the pain on her face, but these 5 fingerprints covered the ones Yi Junqing had left on her face last night, so she didn't have to explain it to Yi Hongyi. "Come. Beat this lowly bastard to death." Yao Sulwan roared, her beautiful eyes as cold as ice. "Wait, Sulwan. Wan is still His Majesty's Consort Yao and this matter hasn't been fully investigated yet, so how can you jump to conclusions? Father promises you that once this matter is fully investigated, I will definitely avenge your mother, all right?" Yao Zhenting had already walked in front of Yao Sulwan and advised against it. They say that a day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. Now that her mother had died tragically, not only was her father not punishing the murderer, he was even pleading for her. It's true that she's Consort Yao, but this consort is also an imperial noble consort that the emperor has personally bestowed upon her. Furthermore, this consort is pregnant with a descendant of the imperial family. Now that we're in the prime minister's residence, who dares to disobey this consort's words? Guards! Drag this idiot out and beat him to death. Not only did Yao Zhenting's persuasion not calm Yao Sulwan down, it even aroused the resentment in her heart. Sulwan. Yao Zhenting really wanted to say something, but when he saw the bloodthirsty light in Yao Sulwan's eyes, he didn't say anything. In his opinion, an imperial noble consort who was pregnant with the emperor's dragon seed was far more valuable than a mere consort Yao. Especially when this Yao Fei was a fool. Second older sister. Are you suspecting Wan Wan didn't. Yao Mo Wan looked towards Yao Sulwan with tears in her eyes as she spoke timidly. Guards. All the servants of the Prime Minister's residence have died. Yao Sulwan's eyes were about to split open as she roared. The current Yao Sulwan had already lost all reason. Every time she thought about Yao Moxayan's soul reincarnating into her belly, that Yao Mo Wan might have caused her mother's death, she really wanted to rush over and flay Yao Mo Wan alive. She couldn't make Yao Moxayan turn into ashes, but she could make Yao Mo Wan die under a random rod. Father. Yao Mo Wan's pleading gaze fell on Yao Jinting as tears streamed down her face. Yao Mo Wan had already expected Yao Jinting to lower his eyes and sigh. At this time, the servants in the courtyard had already rushed into the room and surrounded Yao Mo Wan. You've eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. My family's master is the current consort Yao Nyang Nyang and is deeply favored by the emperor. If you dare to touch her, your 9 generations will be implicated. When Lu Xing saw that the situation was bad, he immediately stood in front of Yao Mo Wan and shouted angrily. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Even these 2 dog servants, drag both of them out and beat them to death. Yao Sulwan's malevolent expression was as terrifying as a demon from hell. When the servants saw that Yao Jinting didn't stop them, they simply rushed over. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, all the servants in the room collapsed to the ground. In front of Yao Moan stood 4 imperial guards. You! Why are you all here? Yao Sulwan looked at the imperial guards that appeared in front of Yao Mo Wan in shock. She had been in the palace for 7 years, so she recognized these 4 people. They were all first-rate experts by Yi Hongyi's side. We've received orders to protect Consort Yao. If anyone dares to attack again, kill without mercy, said the leader, Qing Long, in a powerful unresonant voice. His Majesty actually. Preposterous, she's an idiot. Based on what? Come. Kill Yao Mo Wan. Kill her. Yao Sulwan couldn't endure the stimulation and her body swayed, almost falling. Fortunately, Kai Ying was supporting her from behind. At this time, Yao Jinting suddenly waved his hand and dismissed the servants on the ground. Sulwan, don't be willful. Your health is important. When he saw the 4 great imperial guards appear by Yao Mo Wan's side, Yao Jinting was a bit annoyed. However, fortunately, Yao Mo Wan was an idiot and probably wouldn't bother with him. When she saw Yao Jinting's ability to act according to the wind to the extreme, Yao Mo Wan really wanted to laugh. To have this kind of father, it really was the good fortune she had accumulated over several lifetimes. Father. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Jinting with resentment, her anger soaring to the heavens. Right at this time, Su Muzi brought Yao Yu and walked in at an inopportune time. The moment she entered, Su Muzi already felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. However, since she had already entered, there was no reason for her to back out. Even if she didn't dare make a sound out of timidity, she still became the focus of Yao Sulwan's anger. Slut! Yao Sulwan practically didn't give anyone time to react. She abruptly charged forward and gave Su Muzi a flurry of slaps on her face. Go away. You're not allowed to bully mother. When Yao Yu saw blood seeping out of the corner of Su Muzi's mouth, he anxiously charged forward but was firmly held back by Yu Ji. Now that eldest madam had passed away, she could only perform well in front of Yao Sulwan to have a chance at survival. It wasn't that she didn't know that no one in this Fu, including Lord Master, wanted her to live. Yao Sulwan was her only hope. Mother. Woo-woo. Yao Yu's heart ached so much that tears streamed down his face. He struggled with all his might, but he still couldn't escape Yuji's grip. Yao Jinting watched indifferently as Yao Sulwan slapped Su Muzi until her face was red and swollen and her hair was a mess. He didn't have the slightest intention of stopping her. He knew that Yao Sulwan had to find someone to vent her anger on. Second older sister. How could you hit Shu mother? What did she do wrong? Yao Mo Wan swept a cold gaze over Yao Jinting. She suddenly walked in front of Su Muzi and grabbed Yao Sulwan's raised jade wrist. Chapter 78. Shu mother didn't do anything wrong, Moan also didn't do anything wrong. Second older sister just wanted to vent her anger on someone, so hitting Moan is the same. Hit her. Yao Moan stood in front of Su Muzi and loosened her grip on Yao Sulwan's wrist. She closed her eyes, clearly looking afraid but not backing down. Fine. You all heard it. She was the one who asked for it. If anyone dares to stop her, Ben Gong will bestow death upon them. Even if His Majesty comes, it's useless. Yao Sulwan's eyes flashed with a vicious light. As she spoke, she raised her palm. Yao Moan could clearly hear the wind whistling in her ears. Yao Sulwan must have used all her strength in this attack. In the shadows, Yin Shue's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. As long as Yao Moan moved, she would attack. Right at this time, a shout came from outside the door. Stop! The icy cold voice carried a bone-piercing chill. The first thing Yi Hongyi saw when he appeared in Bamboo Wish Pavilion was this shocking scene. When he saw Yao Sulwan's palm coming down, his heart inexplicably tightened. Yao Sulwan only paused for a moment but didn't have any intentions of stopping. However, Kaiying pulled her back. Nyang Nyang, you have to think of the bigger picture. Kaiying whispered into Yao Sulwan's ear. At this time, Yi Hongyi had already stepped into the room and pulled Yao Moan into his embrace like he was grabbing a treasure that was about to disappear. Your Majesty. Boo-hoo. It wasn't me who poisoned her. When Di mother got into trouble, Wan was with Shu mother. Second older sister didn't believe Wan. She even beat Shu mother. Yao Moan cried her heart out in Yi Hongyi's embrace, choking with sobs. What's going on? Yi Hongyi's cold eyes surged with anger as he looked at Yao Sulwan with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Your Majesty, you have to give this concubine justice. This concubine's mother was poisoned to death by Yao Fei. Yu Ji can testify. Yao Sulwan hated Yao Moan's wronged appearance and wanted to rush up and tear that face apart. At the side, Yu Ji's legs softened and she let go of Yao Yu's hand. She knelt in front of Yi Hongyi, her body trembling. She had only wanted to curry favor with Yao Sulwan and hadn't expected things to get this big. Azure Dragon, investigate. After Yi Hongyi said this, he raised his fingers to stroke Yao Moan's wet cheeks. His love for her couldn't be any greater. Warner doesn't look good when she cries. I don't like it. As Yi Hongyi spoke, he turned around and left Bamboo Wish Pavilion with Yao Moan in his arms. He didn't even spare Yao Sulwan a glance. At this moment, Yao Jinting finally understood. In His Majesty's eyes, the weight of that foolish daughter was far from what Yao Sulwan could compare to. Thus, Yao Jinting got up and straightened his wrinkled gown. He looked in disgust at Do Xianglan who was lying on the bed like a corpse and indifferently left. On the ground, Yao Sulwan sat there dejectedly, her beautiful eyes burning with tears. Yao Moan. One day, this consort will make you die even more miserably than your sister. Because of the Azure Dragon's intervention, the cause of Do Xianglan's death was easily found. 2 hours later, Qing Long appeared in the main hall with the imperial doctor who was examining Do Xianglan again. At this moment, Yi Hongyi was currently comforting Yao Moan who was crying her eyes out. What happened? Yi Hongyi allowed Yao Moen to sit on his knees as he swept his gaze over the imperial doctor who was kneeling on the ground. Replying, Your Majesty, Xiang Fu's madam did indeed die from poisoning. The poison she was poisoned with is called fallen wild goose sand. This poison is a slow-acting poison. The person who poisoned her mixed this poison into Xiang Fu's madam's medicinal soup half a month ago. As the poison accumulated, it caused Xiang Fu's madam to suddenly cough up blood and die, reported the imperial doctor. Your Majesty, this subordinate has already investigated. Chen Momo, who had always been brewing medicine for Xiang Fu's madam, is currently missing. It has also been confirmed that she was the one who poisoned her. Qing Long cupped his hands as he reported. Imperial Gui Fei, did you hear everything clearly? Yi Hongyi's cold gaze swept over Yao Sulwan. There wasn't a trace of warmth in his voice. Chen Momo. How is that possible? Why would she poison mother? At the side, Yao Sulwan wiped her tears as she looked towards Qing Long, replying Imperial Gui Fei, Chen Momo's daughter had once offended Xiang Fu's madam due to a small mistake. Xiang Fu's madam beat her up and then threw her out of the fu. She died because she couldn't get medical attention, said Qing Long expressionlessly. Evil woman. Since this matter has nothing to do with Wan Imperial Gui Fei, shouldn't you apologize to Wan When Yi Hongyi saw the finger marks that had yet to disappear on Yao Mo Wan's face, unconcealable anger burst forth from his eyes. It's second older sister who misunderstood Wan Wan wouldn't blame second older sister, right? Yao Sulwan's gaze grew cold, but due to Yi Hongyi's face, she had no choice but to walk over to Yao Mo Wan's side and admit her mistake in a low voice. Second older sister's biological mother just died. Wan doesn't blame second older sister, but you shouldn't have hit Shu mother. Yao Mo Wan looked towards Yao Sulwan with a heavy sobbing tone. Yao Sulwan's heart was stifling with anger, but when she met Yi Hongyi's cold gaze, she turned and walked in front of Su Muzi who was standing at the side. Sulwan misunderstood Shu mother because of the pain of losing my mother. I hope that Shu mother will not take it to heart. Yao Sulwan clenched her teeth and lowered her eyes, speaking with difficulty. Imperial Gui Fei's words are too serious, this common woman is terrified. Su Muzi immediately kowtowed, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Forget it, the day after Xiang Fu's madam's funeral, you should stay behind to show your filial piety. Wan follow Jin back to the palace. Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Mo Wan up and left. Your Majesty, the mother treats Wan very well, Wan also wants to stay behind. Yao Mo Wan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked towards Yi Hongyi, innocent and pure. It was unknown whether she was angry or amused. Do Xianglan would treat Yao Mo Wan well. Even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Jin's foolish Wan awe. Let's go. Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Mo Wan to the door when he suddenly thought of something and turned to look towards Yao Jinting. Which lowly servant framed Yao Fei? Chapter 79. Nyang Nyang, dinner is ready. Tingyu placed the last dish of koi pastries on the table and walked over to Yao Moen's side. Has it been prepared for the esteemed prince? Yao Moen sighed and put down Fluffy to walk over to the table. This servant has already delivered the esteemed prince's portion. Alright, you guys should go eat as well. There's no need to serve here. Yao Moen waved her hand to dismiss Tingyu and Lu Xing. She looked at the table full of dishes and finally had some appetite. Just as Yao Moen was about to move her chopsticks, a faint fragrance drifted over. Yao Moen didn't look up as she continued to eat. That girl Tingyu is also holding a grudge. Why did she give this prince so little food? This prince hasn't even eaten his fill. Yi Junqing walked in elegantly in his white robes. There was a rare trace of awkwardness on his handsome face, even though he was trying his best to hide it. It seems like you can't eat that much. Seeing that Yao Moen wasn't saying anything, Yi Junqing tried to smooth things over and sat down. I heard you returned to the Prime Minister residence. You weren't wronged, right? Yi Junqing was glad that there were 2 sets of chopsticks on the table. He picked up the bamboo chopsticks and was about to pick up some food when Yao Moen suddenly put down the porcelain bowl and looked towards Yi Junqing indifferently. Yi Junqing's raised hand instantly froze in the air. He didn't know whether to extend it or retract it. After a while, he finally lowered it. All right, this prince came to admit his wrongs. I shouldn't have hit you, but you were also in the wrong. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with a serious expression. Moen's wrongs were that when Prince attacked, I didn't dodge in time. A ripple appeared in Yao Moen's clear eyes and her voice was as pleasant as a clear spring. If you say it like that. When Yi Junqing saw the finger marks on Yao Moen's face, he swallowed back the words he was about to say. It was hard to imagine how hard he had hit her to still be able to see the marks. Is what Moen said wrong? Yao Moen lifted her brows with a calm expression. Yes. Yi Junqing's heart was crying. How much did he have to say the word yes against his will? So that's what Prince thinks. Prince can leave now. Yao Moen's expression darkened and her voice turned extremely cold. That's not right. Yi Junqing's attitude instantly changed. In this moment, Yi Junqing deeply understood that if he insisted on his principles when a woman was pestering him endlessly, it would definitely be self-torture. Perhaps in Prince's eyes, Moen has never been right. Prince can leave now. Yao Moen once again ordered for him to leave. Yi Junqing finally gave up. He lowered his head, put down his chopsticks, and silently left. As she watched Yi Junqing dejectedly walk out of Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen's lips curved into a faint smile. She liked the current Yi Junqing. He was able to feel joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. He wasn't as dejected as he was at the esteemed prince's residence. Just as Yi Junqing's figure faded from her line of sight, a gust of wind blew and a figure in a red dress appeared in front of her like a god descending. His androgynous handsome face was unparalleled in the world. Yan Nanxing was truly beautiful to the extreme. Just a glance was enough to make all living things go crazy. Aren't beauties being too much of a bully? Yan Nanxing flicked his sleeves and sat down in front of Yao Moen. His charming eyes looked in the direction Yi Junqing had disappeared in. In this world, other than Yao Moxin, there was no one else who could make her junior brother feel so helpless. They were truly worthy of being blood sisters. A lion's head wants to stand up for the esteemed prince. Yao Moen restrained the shock in her eyes and lifted her brows towards Yan Nanxing. Cough cough. I don't have that thought for now. I came here specifically to see Miss Moen. When Yan Nanxing noticed the strange light in Yao Moen's eyes, he decisively chose to play it safe. Is there nothing else? Yao Moen lifted her brows towards Yan Nanxing. Her clear eyes seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts. Under the gaze of these eyes, Yan Nanxing suddenly felt like he was running around naked. No. Yan Nanxing shook his head firmly. That's for the best. Since you've already seen her, Moen won't keep you company. It's been a long day and I'm really tired. Yao Moen swayed as she got up and headed for the bedroom. Don't go. I have something good to show you. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. When Yan Nanxing's voice fell, 4 people dressed in black stood in front of Yao Moen. There were 2 men and 2 women. The men were handsome and elegant while the women were dignified. As for their martial arts, they naturally weren't bad if Yan Nanxing could call them good stuff. What do you mean? Yao Moen sized up the 4 people in front of her, then turned to look at Yan Nanxing. In reality, she had already guessed what was going on. Don't underestimate these 4 people. They're this sovereign's most capable left and right arms. Yan Nanxing gave the 4 people in front of him the highest evaluation. And then, Yao Moen placed her thumb on her cheek as her crafty eyes flickered towards Yan Nanxing. Her lips curved into a smile that was like a little flower swaying in the spring breeze, so pure and innocent. And then, this sovereign has decided to give the 4 of them to you. Yan Nanxing said resolutely as if he had mustered up a lot of courage. Moen once heard someone say that the more beautiful a thing is, the more it's not what it looks like. It seems that's not entirely true. Nanxing, you're a city-toppling beauty and have a generous heart is an example. Then Moen will respectfully accept. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, all of you withdraw. Yao Moen rarely complimented someone. Don't withdraw. Yan Nanxing was just about to stop them when he saw Yao Moen's sharp eyes turn cold as she looked at wind, rain, thunder, and lightning solemnly. Who's your master now? Withdraw. Yao Moen's voice was very soft, but it contained a pressure that no one could refuse. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning only froze for a moment before they all disappeared from Guan Osprey Palace. Chapter 80. Didn't you specially come to see me? Yao Moen looked towards Yan Nanxing innocently. That's right, but you've already taken the elements, so shouldn't you return Yin Shui to this sovereign? Yan Nanxing said as if this was a matter of course. Are these 2 matters related? Yao Moen had already guessed Yan Nanxing's intentions, but she wasn't a kind person. How could she let go of a duck that was already in her hands? Furthermore, Yao Moen knew from Yin Shui that all hidden guards were only loyal to their current master. Regarding this, Yao Moen firmly believed it. You won't go back on your word, right? Yan Nanxing's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened to their limit and his voice trembled slightly. The woman in front of him was clearly as beautiful as a flower, a beauty that could topple a nation, but at this moment, no matter how he looked at her, she seemed like a devil, the most black-bellied kind. If a lion's head doesn't feel embarrassed, then you can take the elements back from Moen. As for Yin Shui, Moen definitely won't part with her. Of course, Moen feels that a proud martial alliance head like Yan Nanxing wouldn't do something that goes back on his word. If that's really the case, then Moen will look down on you. Yao Moen's words were light and breezy, but they completely blocked Yan Nanxing's path of retreat. You. I want the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning back. Yan Nanxing's voice was extremely soft. His flawless face was dyed with an unnatural redness. Nanxing, what did you say? Moen didn't hear you. Speak louder. Yao Moen rubbed her ear and deliberately raised her voice. I said. I want the elements back. Yan Nanxing cleared his throat, pursed his lips, and raised his voice slightly. What a joke, there were only 8 first-class hidden guards in Phoenix Feather Manor. How could he bear to give them away? I still can't hear you. What did you say? Yao Moen pretended to be deaf and mute again. Yan Nanxing was silent for a moment, then he suddenly rushed over to Yao Moen's ear and said loudly, The elements are yours, no need to thank me. Yao Moen felt her eardrums ringing. By the time she reacted, Yan Nanxing had already left Guan Osprey Palace with vicious steps. Yao Moen smiled faintly as she looked at Yan Nanxing's downtrodden figure. Trying to fight with me? Humph. Perhaps it was because of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, but Yao Moen was in a very good mood. So the next morning, when Yi Junqing sat down at the jadeite square table and offered a bowl of ginseng porridge, Yao Moen didn't refuse. Does Prince sincerely repent? Yao Moan took the ginseng porridge and lifted her brows towards Yi Junqing. Ahem. Regarding that matter, this king was indeed at fault. Of course, if one makes a mistake, then they should be punished. As long as you ask, this prince is willing to take responsibility for this mistake. Yi Junqing seemed to have hardened his heart as he enunciated each word with a sincere gaze and sincere tone. From tomorrow onwards, Prince shouldn't appear in front of Moan wearing white clothes anymore, said Yao Moan lightly as she scooped up the ginseng porridge from her porcelain bowl. Why? Yi Junqing did his best to make his voice sound calm. Because I made a mistake, so I should be punished. Yao Moan blinked slightly as she looked towards Yi Junqing with an innocent expression. Yao Moan knew that white wasn't a color that Yi Junqing liked. Ever since the day the news of his death had reached the esteemed prince's residence, he had started wearing white clothes. He wanted to use white to mourn the woman in his heart, to show that his heart was dead, but how could he have known that that woman wouldn't be willing to see his heart die? Yi Junqing silently withdrew his gaze and began to gulp down the porridge. It was rare for Yao Moan to see Yi Junqing acting in a fit of pique. The two sword-like brows on his handsome face were tightly knitted together. It was extremely funny. After finishing breakfast, Yao Moan got up to pick up Fluffy and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Just as she was about to leave, she seemed to think of something. Tingyu, if you see that prince is still wearing white clothes tomorrow, send the food to the east wing. The meaning behind Yao Moan's words was very clear. Tingyu nodded in understanding. Behind Yao Moan, the sound of Yi Junqing drinking the porridge grew louder. After leaving Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan called Lu Xing over. Lu Xing, go investigate Su Muzi. See who she usually interacts with and if there are any suspicious people. Yes. Lu Xing never asked for the reason for Yao Moan's orders. He only said that he would do his best. From the moment he decided to become a eunuch, his body, his life, all belonged to Yao Moan. After Do Xianglan's funeral was settled, Yao Sulwan hurriedly returned to the imperial palace. However, after waiting for a few days, she still didn't see Yi Hongyi step foot into Pure Flower's palace. Your Highness, how can the child in your stomach endure this if you don't eat or drink? Shouldn't he at least eat some? Kai Ying carefully brought the ginseng porridge in front of Yao Sulwan, but Yao Sulwan abruptly threw it to the ground. It's better if he starves to death. What dragon seed, it's that vile spawn Yao Moshin. How did you end up in Ben Gong's stomach? Get out. Hurry and get out. Yao Sulwan was extremely angry and her hands hit her lower abdomen with all her might. Your Highness, what are you doing? It's easy to miscarry like this. You have to take care of your own body. Kai Ying couldn't be bothered to clean up the mess on the ground and hastily stopped Yao Sulwan. What did you say? Yao Sulwan suddenly stopped and looked towards Kai Ying with a deep gaze. This servant said to take care of your body. It's easy for you to miscarry like this. Kai Ying repeated timidly. Miscarry. That really is a good idea. Help Ben Gong dress up, Ben Gong wants to see His Majesty. Yao Sulwan's eyes brightened and the corners of her lips curved in a chilly smile. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi finished reading the last memorial and put down the cinnabar brush. He let out a light sigh and then lazily leaned back on the dragon chair. Yao Mo Wan's otherworldly appearance unconsciously appeared in his mind. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to weigh the important ministers in court, why would he need to visit the 4 great imperial concubines from time to time? No one knew how much he relied on Yao Mo Wan's body. Every time he interacted with the other concubines, he would unconsciously think that the woman beneath him was Yao Mo Wan. Your Majesty, Imperial Gui Fei is outside and requests an audience. And Bingshan's voice interrupted Yi Hongyi's contemplation. Summon. Yi Hongyi restrained the warmth that had unconsciously appeared in his eyes and spoke seriously. In a short while, Yao Sulwan had already arrived in front of the dragon table with small steps. This concubine kowtows in salute to your majesty. Yao Sulwan parted her lips and her graceful body bent down in the most seductive position. Chapter 81. This matter is already in the past, we won't pursue it. Yi Hongyi's expression didn't change. Other than this matter, this concubine has come to share your majesty's burden. Yao Sulwan put away the sorrow in her eyes and looked towards Yi Hongyi. Light flashed in her eyes. Oh. Yi Hongyi was slightly shocked and raised his brows. This Chia remembers that your majesty once mentioned that general of the left, Huan Heng, holds half of Great Chu's military power and is ready to make a move. Unfortunately, Huan Heng has always been cautious and your majesty doesn't have a way to deal with him right now, said Yao Sulwan in a low voice. That's right, does beloved concubine have any good suggestions? His deep eyes became even more focused. Yi Hongyi slowly walked around the dragon table and walked lightly to Yao Sulwan's side. As gently as he could, he helped her sit on a red sandalwood chair to the side. This concubine is slow-witted, but I can think of a way. If Consort Chen makes a huge mistake, the father has to pay the son's debts. In order to protect Consort Chen's life, Left General shouldn't be stingy with his military power. Yao Sulwan's eyes flashed. That won't be easy. Jin really can't think of what kind of mistake Consort Chen could make that Jin would have enough reason to use her. Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Sulwan in confusion. The imperial harem is the most powerful, no one can surpass the descendants of dragons, said Yao Sulwan clearly. Sulwan. Do you know what you're saying? How could you bear to? This is your and Jin's child. Yi Hongyi suddenly trembled, then looked towards Yao Sulwan solemnly. This concubine is terrified. How could this concubine bear to give up my own flesh and blood? This is this concubine's first child. However, this concubine really can't think of a better idea. Zhen and this concubine will have another child, but if Huan Heng does anything, Great Chu will be in danger. This concubine only wants to do something for your majesty and Great Chu. I beg your majesty to help me. Yao Sulwan suddenly knelt down with tears in her eyes. However, a trace of coldness flashed through her heart. Back then, her pregnancy wasn't even as good as a cat for his majesty. Now, his heart was aching. This was too fake. Some things were tacit, but they still had to keep up appearances. Beloved concubine, hurry and get up. Sulwan, we never thought that you would be so righteous. It's just that this matter has wronged you. Don't worry, after this matter is over, we will compensate you. Yi Hongyi lovingly helped Yao Sulwan up from the ground, a gentle smile appearing in his cold and emotionless eyes. This concubine only wants to do her part for your majesty and has never thought of a reward. Yao Sulwan bashfully leaned into Yi Hongyi's embrace, feeling a moment of warmth. Her mind was already filled with the limitless glory of sitting on the phoenix throne. She believed that if they could help His Majesty eliminate Huan Heng this time, she would definitely become the empress. Yao Imo Wan, who was leisurely strolling through the imperial garden, carried Fluffy and walked to a more secluded place. Seeing that there was no one around, she tried to summon wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Just like Yin Shui, Yao Imo Wan only had to shout once and the four of them seemed to have descended from the heavens to stand in front of her respectfully. Since this consort is your master, will you listen to this consort's words? Yao Moan looked towards the four people with a solemn expression. This consort awaits master's orders, said the four of them in unison. This consort orders the four of you to immediately head to Mangyuan. After you find Ben Lei, help him gather as much wealth as possible and secretly expand the secret division. Tell Ben Lei to be careful when he does things and not give himself away. In particular, don't let the Crown Prince of Chu Mabe, get hold of any evidence. This person is very difficult to deal with. Yao Moen suddenly felt a headache when she recalled her dealings with Chu Mabe. This person's calm bearing, deep schemes, and strange methods were already at the top of the list of people she didn't want to deal with the most. Yes. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning received the order and left. When the four of them faded out of her sight, Yao Moen summoned Yin Shui. Are there any movements on Yao Sulwan's side? Ever since Yao Sulwan had returned from Prime Minister Fu, Yao Moen had sent Yin Shui out to secretly monitor her. There was a saying that a cornered dog would jump over a wall. Yao Sulwan was currently in this state. Replying, Master, Yao Sulwan wants to use the dragon seed in her stomach to frame Huan Kaier, replied Yin Shui concisely. How sad. Never mind, someone like her isn't fit to be a mother. Do you know what method to use? Yao Moen's expression was solemn as a dark light flashed through her eyes. She didn't know what words to use to describe Yao Sulwan's foolish actions. At the time, she had been too sharp, which was why Yi Hongyi couldn't tolerate her. She clearly knew that Yi Hongyi couldn't tolerate a shrewd woman, yet she just had to be ahead of him in everything. If she knew her place and didn't try to be the empress, perhaps she would have been able to live a bit longer. Saffron, said Yin Shui resolutely. What a foolish move. Yao Moen laughed coldly, then lifted her eyes to look at the jade lake in front of her. A gust of wind blew over the lake, bringing with it a trace of moisture. The jade-colored lake water shimmered, dazzling the eyes. Huan Kaier had appeared in Pure Flower's palace far earlier than Yao Sulwan had imagined. When she saw the black chicken ginseng soup in Zi Shuang's hands, a trace of sorrow flashed through Yao Sulwan's heart. She had abandoned this child because of Yao Moxin, but His Majesty couldn't wait to abandon him. What did this mean? What gust of wind blew little sister Kaier to this consort's place? Yao Sulwan collected her thoughts and swayed as she walked towards Huan Kaier. This consort has never been one to be pretentious, nor would I say any flattering words. If His Majesty hadn't repeatedly told this consort to come see Imperial Gui Fei last night, this consort would never have stepped into your Pure Flower's palace. This consort hasn't forgotten who it was that instructed that idiot to push this consort into Jade Lake. Huan Kaier looked coldly at Yao Sulwan, who had come forward to greet her. Her voice was as cold as a hammer, pushing people 1,000 li away. At the side, Zi Shuang expressionlessly placed the food box in her hands on the table before returning to stand behind Huan Kaier. Chapter 82. Ben Gong has accepted Consort Chen's goodwill. Since Consort Chen is so reluctant, Ben Gong doesn't need to stay any longer. Yao Sulwan looked towards Huan Kaier. She knew that Huan Kaier was very domineering, so she didn't bother arguing with her. At least you're sensible. Zi Shuang, let's go. Although Huan Kaier was a bit surprised by Yao Sulwan's submissive attitude, she didn't think too much about it. Ben Gong won't take anything that's taken into Pure Flower's palace. Huan Kaier scoffed when she saw that Zi Shuang was about to take back the porcelain bowl and food box. Zi Shuang naturally understood her master's meaning and immediately put down the food box in her hands before turning to leave with Huan Kaier. Nyang Nyang, this Huan Kaier is too domineering. Why do you have to tolerate her? In any case, there's plenty of time in the future. Once she's banished to the cold palace, Ben Gong will have plenty of time to torment her. At that time, Ben Gong will let her know who's the real master in this inner palace. Yao Sulwan narrowed her eyes. When she turned around, she suddenly felt an unbearable pain in her abdomen. Nyang Nyang. Is it, this servant will help you back to your room? When Kaiying saw Yao Sulwan's brows furrowed and her expression conflicted, she knew that the saffron had taken effect and immediately helped Yao Sulwan back to the inner room. On the white jade bridge in the imperial garden, Huan Kai'er walked leisurely as she admired the beautiful scenery in the garden. Nyang Nyang, this servant feels that Imperial Gui Fei's attitude today is a bit strange. Ever since Xi Shuang left Pure Flower's palace, she had been feeling uneasy. That's true. Ben Gong scolded her like that, but she didn't even say a word in rebuttal. Could it be that she's afraid of Ben Gong? Although Huan Kai'er was used to being domineering, she wasn't a brainless person. Yao Sulwan's attitude was indeed abnormal. She was so patient that she didn't even use the words she had prepared. It's fine if she's afraid of Nyang Nyang, but this servant is just afraid that she'll harm Nyang Nyang behind your back. You must know that it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. That Yao Sulwan is a smiling tiger through and through. Xi Shuang commented. Just as Huan Kai'er was about to speak, she suddenly saw Yao Mo Wan and Ting Yu taking a stroll in the willow forest. Xi Shuang, follow this consort to teach that idiot a lesson. Huan Kai'er's eyes turned cold as she walked towards the willow forest. Inside the willow forest, the shade was lush and green. 10,000 weeping willows swayed in the wind like silk ribbons. Yao Mo Wan lightly swung the willow branch in her hand, her large eyes as clear as water. Ting Yu, what do you think second older sister's red powder is? Ting Yu, what do you think second older Jie's palace has? You mustn't eat it, that thing is poisonous. Ting Yu intentionally raised her voice and exclaimed. Nonsense. If it was poisonous, why would second sister put it in the secret compartment under the bed? It must be something delicious. Second older sister couldn't bear to let Wan Er eat it, so she hid it. Yao Moan noticed that Huan Kai'er's footsteps had suddenly stopped, so she continued to act innocent. That's called saffron. If you eat it, you won't be able to have children. Even if you're pregnant, eating it will cause a miscarriage. Nyang Nyang, this isn't a joke. You definitely can't eat it, do you understand? Ting Yu's expression was extremely exaggerated and she placed great emphasis on the word saffron. Then why did second older sister keep it? I'll go tell second older sister. Yao Mo Wan said. Can't, don't go. If Imperial Gui Fei finds out that you saw the secret compartment under her bed, she won't forgive you. You mustn't tell anyone about this. Ting Yu warned again and again. I know. Ting Yu, let's go to the pavilion over there and see if that bad woman is still there. If she is, then we'll help second older sister push her into the water. In any case, His Majesty won't scold Wan Er. Yao Mo Wan winked mischievously, then turned and ran towards the pavilion. Can't, don't run so fast. Be careful not to fall. Ting Yu hurriedly followed. In the shadows of the willow forest, Huan Kai'er's brows furrowed. Her cold eyes were like frost. Can't, if what that idiot said was true, this servant doesn't understand. Why did Yao Sulwan prepare saffron? She's the only pregnant person in the palace right now. Xi Shuang thought about it but couldn't come to a conclusion. Could it be? Xi Shuang, do you think she would take the saffron herself and then frame Ben Gong? Huan Kai'er's eyes flashed with an indistinguishable light as she looked towards Xi Shuang in panic. Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Furthermore, His Majesty doesn't have a son. If she gave birth to a male child, the position of Empress would be within reach. Why would she give up her beautiful future just to spite Kant? This doesn't make sense. Xi Shuang disagreed. That's true. Perhaps she prepared it long ago. It seems that the frequent miscarriages among the consorts in the past definitely have something to do with her. Huan Kai'er sighed lightly. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly saw a little palace made from pure flowers palace pass by with Imperial Physician Jing. Isn't that a palace made from pure flowers palace? Could something really have happened to Yao Sulwan? Zi Shuang looked towards Imperial Physician Jing in shock as a wave of unease rose in her heart. Before Zi Shuang's voice fell, she saw a group of Imperial guards run over from Pure Flowers Palace. Yao Sulwan is truly vicious enough. Zi Shuang, hurry and hide. Later, think of a way to leave the palace and tell father everything that Yao Mo just said. Hurry. Huan Kaier had already realized the urgency of the situation and ordered Zi Shuang sternly. Zi Shuang didn't dare to dally and immediately hid in a nearby bush. In the next second, that group of Imperial guards had already surrounded Huan Kaier. According to His Majesty's decree, Consort Qin is requested to make a trip to Pure Flowers Palace. Seeing that her master was in trouble, Zi Shuang's heart trembled and she rushed towards the palace gates without a second thought. In the darkness, Yao Mo Wan slowly walked out of the willow forest. Her eyes that were as black as midnight stared in the direction that Zi Shuang had left in, and a knowing smile flashed across her lips. Nyang Nyang, Imperial Gui Fei is going to be out of luck, said Ting Yu. It's not just Yao Sulwan who's going to be out of luck. Have you found someone to inform father? Nyang Nyang, don't worry. Lu Xing has already arranged for someone to report to master. And, let's go. Accompany Ben Gong to watch the show. Yao Mo Wan's expression returned to its usual cold and indifferent expression. The depths of her eyes were so deep that no one could see them. Inside Pure Flowers Palace, Yao Sulwan's hands were tightly clutching her lower abdomen as she cried heart-wrenchingly. The brocade blankets and satin mattresses were all stained with dark red blood. It was a ghastly sight. When Huan Kaier was escorted in, the first thing she saw was this kind of miserable scene. Consort Chen. My family's Nyang Nyang has tolerated you time and time again. I didn't expect that you would have such a poisonous heart and cause my master to lose her child. Your Majesty, this servant begs you to uphold justice for Imperial Gui Fei. She just experienced the pain of losing her mother and now she's lost her dragon seed. Nyang Nyang, she. How can she endure this? Snot and tears streamed down Kai Ying's face as she knelt in front of Yi Hongyi and kowtowed with all her might. Consort Chen, how do you explain this matter? Yi Hongyi's expression was grave and his gaze was like ice. Imperial Gui Fei losing her child has nothing to do with this consort at all, so this consort doesn't need to explain. Her clear and cold voice was filled with unconcealable disgust and disdain. Zi Shuang was right. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. She hadn't expected that Yao Sulwan's heart would be this vicious. She really wasn't even comparable to an animal. The evidence is conclusive, yet you still want to deny it. Yi Hongyi's dark and cold eyes were like the eyes of a wild wolf in the night, suffused with a deep and cold light. May I ask where the evidence Your Majesty speaks of is? Huan Kaier couldn't say whether or not she loved Yi Hongyi. She had only entered the palace to solidify Huan family's position in the court. She had been determined to do this her entire life and was never tired of it. However, Huan Kaier was a bit stunned by Yi Hongyi's heartlessness. Last night, this man had still been extremely gentle on her bed. Now, he had become extremely unfamiliar. Chapter 83. Consort Qin, you're slandering me. For the sake of peace in the inner palace, Ben Gong has endured everything humbly and made concessions again and again. However, Ben Gong didn't expect you to be this vicious and actually harm my imperial son. Now, not only are you not admitting your wrongs, you're even putting the cart before the horse and framing Ben Gong. Your Majesty, you have to get justice for this consort and get revenge for my imperial son. Yao Sulwan hadn't expected that Huan Kai'er would be this calm and hesitated. She couldn't be wrong. Consort Qin, before this matter is investigated clearly, Jin can only wrong you. Come, banish Consort Qin into the cold palace. Yi Hongyi's goal was very clear. As long as Huan Kai'er was banished into the cold palace, Huan Heng would definitely hand over his military power to save his daughter. Your Majesty. This consort has been wronged. This consort. Huan Kai'er knew very well that if she left Pure Flower's palace now, some things wouldn't be cleared up. Just as she was about to say Yao Moen, a shocked voice suddenly rang out. Second older sister. Second older sister, what's wrong? Why is there so much blood? Yao Moen's sudden appearance bought time for Huan Kai'er. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Yao Moen, especially Yi Hongyi. Wan why did you come? Seeing Yao Moen's pale face, Yi Hongyi's heart ached to the extreme. He instantly let go of Yao Sulwan and walked forward to protect Yao Moen in his arms. Wan heard that something happened to second older sister, so I came to see. Your Majesty, what happened to second older sister? Yao Mo Wan looked towards Yi Hongyi with teary eyes, tears swirling in her eyes. Her long eyelashes were stained with dew-like sparkling teardrops. In the blink of an eye, the tears fell to the ground with a pitter-patter, causing countless drops of colored glass to fall on Yi Hongyi's heart. Wan second older sister's child is gone. It was Consort Qin. She was jealous that second older sister was pregnant and also hated you for pushing her into the water, so she poisoned second older sister's child. When Yao Sulwan saw that Yi Hongyi had forgotten his proper business and rushed to Yao Moen's side without a care in the world, Yao Sulwan forcefully suppressed the flames of jealousy in her heart. She cried out in grief and the hand that was pointing at Huan Kai'er trembled like a loom. From her point of view, although Yao Moen was completely stupid, it wasn't completely without benefits. At the very least, Yao Sulwan felt that this idiot still had her, this second older sister, in her heart. Blood. So much blood. Woo-woo. Wan is so scared, Your Majesty. Wan is afraid of blood. Yao Moen completely treated Yao Sulwan's words as fart. Her hands tightly wrapped around Yi Hongyi's waist as she cried. Don't be afraid, Wan. What are you guys still standing there for? Get rid of these bloodstains. When Yi Hongyi saw the person in his arms trembling like a leaf in the wind, his eyes suddenly became fierce and he shouted angrily. On the bed, Yao Sulwan's beautiful eyes were bloodshot and her lips were deathly pale. Her slender fingers gripped the brocade blanket and her eyes were filled with resentment. Although it was a scheme, she didn't have a child. Her stomach felt like it was being pricked by needles and her body was weak. Compared to Yao Moen, did she not need to be protected? At the side, Huan Kai'er closed her mouth. She thought that Yao Moen had come at the right time and was glad that she hadn't mentioned Yao Moen. His Majesty doted on this idiot so much. If she was involved, this matter would be difficult to handle. Fortunately, the evidence was conclusive. When father came later, she would definitely make Yao Sulwan regret her actions. Yao Moen only stopped crying when the palace maids finished changing the blood-stained bedding. She jogged over to the bed. Second older sister, you must be in a lot of pain, right? Yao Moen's tear-stained face was pitiful. But in Yao Sulwan's eyes, it was repulsive. What do you think? Yao Sulwan enunciated each word, hatred growing in her heart. It must be very painful. Yao Moen raised her hand to stroke Yao Sulwan's stomach, the light in her eyes indistinguishable. In the cold palace, when she had hugged Zhong He, she had felt a lot of pain. It was as if there were icicles falling from the sky and every time they landed on her body, it would bring her unbearable pain. Take it away. Yao Sulwan shook off Yao Moan's hand in disgust. She was just about to push this eyesore idiot away, but when she met Yi Hongyi's deep eyes, she resisted the urge to rush to her head. Second older sister. Yao Moan looked towards Yao Sulwan innocently, but in the next second, she was pulled back into Yi Hongyi's embrace. Your Majesty, this subjects Chia's hatred for losing my son, you can't ignore it. Yao Sulwan wiped her tears in grief and intentionally reminded him. Come, banish consort Qin into the cold palace. Yi Hongyi instantly regained his clarity after Yao Sulwan's reminder and ordered coldly. Just as Huan Kaier was about to refute, and Bing Shan suddenly jogged in from outside. Your Majesty, General Huan requests an audience. When this was said, Huan Kaier's heart finally calmed down. On the bed, Yao Sulwan reflexively looked towards Yi Hongyi, a trace of suspicion flashing through her eyes. How long had it been since this happened? How did the news get out of the palace so quickly? Summon. How could Yi Hongyi not be extremely shocked? However, Huan Heng was right outside the palace, so there was no reason to chase him away. A moment later, a middle-aged man about 50 years old dressed in martial attire walked into Pure Flower's palace with steady steps. This subject Huan Heng kowtows in salute to your Majesty, kowtows in salute to Imperial Noble Consort, Consort Yao, Consort Qin. The sonorous voice was powerful and resounding. It was obvious that this person's martial arts were very high and his inner strength was very strong. Rise, a beloved official Huan has come at the right time. This matter is giving Zhen a headache. Since Huan Heng had run into it, he might as well lay his cards on the table now. May I ask what matter has your Majesty so worried? Huan Heng had always been calm. Although he knew the whole story, he chose to endure it and let Yi Hongyi speak first. At this time, and Bing Shan appeared again. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Darren is outside and requests an audience. And Bing Shan looked at the people in this room, a dark light flashing through his eyes. It seemed that today was going to be lively. Summon. Yi Hongyi raised his hands to indicate. A moment later, Yao Zhenting also walked in from outside the palace. This subject kowtows in salute to your Majesty, Imperial Gui Fei, Yao Fei, Qin Fei. The moment he entered, Yao Zhenting suppressed the doubts in his heart and bowed respectfully. The message from the palace had only said that Imperial Gui Fei wasn't feeling well and summoned him into the palace. However, it seemed that the matter wasn't that simple. Your Majesty, even if the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people. Even if Qin Fei is General Huan's pearl and your Majesty's beloved Fei, she still killed the dragon seed in Sulwan's womb. If your Majesty doesn't punish her, how can Sulwan endure this? Yao Sulwan broke the strange atmosphere in the palace and wept sorrowfully. General Huan, you heard it too. Qin Fei is easily jealous and actually put saffron in Imperial Gui Fei's medicine, causing Imperial Gui Fei to miscarry. This matter concerns the dragon descendant of Great Chu imperial family. Even if Zhen has the heart to forgive Qin Fei, Zhen cannot disregard the law. Yi Hongyi's rebuke was dignified as he looked towards Huan Heng with a conflicted expression. At the side, Yao Zhenting was shocked when he heard this. His deep eyes subconsciously turned towards Yao Sulwan, but in the end, they landed on Yao Imowan who was in Yi Hongyi's embrace. An indescribable emotion appeared in his eyes. Yao Imowan knew that her excellent father was definitely weighing the position of his two daughters in His Majesty's heart in order to determine who he should curry favor with in the future. Your Majesty's words are correct. If Qin Fei is guilty, she will naturally be punished. This subject will definitely not be biased. However, this subject hopes that your Majesty can investigate this matter clearly and not wrongly accuse Qin Fei. Huan Heng's expression was solemn as he cupped his hands. Chapter 84. Even if this ginseng soup was tampered with before it entered Consort Chen's hands, it still came from Consort Chen's little kitchen. Consort Chen has an undeniable responsibility. Yao Sulwan covered her face and wiped away her tears as she retorted. So there's only one point of suspicion left. Someone deliberately framed Consort Chen in order to eliminate dissidents. Your Majesty should severely punish this person. Don't let this kind of filth taint the purity of the imperial palace. Huan Heng's tone was grave as he looked at Yao Sulwan with extreme coldness. In just a few sentences, he had pointed the spearhead at Yao Sulwan. In Yi Hongyi's embrace, Yao Moan saw all of this. At this moment, if Enchanting was willing to say a few words for Yao Sulwan, he would definitely be able to reverse the current unfavorable situation. However, Enchanting maintained his silence at the side, as if he didn't have any intention of sticking up for his daughter. Yao Moan had long since anticipated this outcome. Even if his own flesh and blood were fighting for their lives in the teeth of the storm, he could still calmly protect himself. General Huan, everything needs evidence. Under the irrefutable evidence, you actually rashly tried to frame Ben Gong and exonerate Consort Chin. You've truly disappointed your Majesty and Ben Gong. Yao Sulwan endured the pain in her lower abdomen as she scolded angrily. As she looked at her father who was quietly watching from the side and his Majesty who was hugging Yao Moan, Yao Sulwan suddenly felt like she was fighting alone. However, the arrow had already been shot and there was no turning back. This subject is only speaking the truth. Your Majesty, this subject believes that the truth is far from as simple as it seems. There must be some clues. Huan Heng cupped his hands and deliberately raised his voice. Oh. What does General Huan think? Huan Heng's calmness was far outside of Yi Hongyi's expectations and caught him off guard. Yao Moan, who was in his embrace, had a hint of admiration flash through her bright eyes. As expected of the leader of the generals, he was able to bring Yi Hongyi into the circle with just a few simple words. This subject boldly pleads your Majesty to allow this subject to search the Imperial Gue Fei's resting palace. If Imperial Gue Fei ate saffron to frame Consort Chin, the stolen goods definitely wouldn't have been taken care of in such a short time. Huan Heng's brows rose as he spoke. As he spoke, his gaze swept over his own daughter, full of love. At the side, from the moment Huan Heng stepped into Pure Flower's palace, Huan Kaier had been standing there quietly. Yao Moan knew that this kind of reliance was based on trust. As a father, she glanced at the person next to her. Yao Moan didn't dare to imagine. If she had wholeheartedly relied on Enchanting, she probably would have died 1,000 times over. How dare you? Do you think you can search this Empress' sleeping quarters just because you want to? Could it be that General Huan is looking down on His Majesty and this consort just because he has so many troops? Yao Sulwan deliberately raised her voice to remind Yi Hongyi. General Huan, we hope that you understand one thing. Before we have chosen an empress, the imperial noble consort is the ruler of the inner palace. This Pure Flowers palace isn't a place where you can do whatever you want. Yi Hongyi seemed to realize that he had been silent for too long and looked towards Huan Heng coldly. Your Majesty, this subject is willing to use the commander's seal in my hand as a guarantee. If this subject does not find saffron in the imperial noble consort's bedroom, this subject will return the commander's seal to your Majesty and take my wife and daughter with me to disarm and return to the countryside. Huan Heng's words were exactly what Yi Hongyi wanted. Yi Hongyi practically didn't even think about it before agreeing to Huan Heng's request. His intentions were clear. Yao Sulwan felt much more at ease when she heard this. She knew her sleeping quarters the best. There would never be any saffron. Imperial noble consort, then this subject will offend you. When Huan Heng saw Yi Hongyi nod, he began to search all around. Even though he had received the news, Huan Heng didn't head straight for the soft couch. At the very least, he should put on an act. In reality, Huan Heng's heart was already in his throat. He had heard this news from that idiot Yao Moen, so it was hard to tell whether it was true or false. However, now that things had come to this, he had no way out. Moreover, he was very clear that this matter was directed at him. His Majesty was suspicious of him. After about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Huan Heng slowly walked to the front of the couch and bowed with cupped hands. This subject has been rude. As Huan Heng spoke, he crawled under the bed. When Yao Sulwan saw that Huan Heng seemed to have a card up his sleeve, she couldn't help but raise her eyes to look towards Yi Hongyi, who was sitting at the side of the bed. She saw that Yi Hongyi's gaze was locked onto Yao Moen, full of tenderness. Right at this time, a creaking sound suddenly came from under the bed. When Huan Heng came out from under the bed, he was holding a blood-colored saffron in his hands. Imperial noble consort, there's nothing you can say now, right? Huan Heng's brows were tightly furrowed as he glared fiercely at Yao Sulwan. How could this be? This isn't Ben Gong's. Ben Gong's sleeping quarters don't have saffron. You're the one framing Ben Gong. Your Majesty. When Yao Sulwan saw the saffron in Huan Heng's hands, her eyes widened and filled with panic. General Huan, where did you find this saffron? A layer of frost instantly appeared on Yi Hongyi's handsome face. His voice was as gloomy as an abyss as his eyes slowly glanced towards Yao Sulwan. She really deserved to die. In Yi Hongyi's embrace, Yao Moen coldly watched this good show. When she felt the heartbeat of the man beside her quicken, Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A pair of idiots. There were so many ways to deal with Huan Heng, but they just had to choose the stupidest one. Even if she didn't make a move, Huan Heng would naturally have a way to find a scapegoat. Replying, Your Majesty, this subject found it in the secret compartment under the Imperial Noble Consort's bed. Huan Heng's expression was grave and full of confidence. Yi Hongyi glanced towards Imperial Physician Jing, who was at the side. Imperial Physician Jing understood tacitly and took the saffron into his hands. No. Your Majesty. This subject consort doesn't have a secret compartment under the bed. At this moment, Yao Sulwan no longer cared about her noble status and threw herself under the bed. What was cruel was that she really did find a secret compartment the size of a palm under her bed. Furthermore, there was still some saffron powder left inside. Nyang Nyang. Your health is important, quickly get up. Kai Ying didn't expect the situation to take such a turn and didn't know what to do. She could only bend down and pull Yao Sulwan out. When Yao Moen saw that Kai Ying's face was as pale as paper when she got up, Yao Sulwan knew that Yao Sulwan was asking to be the scapegoat. To be able to react like this in such a short amount of time, Yao Sulwan wasn't stupid. That's fine, she really didn't want Yao Sulwan to collapse like this. She still hadn't played enough. How is it? Yi Hongyi's chest rose and fell slightly. His thin lips were tightly pursed as he coldly spat out a few words. Your Majesty, this subject consort has been wrongly accused. This saffron was definitely prepared by Huan Heng a long time ago to frame Ben Gong. Yao Sulwan roared in grief. If she didn't struggle to the last step, she couldn't bear to abandon this chess piece, Kai Ying. In the end, Kai Ying was still her personal maid that had followed her for 7 years. Whether or not it was prepared by Huan Heng, I believe that the imperial physicians will naturally verify it. Huan Heng sighed inwardly and turned to look towards Imperial Physician Jing. Reporting to Your Majesty, the saffron in the palace's Imperial Hospital is meticulously ground by the Imperial physicians in the hospital. It's definitely impossible to buy it outside the palace. This subject has checked and found that these saffrons all came from the Imperial Hospital, said Imperial Physician Jing truthfully. Just as Imperial Physician Jing finished speaking, paw sound was heard. 5 finger marks shockingly appeared on Kai Ying's face and blood seeped out of the corner of her lips. You lowly servant, Ben Gong has treated you well, why did you have to frame Ben Gong? Yao Sulwan hardened her heart and pushed Kai Ying to the ground. Nyang Nyang, spare me, this servant knows her wrongs. Kai Ying's tears fell like rain, her frail body trembling. Yao Moan inwardly took a breath and felt a bit sorry for Kai Ying. However, there was a good saying, a pitiful person would definitely have a hateful side. With Kai Ying's position in Yao Sulwan's heart, she would definitely have participated in those heartless things. Since this matter has nothing to do with this subject concubine will take her leave. Huan Kaier, who hadn't spoken for a long time, lifted her brows as she looked at Yao Sulwan, then turned and bowed towards Yi Hongyi. Zhen will definitely give Consort Qin an explanation for this matter. Yi Hongyi's voice was low and didn't carry a trace of warmth. His body emitted dense killing intent. Yao Moan seemed to be familiar with this killing intent. After Huan Kaier left, Huan Heng also bowed and left Pure Flower's palace. Your Majesty. Huan is scared. Yao Moan circled her body in Yi Hongyi's embrace, her eyes timidly looking in Yao Sulwan's direction. Zhen will send you back to the palace. Yi Hongyi didn't even look at Yao Sulwan. He got up and pulled Yao Moan away indifferently. Yao Zhenting, who had been standing at the side for a long time, only shook his head and also silently left. All of Pure Flower's palace instantly became quiet. Chapter 85. Yin Shui. Yao Moan let out a long sigh before calling out to Yin Shui. Master's orders. There were many times when Yao Moan wanted to ask Yin Shui where she was hiding. She had paid attention many times but never found it. Inform Ben Lei to find an unfamiliar face and have him approach Huan Heng with the identity of a Shu's secret envoy. Also, have him send people to secretly monitor the general's residence. Don't let the real Shu's secret envoy sneak in. Chu Mabe, that person, She hadn't gained any advantage during the confrontation, but she hadn't lost out either. This subordinate will do it right away. Yin Shui received the order and left with a whoosh. Fluffy, who was in Yao Moan's arms, didn't react at all. You're getting lazier and lazier. Yao Moan caressed Fluffy and tugged on her ear dotingly. Meow, Fluffy also gave her face and meowed before going back to her dreams. At this time, lunch was ready. Ting Yu slowly walked to Yao Moan's side and carried Fluffy to the chaise lounge. Then she helped Yao Moan to the square table. Has the esteemed prince's portion been delivered? Ever since Yao Moan forbade him to appear in front of her in white, Yi Junqing really did have 2 days to live. Replying Nyang Nyang, it has been delivered, replied Ting Yu. Understood, you can leave. Yao Moan sometimes thought back to Yan Nanqing's words. Was she really going too far? Nyang Nyang. Ting Yu was just about to turn to leave when she saw Yi Junqing standing at the palace gates. He was dressed in azure robes. In that instant, Yao Moan felt like the Yi Junqing of the past had returned. His azure robes shone with a dazzling radiance under the sunlight, accentuating Yi Junqing's tall and sturdy figure. This was the color that brought out Yi Junqing's elegance and pride the most. At this moment, Yi Junqing's handsome face seemed to be bursting with vigor and the dejection had completely disappeared. Ting Yu moved her gaze away from Yi Junqing with great difficulty. Her intuition told her that she couldn't have any improper thoughts about this man other than looking up to him. Once Ting Yu left, Yao Moan withdrew her gaze and walked to the table without saying a word. Ahem, there's something I want to ask you, but you can't be angry. Although Yi Junqing felt a bit embarrassed that his sincerity had been ignored, he still walked over to Yao Moan and sat down next to her. Tell me about it. Yao Moen picked up her chopsticks. Her expression was leisurely and her voice was pleasant to the ear. Seeing that Yao Moen was being so easy to talk to, Yi Junqing guessed that she was definitely in a good mood today, so he calmed down a little. About the imperial noble consort. You did it, right? Yi Junqing tried to look towards Yao Moen, but she suddenly put down her chopsticks. Her long eyelashes lifted slightly as she looked towards him with sparkling eyes. Your heart aches. Yao Moen lifted her brows, the light in her eyes indistinguishable. Nonsense, but I don't think it should be you. She's your older sister and the three of you have such a good relationship, you wouldn't harm her. Yi Junqing repeated the words he used to convince himself. I wasn't the one who put the saffron there. Yao Moen picked up her chopsticks again and said indifferently. That's right, she had once thought that they had a good relationship, but Yao Sulwan had taught her what wishful thinking was. When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing couldn't help but let out a light sigh of relief, she added another sentence. But, I was the one who had Yin Shui put it there. Yao Moen stopped talking. Yi Junqing abruptly stood up and looked towards Yao Moen angrily. Why did you want to harm the imperial noble consort? She's your older sister. Yi Junqing could find 1,000 reasons to explain why Yao Moen had instigated discord between Yi Hongyi and Huan Heng, but he couldn't find any reason to explain why she wanted to harm Yao Sulwan. Ma Xin had once said that she cared a lot about this younger sister, Sulwan. You're still saying that you don't care for her. Yao Moen picked up a piece of fish and tasted it carefully as if nothing had happened. Yao Moen. This prince is asking you a question. Yi Junqing couldn't stand Yao Moen's indifferent attitude the most and shouted harshly. Yin Shui, you're so noisy. Yao Moen's brows furrowed slightly, her voice slightly irritated. Prince, this way please. Yin Shui landed in front of Yi Junqing like a ghost. That beautiful face was completely expressionless, as if it had been sealed in ice. Yao Moen. This prince won't allow you to harm Ma Xin's younger sister. This prince will go to his majesty and expose you right now. You evil woman. Yi Junqing had fought with Yin Shui before, so he knew very well that he wasn't Yin Shui's match. Rather than being thrown out, it was better for him to walk out himself. That way, he would be able to save some face. Yin Shui, withdraw. Yao Moen's voice suddenly turned cold as she abruptly raised her chopsticks. Once Yin Shui disappeared, Yao Moen slowly got up and walked towards Yi Junqing expressionlessly. You. What are you doing? Yi Junqing swallowed hard. He had never seen Yao Moen with such a serious expression before. Go. Go tell His Majesty that the saffron under Yao Sulwan's bed was planted by this consort. Moen doesn't dare to guarantee it for other people, but if you expose me, Moen definitely won't refute. Go. Yao Moen's clear voice was filled with unconcealable grief and indignation. Yao Moen's clear eyes surged with anger and the light that shot out of them was like a sharp sword that pierced Yi Junqing's heart, causing him to feel an indescribable pain. You. Don't force me. Yao Moen walked forward step by step, causing Yi Junqing to retreat more and more guiltily. Even when Yi Junqing was forced into a corner, Yao Moen still didn't show any signs of stopping. The two's posture made one's imagination run wild. This prince didn't say that I had to go. For some reason, although Yi Junqing had always believed that he could look down on the world on the battlefield and that he had never felt fear, in front of Yao Moen, he always felt like he was dwarfed. Perhaps even he himself hadn't noticed the pampering that emanated from the depths of his heart. You have to go. Moen also wants to see just how carefree your expression will be when you betray Moen. Yao Moen's clear voice was filled with undisguised resentment. Yao Moen's eyes were like ripples that caused Yi Junqing's heart to sink slightly. It was as if there was something stuck in his chest, making it indescribably uncomfortable. I just wanted to remind you. In the end, Yao Sulwan is you. There's no need for Prince to remind you what kind of thing she is. Prince wouldn't be unable to find the Imperial study, right? If you can't find it, Moen can bring you there. Yao Moen was so close to Yi Junqing that Yi Junqing could count how many eyelashes she had. The breath that escaped Yao Moen's cherry lips brushed against his face. Yi Junqing swallowed hard and suppressed the urge to go berserk with difficulty. Cough cough. This prince can give you a chance. Yi Junqing cleared his throat. Just as he was about to take a step back, he realized that he was already pressed against the wall. Thus, Yi Junqing shifted his body slightly to ease his current ambiguous posture. How about Prince follow Moen to see His Majesty right now and reveal everything about Moen? As Yao Moen spoke, she glanced back at Fluffy who was sleeping in a complete mess on the chaise lounge. When she turned around, there was a trace of teasing in her eyes. How about Prince carry Fluffy in Guan Osprey Palace and have a good rest to clear your mind? Prince can choose. You're going too far. When Yi Junqing heard this, his eyes widened in anger. Moen has always been very reasonable. It seems that Prince has already made his choice. Let's go. Yao Moen moved her cold gaze away from Yi Junqing and turned to walk towards the palace doors. At the palace doors, when Yao Moen turned around, Yi Junqing was still standing there angrily. After a moment, he walked over to the chaise lounge and unwillingly picked up Fluffy to sit down. Then he glared at Yao Moen. The scene in front of him was so warm. A man as gentle as jade, like an immortal, was holding a kitten with snow-colored fur. Man and nature were infinitely harmonious. Chapter 86. This prince has already done as you said. What else do you want to do? Asked Yi Junqing nervously when he saw that Yao Moen had left. Sure. Fluffy is a pregnant kitten. Prince, don't disturb the kitten in her stomach. Yao Moen pressed her thumb to her lips as she carefully glanced at Fluffy. After giving a few instructions, she turned to leave. Hey! Yi Junqing wanted to say something else, but Yao Moen had already disappeared from his line of sight. Yi Junqing laughed helplessly as he looked at the empty doorway. His worries were completely unnecessary. Yao Moen wasn't an idiot. Why would she confess everything to Yi Hongyi? Yi Junqing could tell that whoever dared to treat Yao Moen as an idiot was definitely the number one idiot in the world. And they would definitely die miserably. Fluffy, how can you stand a master like this? Yi Junqing reflexively stroked Fluffy's fur. Meow. Fluffy seemed to understand Yi Junqing's words and meowed very gently. Yi Junqing was startled at first, but then his lips slowly curved into a faint smile. Perhaps, he didn't really hate this cat that much. In the Imperial Garden, Tingyu noticed that Yao Moen's expression was dark. She asked carefully, Your Highness, where are we going? To amuse that person in Pure Flower's palace. If it weren't for Yi Junqing's pleas, she might have let Yao Sulwan have a few days of peace. Consortly. But Consortly is currently in a fit of anger. Your Highness, why don't you go in 2 days? Reminded Tingyu kindly. Given Yao Sulwan's current mood, she was afraid that her master would suffer a loss. Does this consort need to pick a day to amuse her? Say this later. Yao Moen stopped and muttered a few words in Tingyu's ears, then turned and walked towards Pure Flower's palace. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan tightly gripped the teacup in her hands. The sound of the lid hitting against the cup grew louder and louder. Suddenly, there was a bang as Yao Sulwan threw the teacup onto the ground. How did you make tea? Do you want to burn this consort to death? Yao Sulwan looked malevolently towards the new palace maid, Mingyu, a trace of disgust flashing through her eyes. Even if Mingyu had a pleasant appearance and was the daughter of a humble family, in Yao Sulwan's eyes, she wasn't as good as Kai Ying. Your Highness, please forgive me. Mingyu will make another cup. Even if the crime of poisoning the dragon species fell on Kai Ying's head, the eyes of the people in the imperial palace were all bright. They knew that Kai Ying was taking the blame for Zhuan. Thus, as one of the few palace maids in Bingshan trusted, Mingyu naturally knew that what she had to do now was to submit to adversity. As Mingyu spoke, she nimbly picked up the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. She had just stood up when she heard the sound of footsteps coming from the palace gate. Zishuang, do you smell anything in this pure flowers palace? A clear voice suddenly rang out. Before the palace maid could report, Huan Kaier had already swaggered in with Zishuang. Replying to your highness, there's a moldy, unlucky smell. It's very unpleasant. Zishuang waved her hand in the air and echoed. Seeing Huan Kaier walk into the main hall, Mingyu immediately put the porcelain pieces in her hands into her sleeves and bowed. This servant Mingyu kowtows in salute to Imperial Consort Qin. Imperial Consortly, you've got guts. You're actually not coming forward to salute my master. Don't forget, you're a consort right now and my master is an Imperial Consort. What? Do you still think you're an Imperial Consort? When Zishuang saw Yao Sulwan sitting there without any warmth in her expression, she took a step forward and berated her harshly. Her attitude was extremely vile. Yao Sulwan was speechless. Suppressing the resentment in her heart, she slowly got up and walked in front of Huan Kaier with difficulty. Just as she was about to salute, she heard a slap. Huan Kaier's hand rose and fell. A five-fingered mark appeared on Yao Sulwan's face. Before Yao Sulwan could react, Huan Kaier raised her hand again. Your Highness, be careful. At the side, Mingyu immediately stepped forward to block in front of Yao Sulwan and took Huan Kaier's slap. Huan Kaier. You've gone too far. Yao Sulwan's eyes widened and she glared angrily at Huan Kaier. No matter how much this consort has gone too far, it's not even 1/10,000th of what you did. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. You, Yao Sulwan, are truly worse than an animal. In order to frame this consort, you actually killed your own child with your own hands. This consort has truly underestimated you. How ruthless. If it wasn't for father's foresight in finding the saffron in your bedroom, this consort would have been banished to the cold palace or even lost my life. I've only slapped you once, and you've already taken advantage of me. Huan Kaier's beautiful eyes flickered with a cold, vicious aura. You're slandering me. How could this consort poison her own child? That was Kai Ying's fault. She has already pleaded guilty. Yao Sulwan retorted guiltily. Her jade-like fingers rubbed her aching cheek. The hatred in her heart was like a flood bursting through a dam. She had once explained to Yi Hongyi countless times that there had never been a secret compartment under her bed and that someone had definitely framed her. However, Yi Hongyi didn't listen to a single word and indiscriminately demoted her by 2 ranks. If it wasn't for him, Yi Hongyi's great Chu, she wouldn't be like this. Yao Sulwan, there are no outsiders here, so why do you have to put on such an act? Ben Gong truly feels pity for Kaiing that girl. She served you for a lifetime, yet in the end, all she got in return was a cup of poisoned wine. Yao Sulwan, this matter is over with His Majesty, but this matter isn't over with this consort. Zishuang, smash it for this consort. Huan Kaier's cold gaze was like frost. When father had laid out the powerful connections in front of her, Huan Kaier couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. According to father, this matter was definitely a conspiracy between His Majesty and Yao Sulwan. Their goal was to eradicate the Huan residents. Fortunately, the crisis had been resolved in the end. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the only one to die. It was lonely at the top. This was also the reason why father had told her to reject the position of empress. Once Xi Shuang received the order, she immediately rushed to the antique wooden shelf at the side and casually tossed the jade Buddha and white jade guanyin on it onto the ground. Stop! Yao Sulwan was so angry that she was about to rush forward to stop Xi Shuang when Huan Kai'er grabbed her wrist. Her strength was so great that Yao Sulwan couldn't struggle at all. Smash it hard for this consort. Huan Kai'er glanced at Yao Sulwan as she said coldly. Imperial Consort Qin, my master is naturally one rank lower than you, but don't forget, my master's younger sister has been bestowed the title of Imperial Consort with the surname Imperial Consort and is extremely favored by His Majesty. My Imperial Consort has a deep friendship with Consort Yao. How did you bully my master? I believe that Consort Yao will repay you with interest. At the side, Mingyu respectfully walked in front of Huan Kai'er, neither servile nor overbearing. When Huan Kai'er heard this, her heart went cold. She hadn't forgotten how she had fallen into Jade Lake, nor had she forgotten how His Majesty had doted on Yao Sulwan. Ahem. Xi Shuang, this consort is tired. This consort will stop here for today. Whenever this consort is in a bad mood, you can come over to vent your anger and help this consort back. Huan Kai'er absent-mindedly shook off Yao Sulwan and extended a jade finger towards Xi Shuang as she walked out of Pure Flower's palace. When Yao Moan saw Huan Kai'er leave Pure Flower's palace, she walked out lazily from behind the banyan tree. Nyang Nyang, based on Imperial Consort Chen's temper, I believe that Imperial Consort Li must have suffered quite a bit, said Tingyu excitedly. Chapter 87. Second older sister, Moan has come to see you. Looking at the mess on the ground, Yao Moan's lips curved imperceptibly. This servant kowtows in salute to Consort Yao. Consort Yao, Your Highness, good luck. Mingyu, who was cleaning up the broken pieces, immediately walked forward and saluted respectfully. You're the new palace maid, right? I've never seen you before. Yao Moan blinked as she looked at Mingyu who was bowing down in front of her. She had delicate features, dignified and polite. To not be defiled by an Bingshan and even be treated as a trusted aide, this palace maid definitely had an extremely meticulous mind. Yao Moan remembered this person and believed that she would be useful in the future. Replying Consort Yao, this servant has just been transferred into Pure Flower's palace, replied Mingyu humbly, not daring to raise her eyes. Mingyu, there's nothing else for you here. Leave. If it was Kai Ying, she definitely wouldn't be so respectful to this idiot. Seeing Mingyu bow and scrape to an idiot, Yao Sulwan really missed Kai Ying more and more. After Mingyu left, Yao Sulwan glanced coldly at Yao Moan. Even if her rank was lower than Yao Moan's, she couldn't change her habits. Fortunately, Yao Moan didn't care about this. What did you come for? If Yao Moan wasn't an idiot, Yao Sulwan would definitely think that she came to watch a show. At this time, Yao Sulwan slowly sat down at the table and looked indifferently towards Yao Moan. Her looks weren't bad, but she was an idiot. Yao Sulwan really didn't understand why His Majesty was so mesmerized by her. This world was becoming more and more strange. Moan came to see second older sister. The little baby and Kai Ying both went to a very far place. Second older sister must be very lonely. Yao Moan gracefully walked to sit in front of Yao Sulwan. Yao Sulwan silently picked up her teacup and didn't even look Yao Moan in the eye. Actually, second older sister doesn't need to worry. Wan Er knows someone who can find them. Just like how they found Wan Er's mother. Yao Moan looked towards Yao Sulwan mysteriously. Her watery eyes were so innocent and harmless. Yao Sulwan trembled slightly when she heard this. Then she looked towards Yao Moen, a layer of mist flashing through her eyes. Nyang Nyang, don't speak irresponsibly. At the side, Tingyu immediately walked to Yao Moen's side and lightly pushed her. Who's spouting nonsense? Daoist priest by Mei did find Wan Er's mother. Yao Moen looked towards Tingyu angrily and said seriously. You. Who are you talking about? Yao Sulwan felt her heart suddenly stop, her eyes as cold as ice. Nyang Nyang, you promised this servant not to tell anyone. Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen anxiously as her expression changed. But second older sister isn't just anyone. Yao Moen retorted. Tingyu, shut up. Yao Moan, did you just say by Mei? Do you know Daoist priest by Mei? A cloud of suspicion rose in Yao Sulwan's heart. That by Mei is an otherworldly person Kaiying invited, how could Yao Moan know him? That's right, Wan Er naturally recognizes Daoist priest by Mei. He even helped Wan Er find mother. Yao Moen made a solemn vow and nodded firmly. How is this possible? Yao Sulwan kept having a bad feeling lingering in her chest, making her feel indescribably irritated and uneasy, even a bit panicked. How is it impossible? I saw it with my own eyes. Mother's soul turned into a pile of ashes and rushed into Fluffy's stomach. Daoist priest by Mei told Wan Er that mother reincarnated into Fluffy's stomach. In another month, Wan Er can see mother. So happy. Second older sister, how about I invite Daoist priest by Mei over one day and have him send the little baby and Kai Ying's soul to reincarnate as well. It would be best if they were also reincarnated into Fluffy's stomach. The imperial doctor said that Fluffy is pregnant with quite a few kittens. Yao Moen made up a deluge of heavenly flowers, feeling slightly sorry for her mother. Daoist priest by Mei, a pile of ashes. Yao Sulwan's face was filled with fear as the scene in the side room flashed before her eyes. At the side, Tingyu hurriedly walked to Yao Sulwan's side. Consortly, don't listen to my Nyang Nyang's nonsense. That Bai Mei is a famous swindler in Jianghu. This servant only found him to make master happy so that you won't be thinking about second madam every day. As for those tricks to deceive people, it's just a smokescreen. Nyang Nyang should just listen to what master says and don't take it to heart, said Tingyu carefully before retreating to Yao Moen's side. If he's a swindler, then, that's impossible. He can't be a swindler. Yao Sulwan abruptly stood up. Her cold eyes were like a jackal's as she glared at Tingyu. Second older sister, no one said he's a swindler. Right? Yao Moen looked towards Tingyu innocently. Yes, Daoist priest by Mei wouldn't lie. Nyang Nyang, Fluffy should be awake by now. This servant will help you back. Sensing Yao Sulwan's anger from killing people and whipping corpses, Tingyu subconsciously walked to Yao Moen's side to seek protection. That's right, we can't let Fluffy go hungry. Otherwise, mother will suffer. Second older sister, Moen is leaving. I'll come see you in 2 days. Oh right, if second older sister has decided where to let the little baby and Kaiying be reincarnated, you can have Tingyu find Daoist priest by Mei. He's very impressive. Yao Moen didn't forget to provoke Yao Sulwan before leaving. Nyang Nyang, let's go. Fluffy can't wait any longer. When Tingyu sensed that the surrounding air had dropped to a freezing point, she hurriedly pulled Yao Moen out of Pure Flower's palace. The second Yao Moen stepped out of Pure Flower's palace, a mournful howl came from inside. Nyang Nyang. Tingyu reflexively looked towards Yao Moen. She saw that Yao Moen's beautiful eyes were as clear as water and her lips were curved into a faint smile. Yao Sulwan, this is just the beginning, you must hold on. Yao Moen suddenly felt that the air was very fresh, so she took a deep breath and walked back to Guan Osprey Palace with large strides. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan pushed the square table to the ground as if she'd gone mad. Her scarlet eyes that looked like they were about to split apart shot out raging flames as if she wanted to burn everything here. Why? Heavens, why must you treat Ben Gong like this? Kai Ying, your death isn't worth pitying. You deserve to die. You actually found that swindler to trick Ben Gong. Child. Mother has let you down. I've let you down. Ah. Yao Sulwan felt as if her heart was being roasted by a raging fire. The pain was indescribable. What reincarnation? That was all a lie. She'd actually personally caused the death of her own flesh and blood. This cruel reality completely crushed Yao Sulwan. When Mingyu returned to Pure Flower's palace, the ground was a mess and Yao Sulwan was lying in the corner like a corpse. Her eyes were empty and her face was covered in tears. Before entering Pure Flower's palace, Yao Moan saw Yi Junqing hugging Fluffy as he slept on the chaise longue. His tranquil face was as clear as a sculpture and his perfect features were flawless. Even though he was expressionless, that kind of natural beauty still made one sigh in admiration. Especially with the contrast of Fluffy's snow-white fur, Yi Junqing seemed like an immortal, his beauty ethereal and illusory. Nyang nyang. Right at this time, Lu Xing ran over from the distance. Yao Moan raised a finger to shush him, then brought him to the stone steps outside Guan Osprey Palace. What is it? Yao Moan casually sat on the swing and slowly swung on her golden embroidered shoes. A light breeze brushed past, causing her light pink skirt to sway and her long hair to draw a graceful arc. As the wind blew, she looked like an immortal. Replying Nyang Nyang, this servant found out that Third Madam has a close relationship with Zhuangji Pharmacy's physician, Zhou Qingguo. Before Third Madam entered Yao Xiangfu, they were childhood sweethearts. Later on, after Master married Third Madam, he placed her in the Su Fu. That Zhou Qingguo has always been in charge of Third Madam's pregnancy. But Lu Xing wanted to say something but hesitated. Chapter 88. What this consort wants is conclusive evidence. Yao Moan's feet touched the ground as a gentle light flickered in her deep eyes. She was just thinking, how could a sanctimonious hypocrite like Yao Zhenting have a son? Lu Xing understands. Once Lu Xing withdrew, Yao Moan waved to dismiss Ting Yu and deliberately walked quietly into Guan Osprey Palace. Yi Junqing was sleeping so soundly that he didn't even notice Yao Moan standing in front of him. Yao Moan's lips curved into a knowing smile as she looked at that bright and beautiful face. Junqing, for the sake of Great Chu, you've cut your way through brambles and thorns, fought bloody battles, fearlessly slept in the open, fearless of blades and shadows. You've built Great Chu's impenetrable walls for me, but I've caused you to fall into such a miserable and dispirited state. Sleep well. Once you truly wake up, Moan will definitely return Great Chu to you and make up for your lifetime of love. Tears trickled down from the corners of her eyes. Yao Moan silently wiped them away and slowly walked towards Yi Junqing. She couldn't help but caress him with her slender fingers. Just as Yao Moan's fingers were about to touch Yi Junqing's face, he suddenly opened his eyes. When his limpid eyes saw the fingertips that were just inches away from him, all drowsiness disappeared. His eyes locked onto the owner of those fingers. What are you doing? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan with a guarded expression. I only left for a while and you're already thinking like this. My Fluffy is truly pitiful. This is clearly her own territory, but most of it has been taken over by someone who doesn't even know it. You must have slept very uncomfortably, right? Yao Moan's fingers changed direction and she picked up Fluffy as if nothing had happened. She didn't even look at Yi Junqing as she walked into the inner room. On the chaise lounge, Yi Junqing's expression darkened. He really wanted to shout back. Did I want to? Did I feel very comfortable? However, before he could confirm whether or not Yao Moan was still angry about what had just happened, he chose to remain silent. However, he could still curse inwardly. Ever since Yao Sulwan was demoted, the limelight had been monopolized by a fool in the inner palace. This kind of situation had changed the opinions of many people. Originally, everyone thought that because His Majesty had an older sister who was an imperial Gui Fei, His Majesty loved the house and its crow, which was why he would grant a fool the title of Fei. But now, everyone finally understood that His Majesty truly doted on Yao Moan. Because of Yao Sulwan's matter, His Majesty has distanced himself from Yao Zhenting in court. Only Yao Mo Wan's favor has increased. Inside the Soul Sand Garden, Yi Hongyi held Yao Moan's hand as he stared at the luxuriant flowers of the Soul Sand tree in front of him. His heart was filled with disappointment and frustration. Even if he didn't like Yao Moxin, he had to admit that Yao Moxin was probably the most intelligent woman he'd ever met. To be able to use this kind of method to look at the stars was truly not something an ordinary person could do. Warner looked at the stars last night. The crepe myrtle star shone brightly while the general star in the white tiger constellation was dim. Your Majesty, this Soul Sand Garden is really amazing. Yao Mo Wan pointed at the Soul Sand tree in the white tiger constellation and exclaimed in surprise. Let's go, Jin will accompany you to see Fluffy. The imperial physician said that she's been suffering from anorexia recently. Yi Hongyi tightly held Yao Moan's hand as he turned to leave Soul Sand Garden. Ever since the day Yao Sulwan miscarried, Wanhang had been tactful and used his old age as an excuse to hand over half of his military power. This could be considered to have resolved a great worry for Yi Hongyi. Especially after he saw that the Soul Sand tree that represented him was growing more and more luxuriant, Yi Hongyi's heart finally calmed down. In the shadows, Yao Sulwan watched as Yi Hongyi held Yao Moan's hand and walked further and further away. The expression on her face was extremely sinister and the brocade handkerchief in her hands was wrinkled beyond recognition. She hated Yi Hongyi for killing the donkey when it was no longer of use and cooking the dog when the rabbit was dead. She hated that idiot Yao Moan even more for seizing the emperor's favor. Right now, in His Majesty's eyes, even that damned animal was more precious than herself. Her pitiful child had died for no reason at all. How could she not hate? Nyang Nyang, this is the rat poison you wanted. Mingyu carefully handed over the paper bag containing the rat poison to Yao Sulwan. Go stand guard outside Guan Osprey Palace right now. The moment you see that animal, you must do everything in your power to bring it to Pure Flower's palace, said Yao Sulwan through clenched teeth. Then she grabbed the rat poison and left Soul Sand Garden. Only when Yao Sulwan was far away did Mingyu retreat to a corner. Unicorn, in your opinion, should this servant bring Yao Fei's Fluffy to Pure Flower's palace? Asked Mingyu respectfully as she stood next to Bingshan. Zajia really doesn't understand. To be able to get to the position of Imperial Gui Fei, Yao Sulwan shouldn't be an idiot. Why is it that when she's doing things, she seems even more of an idiot than Yao Fei? Since she hates Yao Fei, why didn't she just feed the rat poison to Yao Fei? That would save Zajia a lot of trouble. Forget it, it looks like I'll have to trouble you to stay by Yao Sulwan's side until I get hold of her fatal weakness. And Bingshan narrowed his small eyes, his sharp gaze shooting in the direction Yao Sulwan had left in. It's this servant's fortune to be able to serve Unicorn. This servant won't feel wronged. Mingyu lowered her head humbly, her spirited eyes shining with an unwavering light. You really are sensible, unlike Hong Mei. Ahem, forget it. Don't worry, if you work for Zajia, you won't be lacking in benefits. Go. And Bing Shan cleared his throat, then waved his horsetail whisk to dismiss Mingyu. Perhaps it was because Yi Junqing had taken the initiative to express goodwill that day, but these past 2 days, Fluffy had become a frequent visitor to the east wing of Guan Osprey Palace. No matter how unwilling Yi Junqing was, he didn't dare to use violence to chase her away. In Yao Moen's words, if he startled the kitten in Fluffy's stomach, he couldn't guarantee that Yao Moen wouldn't eat him alive. Meow. At noon, Fluffy lazily rubbed against Yi Junqing's ankle as she meowed non-stop. Only when Yi Junqing couldn't bear it any longer did he put down the brush in his hand and bend over to pull Fluffy into his embrace. Fluffy, you're becoming more and more like your master. You know how to do everything besides being reasonable. Yi Junqing glared at Fluffy, who was obediently lying in his embrace and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, when Yi Junqing walked in with Fluffy in his arms, he just happened to see Yi Hongyi pressing Yao Moen under his body and kissing her snow-white neck without the slightest restraint. His heart suddenly felt like it had been stung by a wasp. It wasn't a big deal if it was just a little bit of pain. What was important was that there was poison in the area of pain. The poison quickly spread and that faint pain spread throughout his entire body. When Fluffy felt Yi Junqing's arms tighten around her, she let out an extremely uncomfortable meow. Then she threw herself onto the ground and secretly enjoyed herself. So it's Junqing. Look at us, we even forgot the time and almost let our water go hungry. It's our fault. Yi Hongyi naturally pulled up Yao Moen, who was pressed down on the chaise lounge. He was a bit vexed. He had clearly just obtained boundless satisfaction from Yao Moen last night, but just now, he still couldn't suppress his desire for this woman. Yi Hongyi had asked himself over and over again what was so good about Yao Moen. She even seemed to have some problems with her intelligence, but he just had to stubbornly desire this body to the point where he couldn't control it. For a moment, Yi Hongyi thought of the word love. Junqing, you're here. Where's Fluffy? Yao Moen innocently looked towards Yi Junqing from behind Yi Hongyi as a trace of guilt flashed through her eyes. Even though she had been reborn, even though she knew of Yi Junqing's deep feelings for her, in this lifetime, she still couldn't completely give herself to this man. Yao Moxin had already become a thing of the past. She believed that there would be better women worthy of Yi Junqing's protection. In her mind, besides revenge, there was also gratitude. Warner, what did you call him? When Yi Hongyi heard Yao Moen call him that so intimately, a dark haze suddenly welled up in his heart. Junqing, Fluffy likes it when Warner calls her that. Although Warner doesn't like it, who told Fluffy to be pregnant with a cat baby? Junqing, where's Fluffy? Yao Moen's shrug tickled Yi Hongyi badly. He had been thinking too much. How could his Warner possibly like another man? It wasn't for any other reason but because he treated her especially well. Our Warner always has so many strange thoughts. Junqing, don't mind her. Yi Hongyi took 2 steps forward and pulled Yao Moen into his embrace. His deep eyes carried a trace of strangeness as he looked towards Yi Junqing. The once all-powerful legend of the battlefield was probably going to be crippled if he continued to stay here. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.